skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Another day of the regional Dota 2 series here, and we are in Europe. I'm Harry, joining me is Otomo. First up, Otomo, we have NextUp versus Grin Esports, but that's not our only series of the day. Overall though, how does the today's schedule look to you? Where are we gonna be setting our sights at?
I mean, it's good that we have this tournament every day. We saw all of these teams play yesterday. Now we get a bit more of an idea of their power level. NextUp and Grin Esports both went 0-2. They lost both of their series, so it's nice. Like, this is a competition to see who's not in the bottom. Nemiga versus Wook, as well as Yellow Submarine versus MarsBet. It also gives us the upper echelon. We'll get an idea among these four teams. We probably have the top three somewhere in there. So I'm glad that we are gonna get a much clearer picture at the end of the day of who's at the top and who's at the bottom.
Okay, I guess that is the case. Yesterday, Grin Esports and NextUp, they lost their series, but Yellow Submarine and Amiga, they did play an even match. So that is a little bit of a small recap of what happened yesterday. Of course, you're going to be seeing the standings of Group B. Group A has already been played. We have our three top teams that are going to be battling it out in a best of one for the top spot. So in a best of one, 1-versus-1. So that is going to be fun. We'll see if we have any tiebreakers here in Group B. Though, Otomo, let's focus on the task at hand. The task at hand is what? Grin Esports versus NextUp. So a little bit of a news I have about these teams are actually about NextUp. The Light is going to be playing for them, who is or he's out actually. Light is out, and So Bad will be standing in instead of him. So yesterday we saw all of these black pictures, and we're super so I'm really glad that So Bad, is that you, Otomo? Is that he is gonna be bringing in a little bit more color into the team.
I mean, he's bringing in, he's not just bringing some muscle, some good looks, and a lot more MMR than me, that's for sure. And when we look at Light yesterday, he went 1-9 as Techies, 3-11 as Crystal Maiden. He's the position 5, which means 7 Jesu also suffered because of that. So it's one of those things where next I felt like we need to have a stand-in. I don't know if it's Light is unavailable or if they're trying to change things up. But it was, of all the series, NextUp was the worst yesterday. Not the performance, but it was the most one-sided, where we saw them lose to MarsBet very quickly. It was a very clean 2-0, so I can imagine they may want to make some changes.
And also, guys, just so you know, So Bad he doesn't go to the gym. That forearm vein that you're seeing, it's from playing Dota. So for all of you, you guys, you kids out there, if you want to be this buff, have these arms, then most definitely going to play Dota, and that is going to be the case. Let's look at their opponents before we kickstart this series. There's Grin Esports, Yamsen, Kits, Moo, Sneaky, and Milky are going to be the guys playing today.
Important to mention though is that they have been making changes. I believe that Yamson's not playing. He's going to be replaced by Milky for the rest of the tournament. But I'm not. But we'll see if that was yesterday. I'm not sure if that was the info we got. We'll see if they revert it. But Grin Esports, big changes in the roster. This is only 2 of the players have remained since the last time we saw it. It'll be interesting to see how they can do. You know, Kits yesterday he's a pop star. He's rank 7. We all say he's a great mid, but he has trouble transitioning to the competitive scene. So I'm excited to see if he can fix that, or at least work on that today.
No, you say he is awesome and that he is having trouble transitioning to the competitive scene. I haven't seen anything good from Kits thus far. I have to say, I've seen him in another qualifier, so I have not been impressed. I am starting to really doubt that rank 7. Let me now check that one. I think you've been pulling my leg, and then after all this time, you're gonna be like, haha, you were repeating that for a month.
No, he is rank 7. And that's what I mean with transition. He doesn't like buy defensive items. Yesterday, he was playing, I think, Void Spirit, and he went for Sanjin Kaya into the Aghanim Scepter when he was up against like 3 silences and 2 stuns and stuff like that. So that's what I mean. He still believes, oh yeah, it's like kind of 1 versus 5, and I can do it, and I can go in and out. And it's like, no, it's a team game.
In what region is he rank 7?
His region.
What is his region?
I don't know. Europe, I'm guessing. Look, rank 7 is rank 7. That's all I care about.
Dude, I'm not seeing any kits in any rank 7 on any leaderboard.
All right. Let me see if I can. I'll find them for you. In the meantime, though, the draft begins. Next up, they open up with their support. They take the Bat Rider. Good way to displace people. Solid laner. All the same strength that you always have from Bat Rider, except maybe slightly weaker in the laning phase because of the nerf to Flame Break.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an amazing hero. I love these 2 heroes. I am liking that they're staying in the meta. Maybe after the patch, the meta will be changing slightly, but I have a really hard time seeing these 2 just being pushed out of it completely. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Alright, by the way, I sent you the thing. You can check it whenever you want. That's his pub profile. It says rank 7 at the top. You can see it. The bans do come out. The second phase of bans are next up. The Brewmaster as well as the Luna. So they want to get rid of more team fight. They do see this Kunkka as he could possibly go, most likely to go to the mid lane. So they do get rid of a carry as well as an off. Big team fight if you have the Brew and the Kunkka, by the way.
Okay, I'm now checking. Do I see this guy on the leaderboards? Not really. So, sorry, you just sent me some random Dota buff.
That's his
profile. Like @_@ and then it says rank 7 though.
That's the link from Kits' channel on his Wikipedia. So that's why. I mean, that's why I'm going on the information. And it is, if you go to his competitive esports profile, it is Kits. Just make sure you can say it. You can see it. Grin, they also go for the Disruptor after. So that's 2 sources of display. There's a lot of forced movement between the 2 teams. There's X Marks, Glimpse, as well as Flaming Lasso. Flaming Lasso. I forgot for a second. We always call it Lasso. I'm like, oh, Flaming Lasso. And Disruptor, he is strong this patch. He went from a 0.4 second slow at level 1 to a 1.6. So you and your partner can get in a lot more attacks. I like him. I've always liked Disruptor, and he's a very good snowballing hero.
Yeah, I'm also good at breaking the lasso, as you mentioned. So that's pretty nice. If you can react super fast, it's gonna be able to do it. As next up, what's the approach now? I really want to see like run at you heroes. Tiny's not in the pool. Like anything that comes to mind.
Run at you heroes. Well, Mirage plays a lot of spirits, but that's always risky against Disruptor. Kunkka is Mio's most played hero. They took it from him. He could take Dragon Knight, but that's been nerfed. Banned. Vanilla, Techies, as well as Dark Willow are there if he wants to go for. But I imagine he's going to be playing the Bat Rider. I don't know when you mean to run at you heroes. I feel like Grin Esports, they've set themselves up into a good spot right now.
I like it.
The bans and the.
They have good setup. They have the boat to protect the squishiness of the Disruptor, potentially of the other support as well.
True.
So I like it. I think it's a good way to set yourself up for success. Next up, you can see that they're lost. They're like, what the hell are we supposed to do now?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm thinking as well, because they banned heroes that are really good against them, and like, you know, they took some of the heroes that they want to play themselves. So it's very impressive by NextUp from the start. From Grin Esports from the start. They do take the Mars, gives them some team fight, but Mars against these two is not great. You put the arena, the boat comes in, and you could be in a static storm, and you're like, wow, this arena is bad for me.
Yeah, and then you have to leave. Though you do build a Yules and a BKB, either or both. So that's quite nice. Yules sometimes versus the Disruptor isn't the best thing. There's the Techies. That is a so bad hero, though. I still think Shizoid is going to be playing the Batrider.
Well, at least because, well, now that you have the Techies, you have your support duo, you have the Mars, you Grin Esports, you could probably be like, alright, it's going to be Mars plus a very aggressive laner. So who do you want to take here?
Lifestealer, of course. It's also
Of
the
course,
Nia
and he's in the
pick.
pool. Yeah, right? So he's in the pool. Why not take him? Lifestealer. There is some juggernauts that, you know, it's gonna be Lifestealer, it's gonna be Shadow Demon, so they have saves as well if someone gets Flaming Lasso. Again, Grin Esports, they come in with a good draft, and yesterday they did give a challenge to Wok. It was kind of a close-ish game, and I'm hearing the cows mooing. That's your favorite.
Exactly. I mean, they have Moo in their team anyways. So let's see. Is that, are you living in the countryside, Otimo? Or is that your cows?
Sadly. No, this is the city life. It's the cows from the game, man. I love them. As Morphling does come out from Grin Esports, half a point because I want to say it. I thought of it, but I couldn't say it, so I get half a point. That's how it works. Teacher. I thought of it.
Yeah, but you actually mixed up. It's for NextUp, not for Grin. So half a point taken away. You're still at 0, Optimo. Sorry.
Fair enough. Next up, they need the mid. Grin Esports, they need either an off lane or a mid, because the Kunkka could go either way here. I mean, next up, I like what they have so far. You know, but they do need some sort of jump hero that can get on the Disruptor. But Disruptor, Shadow Demon, these are a tough duo to get on top of.
I mean, you have a decent one. The Mars and the Morphling and all of these 4 heroes are actually pretty decent at finding them. You have layered initiation from NextUp.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. For NextUp, what would I like to see? Puck is in the pool. That's solid, but it's one of those things where if you get caught, you get murdered. If you don't get caught, you can do well. So it's very risky. Storm Spirit's the same. I kind of like the Ember as well, but Ember has that issue where you do the Sleight of Fist, but you know where he's going to come back to. That could be a problem.
If I'm going Spirits here on NextUp, I'm going Storm. Like, there's absolutely no doubt about it, right? Like, Shadow Demon and the Disruptor are just free kills. If you are Storm, if you're laning versus the Kunkka, you're gonna be fine. Though you don't have the last pick, so you could get punished for that pick.
I mean, what else is Pango? No, Pango, they just banned it out. Another thing is that if you're Storm, you can put the stack remnant. When someone gets destroyed, you just put the stack remnant there, so when they come back, instantly you know which one's the real one, because it will take less damage. So that's also kind of cool. But next up, Storm would be risky. You know what? No joke. You know what I would like to see? I'd like to see something like a sniper. You have other people jumping in, you just stay behind. Very hard to glimpse him, very hard to catch him with the X mark. It's unlikely, obviously, but that's what I would love to see NextUp pick up.
Why do you think so, right? I feel like it's a good pick here for NextUp. I would actually love it. I think that's genius. And they do ban out the Lina, so the next thing that is left in terms of high range, a lot of damage is definitely the sniper. And we've seen the new build where people do go for an Aghanim Scepter, it being buffed that it refreshes if you do kill somebody. It really does do quite a lot, so I really wouldn't mind it.
The sniper with the Kanda build. I mean, Mirage, he doesn't play it so far. Oh, there's another one, could be the Templar Assassin, but I'm kind of like, it's okay. You know, you generally feel like Templar generally feels like a melee hero, and I want something very long range. They go for the Storm Spirit. We said that would be the most likely because of the catch. Now, Grin Esports, who do you want to put against that? Who? I mean, kids could take the Ember, brother versus brother matchup.
It's gonna be a mid lane Kunkka, it seems.
Okay. Or probably mid lane, but yeah, mid lane Kunkka and off lane Doom.
I
Have
don't
you s-
necessarily like this.
For which side?
For Grin, I don't like the Kunkka versus the Storm. Kunkka is a lane dominator, and versus the Storm you do not dominate. So I think you're
True.
losing the potential of that one. Your lifestealer is gonna have good times at the start, but later on in the game he's countered by a Morphling and a Batrider, and I'm not sure about this. You don't know who to doom. Everybody's so valuable on NextUp.
I don't know. I kind of disagree. I think I'm on Grin Esports. They played better yesterday. They have great catch. They have good saves as well with the X mark as well as the Shadow Demon disruption. Doom is great against the Morphling because it's like, oh, you strength morph, cute. And in general, I don't think the NextUp has a lot of burst damage to bring them down. I look at Grin Esports. These are tanky people with a boat buff. So I'm with Grin, and are you with NextUp?
Yes, I'm with NextUp, and we all know how every single time this went. Okay, so some problems of the Grin Esports lineup. You do not have Blink initiation every single time. Autumn, you and me have casted so much together lately, and I point this out every single time. When a lower tier team has no Blink jump, the classic kind, they don't win. They just don't win because it is hard to play these kind of lineups because it's all about positioning. And I'm not saying that the Green Esports don't have the capability to do so, but they don't have the capability at the level of some of the other teams that we have in this tournament and there are that do exist in the world. So I think that is something that NextUp are going to be able to punish for sure.
I mean, hey, you have a good point. The odds, they do favor Grin. I agree with those odds. I just think of their durability, if their snowballing potential with the disruptor, the fact that the lanes should go pretty well for them all over. You mentioned that Kunkka's lane dominator. Okay, but if he doesn't dominate, he's still fine. So I'm all in with Grin. As Lowdyne wants to give away first blood just to make me look like a fool.
Disruption will be used. They're looking towards Meow. As he's in some trouble, gonna be slowed down quite a lot. Namiga are just gonna let him die. They're like, yeah, you screwed up, you go down. Sneaky gets the kill, and the pings are gonna come out again. It's the blood grenades that are getting kills.
Yeah, he messed around and he found out. He's like, wait, this ain't good. Sneaky gets it. Not bad. Honestly, I feel like Shadow Demon is a hero who could definitely use the gold quite well. Better than, say, a Disruptor would. Also, just to see how Lowdyne plays it, because a lot of these disruptors are favoring the shard nowadays. And I think that's kind of a good decision, actually.
So, are you the type of guy like these NextUp heroes? Are you see your friend being jumped by somebody and you're like, yeah, he probably deserve it, letting get beat up, or you jump in and you get smashed yourself?
No, I generally am the first out of battle. I'm like, oh, sorry, man, they really got you, didn't they? So the odds more in favor of Grin Esports. They're listening to the bald one. They're like, they got the one with, he has more hair, but the other one's smarter.
Yeah, that is 100% the case. As we're going to be looking at the mid lane, Storm Spirit versus the Kunkka. How does this matchup go in general?
Farm Fest, honestly. You mentioned it yourself that Kunkka should dominate. I like that point. You usually max out Tidebreaker, you can harass a lot of people, but Storm is like, I can harass you back most of the time. You walk into a stack Remnant. I'm excited to see how Kids handles it. This is a rank 7 mid. So I do expect him to do some magic.
I still haven't found him the leaderboards. I saw that he was rank 7 at some point. For somebody who it says @_. No kits.
That is him. You just check his I told you could click on his esports profile and it will show that it is kits. You are being deliberately obtuse.
And you're deliberately using words that nobody knows about, and then if I say, yo, don't tell that to me, they're like, no, it means pretty awesome, right? So
yeah, or just pretty.
Both of them work.
So bottom lane, wait, okay, we're going to look at top for a second. It is going to be the Disruptor as well as the Lifesteal. So a lot of slows between these two, especially the Lifesteal goes for Orb of Corrosion. He hasn't queued it up, but just the Ghoul Frenzy by itself is pretty strong. This is kind of a scary lane for the Mars, because if they get on top of him, think he's gonna struggle quite a bit.
I guess you just wait for 3 seconds of the rage, try to bait it out with a couple of spear feints, and then you get the Lifestealer away from yourself. You should be relatively okay, I assume.
I still favor the Grin side quite a bit, just because, you know, like we said, you have multiple slows on you, and the rage means that you can spear him away. A bottom lane, also kind of feeling that Grin comes out ahead. Doom, Shadow Demon, not typical, as in we're very strong, but they can output Harass with the Scorched Earth, with the Shadow Poison, way more than So Bad could.
So I'm very surprised that they gave So Bad the Batrider and put Shizoid on the techies. I've been watching So Bad for quite some time, and he was always the one playing the position 5 techies.
I was surprised. I'm kind of surprised as well the way they put it. Then again, they kind of have 2 position 4 heroes with the techies and the bats, so they just felt like this was the better matchup, or maybe the players felt more comfortable.
It is, and I'm not gonna lie, like the techies is definitely better versus the Lifestealer, but Moo is gonna be in some trouble. 7 Jessu will stop chasing their stand 1 charges. They maybe wanted to force that out, but it's gonna be unsuccessful at doing so.
Alright, Moo's gonna be fine. CS so far favoring NextUp in all 3 lanes, which is slightly unexpected. You know, I did think that Grin Esports would have an easier time. They do have first blood, so it's not too bad. And we'll see what Doom can eat. If he gets the bzzz creep, that'll help them out immensely.
Yep, we'll see if the Harpy will be there. Which is the other one?
Or the mana. I like the mana as well. That one, you can help the Shadow Demon, you know, spam out his spells.
It's definitely good versus a Morphling in general. Taking away his mana is something that the hero hates. Shizoid is gonna get glimpsed back. He has the blast off if he wants to use it.
He's gonna take so
Not
much damage.
using it just yet. He's deciding to go forward with it onto Milky. The block grenade gets used, and if Milky dies, this is actually super worth it. And he's looking so freaking dead. Meow. He will get a solo kill, basically, on himself. That's gonna give him so many levels. That's gonna give him so much gold. NextUp are happier with that.
Definitely. It's like you could say maybe, you know, they share the experience on Grid, which is kind of cool, but you're way happier for NextUp on that in that exchange. Especially because we were saying, like, it should be favoring Grin at the top lane. Low down, he glimpsed, but I don't think he... I think he was trying to glimpse the techies back to base, but that isn't happening. We're seeing more and more teams get used to playing against the Disruptor, where they're like, oh yeah, I remember what this guy can do now.
Oh, did you see those 3 denies in a row from the Mars to the Lifestealer? That was so painful to look at if you're Milky. Though, to be honest, it felt like he wasn't really trying to last it all that well, as he was right-clicking those creeps quite a lot, so I'm surprised, but that's gonna propel the Mars so far ahead of the Lifestealer, and I don't think that top lane is gonna be that good for Lifestealer any longer until he gets the phase boots done.
That's a little bit unfortunate for him. And we have been seeing Grin Esports, you know, they have made a big shuffle to their roster. So 3 new players coming in, it makes sense that they would be struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Mio. He's just gonna TP out. Glimpse looks like it was already used, or at least unavailable. He's like, I'm fine. Does take a lot of damage, so he will need to bring a salve or some tangos to recover.
Oh, gets in a little bit of trouble. The Storm is super far ahead. Blast off is amazing. Blood grenade as well. Storm coming forward with a Remnant and Sneaky. Could be next on the menu. 1 more Remnant is needed. He's gonna leave it there. Has the stake charges and the water rune. That's gonna allow him to live. Sticky bomb is available. He gets close to Lodi so that Lodi can pick it up for himself. What a play from these 2. Oh, that was just beautiful from Sneaky. He should have died, but he gets a double. Okay, now he's still gonna die.
Poor guy, but still well worth it. You know, you are forcing main rotations, you get the enemy mid. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but I think Grin kind of showcased that they just looked better in that engagement overall. So bad, good timing to be there and stealing the stack. So that is a very nice move by So Bad.
Pretty nicely done. Storm dying there is the most important thing. Did he just cancel his TP?
I think so. Was he glimpsed? He might have been glimpsed. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, maybe.
I was like, maybe he just got glimpsed instantly. By the way, the CS in the mid lane, Kit is really struggling.
Yeah, rank 1.
I mean, rank 7, for the love of God, he's rank 7, okay?
I'm kidding, Otomo. It's just that I haven't seen much from him, so I'm
I agree.
I'm definitely not
seen much
happy
either.
with it. Yeah.
I always think Yeah, he's forced to go back. This is twice now that they've been forcing him out of the lane, which has allowed Milky to recover quite nicely. And this is kind of what we said, right? You have so much slows between these two. The moment, of course, you have to save the glimpse for the TP, but the moment the glimpse is down, Mio's like, I have to get out of here. I can't stay. Another stack, so bad. He's just taking them all.
He's very, very greedy on the battle, and I like that. This hero needs farm. It's not a hero that you can just, I'm gonna glide through the game and not farm at all. Nope, you need to get that for yourself, as they're targeting kits again in the mid lane, unsuccessfully this time around. Kunkka is approaching level 6. If this range creep dies, he's gonna have the boat, which is gonna be amazing versus the storm. No, they don't even need the boat, just the Tidebringer will do the job, and now the glimpse on Shizoid, who came in to help his Storm Spirit. Let's see how far he can actually get. 2 poison stacks on him, will dodge the third one. The kinetic field keeps him in place. Shizoid turning around with the blast off, wants to go forward. What a
nice
dodge. Sneaky. He cannot be caught, and the boat comes through just to make his supports a little bit tankier. So bad is trying to do as much damage as possible, but his Firefly will be expiring. Storm coming back and going back to the base. He wanted to get level 6, get the kill, and then be able to dodge it, but actually with the Storm that's impossible. It's so bad. 5 stacks are on him. Sorry, it's 4. The 5th one probably would have been enough for a kill, but the 4 are not going to be doing enough, and this Disruptor is so annoying.
He is. Man, we've been seeing this a lot of times. The Disruptor's in the game, and the enemies they just TP in front of him. Always forgetting that he will have Glimpse ready just for you. That's twice now he's done it to Mirage.
Poor Storm.
Mirage, you know, he dies, comes back, TPs, gets Glimpse back, and you're like, my god, that is painful. What's his net worth? I imagine we should be rotating to that anyway.
Not bad.
Still, not bad. I was like, it's not bad. It's okay.
Oh, again, so bad is trying to be a thief here. Let's see if he's gonna be stopped there. Sneaky, very annoyed by what is happening. He's been working hard for those stacks. Yeah,
even though there's so many creeps that so bad has taken, he's actually not that rich as a support. It's Sneaky who's been having a good game. The first blood, I think he's got a kill as well on top of it. So they're fine with the economy on Grin Esports side. Actually, he's got 4 kills on Sneaky.
He got that double kill in the mid lane, remember that. So that's where his net worth propelled really high up. As Milky now has the phase boots on the lifestealer, so that's when any melee hero really does struggle versus the lifestealer. Even if you have the phase boots of your own, double bracer, it's just not enough.
By the way, he did go for the mana creep for the Doom. As we mentioned, like, it's super good against the morph lane because he does use mana to morph.
What's the name of that creep?
It's the Satyr something Hellraiser.
Banisher.
No, that's what I said.
Exactly, as so bad in a little bit of trouble. Nice dodge there, and Morphling will be joining in on the frame with a slow from the sticky bomb. That is going to be low dying going down. Sneaky does finish off so bad. Sneaky is really pulling in the cash, as if you guys want to do it as well, we have amazing odds for it. We have a banner down below as well. Promo code 1XRLGEU for 120% bonus on your first deposit, so feel free to go for that one, as 7 Jesu is going to be targeted by the Doom, who will not be using it now.
Well, the one thing you could say is that at least they aren't super amazing illusions. Sure, Morphling. Oh, wait. A Grin. They're going in. That's a nice ward that they had from Lowdyne. Could get them the kill on 7 just, but he's tanky.
Alright, we'll be dodging it there with the waveform. With
they have
Storm
Doom
coming over as well. Kit is in so much trouble. The double blast off as well. Moo lifting his arms. Here comes the Disruptor as well. TP from the Mars. That is a very dead Storm. It cannot be denied any longer. The glimpse back. Mars is gonna be coming back into the arms of the Lifestealer, but even without him, this Morphling should be able to do enough damage. Beautiful flame break, pushing him back. They just still don't have vision. Moo using the tree line quite nicely, but it is gonna be skied out. On the other side, Shizoid is gonna be taken out. Lowdown gets the kill, and finally the sticky bomb gets the Doom. Nicely done on the bat, and they could go for the Morphling as well if he's not careful, going for a TP out. The glimpse does not allow it. He will be taken back, has only 2-1 charges. At some point he will die. There's a static storm, a couple of more poison stacks, and there is absolutely no chance you're getting out of this one alive. Sneaky is ahead of the Storm and of the Mars, very close to the Doom. This is no longer a support Shadow Demon.
No way at all you can call him. Dude, he's got 8 kills and 2 assists. He's going, he says, I want straight up go for Aghanim Scepter. I can't imagine why you wouldn't. You know, just get it from the beginning. You're already nearly halfway there. 2 charges of your ultimate will do so much damage. Insane performance by Sneaky. You rarely see one of the supports just dominate the game like this, but he's absolutely been doing it.
I would actually get something like an Orchid. That actually seems like a pretty solid item as well in this one. Versus a Morphling, versus a Storm would be pretty early for a support. But Aghanim Scepter is good, but he actually changed his mind and will be going for an Ether Lens.
Aw, man, I'd prefer the other way, but it's fine. Kinetic Field, we'll keep him there.
They do have the Glimpse, but you will be able to TP out once the Glimpse is used. Meow has the Arena to work with. Another Spear in a second. Milky has to be slightly careful. There's the Arena. This is what you have to be careful of. And he does get the Rage off. He was baiting you to use your ulti. The Disruption is ready. It is not needed. There's the Rage. Infest. He already used it, but will be able to escape. Storm coming forward.
No
The kill. He uses all of his mana, so he has probably forfeited his life here. We'll try to get another one, and there will be an X plus the Static Storm pulling him into the Torrent. And Sneaky, of course. Who else is going to be getting the kill?
All these kills are very nice for Sneaky, but you have to think, if he dies, he's going to be giving away so much back. So, Sneaky, maybe hold your horses a little bit here.
No.
He's got something.
Glimmer.
What? No, just keep killing?
Of course, keep killing. Why not? You have the Glimmer Cape. Now you're very hard to kill. I don't know who can actually bring him down. A lot of the damage on the other side is magical, so that barrier will most definitely help.
Bottom lane, there is a Doom available if he wants to go for the Bat Rider, but he's already in the middle of Firefly, which makes it not so worth it. I'm really liking how Grin Esports is playing. They're 4,000 gold ahead. A lot of it is thanks to Sneaky, but this is what we expect. At least what I expected. They just looked better yesterday than NextUp by a lot.
Let's see. It's still not over, but I agree. Grin Esports in a dominating position. None of their towers have fallen, nor do they look like they're going to be. And next up, you could say late game, Morphling, blah blah blah. But actually, Lifestealers lately have been winning late game quite a lot. Are you sad or happy that the like OG matchups, you know, the old matchups of Dota, they just don't work that way any longer?
I am a little sad, actually. You know, it's like when the people tell you, oh yeah, this, you know, mages now counter anti-mage. You're like, really? Is that how it works now? So I do miss the old, not miss the old days, but miss knowing these matchups very intimately like we used to.
And now you don't know them intimately. How do you know them now?
Now it's like, oh, it's all new, you know? Oh yeah, Lifestealer's killing everyone. It's like, really? Lifestealer? Oh, wait, let's go see, like he is here, he's gonna die.
Places too mine, he's gonna be doing no damage to kids. Literally.
It's like, do you remember the old days when people said, Ursa, yeah, very strong tempo carry. Then we saw Battle Fury Ursa come out, and suddenly Ursa was a late game beast. And that was very interesting shift in dynamic for the hero.
I think in Dota 2 he's been more farming hero than a tempo setter. Lasso will get
not from the beginning.
Not from the beginning. I'm saying in Dota 2 longer. Like I think he has been a farming carry for at least 7 years now, which is at least half of the Dota duration.
That's
the Storm, Static Storm is there. He has the X. We'll try to dodge it with the Storm. And nicely done. Baits it out quite beautifully from Mirage.
Mirage, he is going for Orchid first. What do we have on the Shadow Demon? Did he go for Aetherland straight up? Because oh no, Glimmer Cape, good. You mentioned it, very nice. Because I was thinking if you went to Aetherland, it wouldn't help you against the Orchid at all. But the Glimmer Cape is very nice.
Doesn't have it just yet, and they're going for a smoke. Blink Dagger on the Batrider not finished yet either, but they have a blink on Meow, so the Mars is ready. There's the Blade Mail both coming through as well. Will definitely help him survive a little bit longer. Disruption will keep him safe. Blast off the mark because of it. Kunkka still in a lot of trouble. Got dusted, but the turret will be amazing. The storm without mana. High ground miss is not gonna be there. Sticky bomb finally and barely takes him down. Mirage is gonna get pulled back. He tried to go for a zip. Maybe should have saved it to try and get himself up on the high ground there. It is gonna be a 1-for-1. The mid laners are gone.
It does feel like there was way more commitment from NextUp though. Like they almost lost all three. Look at the Batrider and the Mars. They're barely limping away here. So, and in the meantime, Grin Esports was just farming. The Doom was used on So Bad, and he's like, well, we can't deny him. We can't save him. There's nothing we can do. It's pure damage. See ya, So Bad. Lincoln's going to be the first item for 7 Jesu. It's nice to prevent the Doom, but there's also another problem, which is that you don't really do too much damage with the Lincoln Sphere on the Morph Link. So I like it because it's necessary. I don't like it because it means that your ability to bring down people is limited.
It's still stats, I guess,
True.
so the adaptive strike is solid, but yeah, it is problematic. We'll see if this lockdown from NextUp, which they do have a solid amount of, will be able to open up possibilities for the Morphlink.
16 to all attributes, and Lincoln Sphere is a fairly expensive item. So no, it's like 5,000 gold for 16 damage. Okay.
Automo hates the choice, but it's a necessity.
No, I hate that he's forced into the choice. You know what I mean? It's like you have to get it, but it feels awful that you have to get it. Because you would really like to bring some damage to your team right now. And by the way, Sneaky, still a core. Double the net worth of all the other supports.
How's he double the net worth of all the other supports?
It's almost double. Come on, man. Work with me here. As Low died, he breaks the smoke, but...
Gets the Static Storm out, doesn't really connect on anybody. The blast off only on him with the Morphling coming in was to do the damage. The right clicks are definitely gonna hurt. Now turning onto the Doom. And 7 Jesu uses the rage on himself, morphing into the Lifestealer. Disruption will be there, however, but the Adaptive Strike almost finishes off the Doom. A couple of hits from Shizoid should finish off. Meow comes over with the Gauss Rebuke to finish him off as Milky starts running down these supports, and he is hungry. Meow next on the menu. They don't have anything to stop his TP, so it is gonna be a 2-for-2. A slight win for NextUp for sure, but they still don't open up the map.
And they killed the Doom, right? Which is who's very farmed. Lowdown wasn't exactly worth much, but you are behind, so it is worth it to get these kills. And they force them all to go on the top side. It's not so bad. For Grin, we are seeing that Lifestealer is very close to the Radiance. That is going to present a problem. They don't really have a way to kill him on NextUp. There you go, he just picks it up. And it's going to be a big damage item, which, as we mentioned, you don't have that for 7 Jesu.
You definitely don't. The Lifestealer is looking scary at the moment, Automo, and So Bad, he's looking scared as he's flying over the crystals. I guess he's just gonna be having a nice view before he dies. Glimpse of Meow. And he's gonna get taken back. They have the X. They're literally playing ping pong with him, but he will be able to blink himself out.
So far, in terms of towers, not a whole lot. Grin Esports taken like 2, but that's about it. Considering their advantage, they might want to take more. It does open up, for example, Roshan in the top lane if they can get that tier 1.
I mean, they're not a pushing lineup just yet,
Fair.
so I guess you don't have to hurry at the moment. You've defended all of yours. That should be good enough, I think.
Wow. That is insanely one-sided.
Very one-sided. Glimpse on the Mars. This time around, no blink out for you. Glimpse does damage of its own, and that is gonna be a dead Mars. Kids finishes him off. Is that a Orchid on the Kunkka as well? Yep, it has been done for a minute or so now, so that's gonna be a problem for the Storm 100%.
Even for the Morph lane, because you now have another source of break. You can Orchid, then X mark him, for example. As okay. That's a tanky boy.
That's a tanky boy, but you know who's not a tanky boy? A Morphling that already died. So maybe they bring down Moo, and they will, but you have lost your win condition, who is also your highest net worth hero, who did get a tower in the bottom lane at least before he died.
Yeah, but still not worth it. Sneaky does finish the Aether Lens. I like this because in some of these fights, we saw in the previous fight in the top lane, the arena was up, he was on the outside, he's like, I can't disrupt my allies because they're like on the other side of the arena. So the Aether Lens will help with that quite a bit.
100%. The gold lead continues to increase, however. There are some mines from Shizoid around the map. Silence of the Storm, he doesn't have the mana, has the Arcane Rune. But there will be a glimpse with the statics, with the kinetic field as well. Gets himself to the high ground, but how do you escape? What do you do? The demonic purge is there, stands his ground and fights until his death, but he does absolutely nothing. Disruption on Shizoid. That is gonna be a dead Techies. They have already marked him, and guess what? You are coming back into the hands of the Kunkka, who will be the one to execute you.
I'm still shocked at how much net worth Sneaky has. Twice as much as all the other supports, I believe. He is having a fantastic time.
Wait, what were you said you were a teacher? What did you teach?
Mathematics, actually.
Okay.
Which you knew.
No, I actually wasn't. I wasn't certain. I thought, yeah,
Arena?
I think it's mathematics. There's gonna be a static storm, however, though. Lowline protecting himself, and Seven Jesu goes over the arena. He's gonna get disrupted immediately, so now even the Morphling illusions, you're gonna have to deal with it. He's stuck! He does turn into the Lifestealer, has the rage on the other side. The storm going in onto the supports. Gonna try to kill them there with the Orchid Infest, saving them. Quite nicely, Lowline finally will get taken down. Seven Jesu, have he gone too far? No, he's standing his ground, he's winning, and also with the mines being there, maybe even Milky is gonna be in trouble. Kids dropping low. Here comes the Doom. He has his ulti. Is he gonna be using it? Rage on the Morphling. The Lincoln Sphere does get broken, so now he needs to run. Nice stun on the Doom, keeping him away there with the adaptive strike strength, and Meow is still on the chase. He's thinking about getting this Lifestealer. As look at the other side, here comes the Batrider. He's got him, but the rage, he got it off. Beautifully done by Milky, knowing exactly what's coming up. They do get the silence onto the Doom, trying to finish off Milky. The spear will be there, and finally the big boy is dead. Doom without a blink. How does he get out of this one? There is something coming on the current, and it is a blink dagger. He's just hoping for it, but no, he will not be allowed to blink. Uses the Doom on the Batrider. That Lincoln Sphere a little bit too late. The spear will come out, and they're gonna try to kill him before the Doom kills so bad, unsuccessfully, but they still wipe them. And Grin Esports, they have thrown away a huge chunk of their lead.
Basically, half of their lead is completely gone. You know, that's not the whole fight recap. We've been talking so much about the fact that Sneaky is getting kills, but that has also made him a very juicy target. It started out fairly well, you know, the Static Storm is a good spot, the Storm jumps in, can't really get both supports because they protect each other very nicely with the Glimmer Cape, but here they get all stuck together and just good, what a God's Rebuke on everyone. And of course the jump in from the Techies as well, 3-man jump.
Yep. Exactly. That was a really nice one. Really nice one. And this kind of backstab from So Bad was amazing. He TP'd to the bottom outpost, then went through the portal, and that was nicely done.
By the way, I gotta say, So Bad, he's looking really good for the team. As he's gonna catch Lodine. Lodine loses his life, and Moose here.
I don't think he wants to be here, though. The Static Storm will expire. Arena is at the ready. They don't see it as something you want to use, but the boat is going to be coming through. What a torrent as well. Nice lasso on the Lifestealer, pulling him away so that he can't do damage. They did lose the Morphling, however. This fight is over. You don't want to use the Arena. You want to be greedy, and this is how you pay. You pay with your life. No chance to blink out as the Radius is slowly burning you down, and Sneaky, of course. Who else is going to be taking everything for himself?
And what a place to take a fight, right outside the Radiance Roche pit, where Roshan's waiting in his summer house, like, yes, come kill me. Stormspear is going for the BKB, but that won't help you against the Demonic Purge or the Doom. But it is, you know, it's a necessary item that you need. Again, doesn't feel good, but you have to get it.
So they're gonna take some time to finish off this Roshan. Is there a chance for NextUp to actually come over for a fight?
I don't think so. You don't have Arena when Meow comes back, and I think you can't take a fight without it in the Roche pit. Not against, you know, all that they have on the other side.
Oh, there's the sentry. The Glimmer Cape really isn't going to be protecting you from these two. They have the silence as well. Here comes Sneaky with a potential disruption. He wants to set it up and run away from the Doom. He has his ulti. Roche falls. Lowline is dead, however, so it is going to buy you at least 40 seconds of this Aegis.
Well worth it that Lodine sort of loses his life in that situation. And despite that big fight, that big turnaround, the win percentage only went from 87 for Grin to down to 80. So they only, like, didn't really affect them too much losing that team fight.
Definitely not, but it's only a 4k goal lead right now, Tomo. It used to be like 8-9. Is this
10? Yeah.
Is this a potential comeback for NextUp? How do you like their chances at the moment?
I still think it's heavily in favor of Grin. I mean, I backed them up in the beginning of the game. I don't think anything has changed so far. It's the team fight though. You can see it's scary. We've seen a bunch of these Mars arenas into Techi's jumps, and that's a huge amount of stun and damage coming out. I think that's something Grin Esports needs to prepare against.
So that SN1, the Lifestealer, has come in handy a couple of times there versus the lasso. But as you get more levels in the lasso, it is going to be easier to keep this guy in place. There is also now a shard on the Lifestealer and a shard on the Shadow Demon that he got from the Tormentor. So quite a big boost in strength for them.
Shadow Demon shard in this game will be very helpful for them for sure. Mars, he's thinking of going for the Hex, but it's expensive. I sometimes think Hex is a little too expensive actually with like these pieces. Tiara of Salamene is 1800. The staff is like 2800. It's very big expensive pieces that take a lot of time to farm.
So does Demonic cleanse just like the Demonic Purge purges? Like over and over again?
I think so, yes. That's why I think it's like super amazing against Bat Riders. Not Lasso, but Napalm. Oh, Neo?
Yeah. Will be fine. There is a rage on the Lifestealer. Lasso was used. Infest there to save him. Does
nice disruption.
Allow him to get the disruption now. He's still gonna be going down. Uses the Demonic Purge on the Bat Riders. The Lifestealer murders a Mars quite easily at that, turning around onto the Morphling, and we are seeing here 2 Smeagol's on the map as he will send. Did he just doom the illusion?
He did just do an illusion. Oh dear. That is actually kind of scary. You might not want to go push too hard now if you're Grin Esports without the Doom. Plus it's like a little embarrassing. Moves like, oh, sorry guys. He looked real.
But, I mean, Morphling used the waveform after Dementa.
Right.
It was quite apparent that those were not the real ones.
Hey, listen, I agree, but what do we gotta hype up the player. It's our job.
Yeah, I'm gonna hype up the... Who should I hype up in that
7
play?
Jesu for the play. 7 Jesu is
Okay.
like, oh, that's pretty good as well.
This starts
Spark is
morphing,
there.
gets silenced up. He's gonna be silenced forever. The question is, do these 3 have enough damage? The quick answer is no. Disruption gets used, and there will be a Torrent Storm. Yo, this guy's a huge wave. You're not gonna be killing him with some splashes, but with the Doom coming in, I
Yes,
don't
you
need
will.
my Doom to turn you into vapor, and 7 Jesu will get taken out. This demon army
blade?
in the Doom and Sneaky doing so much. Zoid will try to get himself away. There's a big bang there and the hole where he landed, but he was dead ever since he started his flight.
I like how he jumps. Yeah, right? He jumps like a corpse. Unfortunately, that's just the support set up really nicely. So much lockdown. Lowdown gets that great ultimate off, and he goes for Manta on the Morphling, which does nothing for you in situations like this because you just get stuck anyway. I think Grin Esports might consider staying here until they get the Barracks mid.
The cut of the wave is already there, so
Oh,
so
they are
bad has
concerned,
done
though.
his job. Oh, they're coming. He didn't
Yeah,
manage to
they-
do it.
He cut the one after, I think, or not at all, actually.
No, he got
Either
pushed
way.
back by the disruptor.
They're forced to use their second glyph. 10 seconds until 7 Jesu comes back. You'd love to get it. Can you in time? There's a Mars Arena you have to be careful of.
Still
they're committed.
Rage, Infest, Aegis, they're going for it. The odds are much better than when we looked at them a couple of minutes ago, as the spear on the Lifestealer will connect. They're going to try to do the damage. Storm jumps into the backline. Silence on the Shadow Demon, Insta Glimmer, keeping him safe. Now the Torrent Storm will be there. Both misses on the Mars. Meow is going to be fine, but you've lost the Raxes. The Aegis will be expiring. Grin Esports still got quite a lot out of it.
Definitely. They're very happy. And I kind of like what they were going with. They said, let's just stay behind. We have Aegis on our carry. Let's not go back until we get the Barracks and serve them very well. And then they got, they're like, okay, let's just go. Aegis expires right now. So really nice time movement by Grin Esports.
Amazing, amazing. Even though NextUp did a solid job of delaying it, not gonna lie, it
True.
was better than expected, but not good enough.
No, not good enough. That is a problem when you're this far behind. If you're Grin Esports, now it's a bit scary. Yes, you have the gold lead, but you don't have the Aegis, and you can imagine NextUp might want to make a move.
Let's see, Grin coming forward. The glimpse will be there. No amount of 4 staffs are gonna help you versus that, as nobody else will even attempt to get revenge for their fallen comrade.
By the way, Sneaky has more farm than Mirage and Mio. Like, this guy 13 and 3 and 13. So, well, that's a KD of what? 26 to 3. Insane. I mean, super good. And that's gonna be a dead so bad.
Math teacher, can you please calculate that for us?
What do you mean? Calculate what?
The KDA.
Oh well, it's it's kills to death, so it's kills and assists counts as the same thing.
Really?
Yeah.
And
That's how
then
it usually is.
do you divide it with?
Yes. Okay. It's like 13 to 1. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've always seen people just be like, it's K. The K and the A are together, and the D is the one that's. Do you divide it by? Dividing by D as nice save.
Yep, nice disruption, dodges the spear, the Kumke's gonna be
Doom.
fine, now the silence onto the storm. Still gonna be okay. Did have the reactive taser on him, given by the techies who has a shard. Meow in some trouble, uses the spear, still gets stunned up by the boat. Doran Storm getting them there on the edge as Milky is going to be running in, pops the rage, going forward on 7 Jesu, who popped the rage as well, but he seems to be losing, tries to go for kills, this has the BKB, everybody alive, and the Morphling trying to stand his ground unsuccessfully, the spear onto Sneaky, dropping him low, Storm needs to get
Can't kill
away, he's
Sneaky.
very low, nice blast off, and finally, they got themselves a pseudo core, or maybe even a real one. There will be a lasso on the Lysler, stopping him healing with the open wounds, they have the Static Storm on the Morphling, the BKB expired, but not early enough, so he's going to be able to wave for him away. Now you only have cores left. Storm is healing in the base. He's going to be able to rejoin fairly soon. You have to keep your Morphling alive until then. There's Mirage coming into the play. He didn't really heal up his mana all that much. He's now just going to die as 7 Jesu gets taken out as well. You killed the supports, but the cores are too powerful for you. Meow doing his best to run away versus this Doom and the Scorch Turret. It's going to be hard to blink out, but it does expire, so the Mars will be able to survive barely.
I mean, I imagine if you're Grin, you might just consider, like, why would we even, like, there's no reason to chase. Let's just go for some buildings here. Mid creeps should be pushing in. You can use that and just go bottom. There's some time before 7 Jesu comes back to life. And my god, 7 Jesu is the only one really keeping in the net worth department. The rest of the team is so far behind. This is quite a disaster.
The spear from the Mars just delaying the inevitable, and that's the creeps coming to your base. I guess though, next up are gonna have all of their heroes alive before Grin decide to push.
By the way, we saw this yesterday for next up. Remember, it was the Batrider versus Mirage. That's sorry, Batrider. It was Windrager versus Mirage's Storm, and he was jungling at level 4, and he never recovered the entire game. This feels very similar to that. Not as bad, but very similar. Stekkies, he's dead. That's buyback.
Nice observation. As very, very dead. The Roche is up, however. It was a very early Roche response, so Grin, if you do want it, you can most definitely walk into the pit. Unsure if next up are gonna even think about leaving their base at the moment.
By the way, do you see what Lodine's carrying as a neutral item? He is carrying the Vindicator's Axe on Disruptor. Okay. Don't see that very often. It's kind of cute.
He isn't really getting stunned in these fights, is he?
Right? Or silenced. I'm like, you want it for what exactly? The attack speed or the slow resistance? Both of them feel very... it's interesting to see him go for the Vindicator's Axe.
For the damage when the Storm silences him.
Sure, if you want. About Doom, he is, of course, Ogre Seal Totem, Paladin Sword on the Life. So this improves healing, which I found was interesting. Sometimes when I play like Dawnbreaker or anyone who builds mech, you can get this and it does buff up your healing quite nicely.
Yep, it's one of those items that people get on like a Chen or sometimes, so it's not...
Oracle.
Exactly.
It's very good. Batrider, he's almost got the Aghanim Scepter. This could be a game changer. You are up against 3 melee cores.
I mean,
so
he
it's
has
not...
it.
Yeah, basically. I mean, well, he hasn't bought it, but yes, he has it. But yeah, you're up against 3 melee cores, so it's not inconceivable you can jump in and catch 2 of them.
And also has the Psychic Headband, so his range of the lasso is actually quite nice. Did somebody say something about the reason? No, so just pause the game, and now he's gonna say go. No reason whatsoever. Maybe it was a bathroom break. Maybe it was an emergency. Hopefully everything is gonna be fine, and with the game starting once again, I'm gonna assume that's the case.
I feel bad for 7 Jesu. He had to. He was forced to go Linken's Manta and BKB. None of these are heavy damage items, and because of that, it just feels like he's not really giving you what you need. I think he was going to go for Kanda next. That would be the first move sort of in the right direction of damage. Which is, he needed the defensive items. That's the problem. I can't fault him for it. But he also needs damage.
Not only he, his team needs damage at the moment, and none of their heroes have damage items. And that's going to be now Roche and a banner for Grin Esports, so they are going to be able to maybe even just push towards this bottom lane. I don't know if you have to deal with top, considering the tier 2 is still standing.
We're still waiting for the scythe from the Mars, so that's also going to be taking some time. He's getting close. He got 4,000 gold. I believe the item is 5,200.
Did you see that play from the Kunkka? He TP'd to his base, X'd himself up, left the banner, and that's how they're going to be dealing with the top lane. They don't want to be risking anything.
Clever. Yeah, right. It's like, why should I put all the effort? I like it. As bottom lane, just put in Milky, let him go rage, 20,000 gold advantage, Aegis on him. Tough start for NextUp.
Oh, Storm wants to kill the banner. They're gonna send the illusions as well. Shizoid, though, however, dies while his teammates are killing the banner.
Okay. I mean, that is a move. They do force Grin Esports to TP back. It's actually not bad. This is time being wasted from the Aegis.
Yeah, quite a lot of time.
I'm liking what NextUp is doing. They are doing the right thing, which is we're not engaging head on, just doing their best to delay the game. Unfortunately for Mio, he is dead.
Nah, no TP. If he had a TP right now, he probably would have been able to survive though versus DX. Very, very, very unlikely.
That is definitely not as good of a death as the Techies, you know? When Techies dies, like, alright, he's delaying it, he's a support. Mio losing his life there, painful to see.
Yeah, most definitely. And now the gold lead, 21k. It's pretty close to insurmountable in this game. What's the play? What's the play, Ottomo? How do you take this one back?
If you can somehow peel them apart from each other, you can take a fight from NextUp. But if you go 5-on-5, I don't see any way of you winning it. And I think they might have to just sacrifice this barracks and be like, here you go. Enjoy and leave us. Just leave us after this.
There will be a ward and sentry plays there by NextUp, so they see everything. They have the double lasso at the ready there with an Aghanim Scepter.
Jump in by Mirage.
Trying to cook something up. The Morphling going in onto the supports. The lasso instantly gets broken by an A on this. That's absolutely nothing. You bought that one. And the Storm caught inside of a static Storm with an Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. No chance to pop his BKB. There is an Infest on this Morphling. He cannot attack. They're gonna force him out as he waveforms away. And that's gonna be 2 cores dead with the Doom chasing forward. But it doesn't matter. NextUp have lost way too much. And they're gonna lose the game as well.
That's it. They realize that they have to tap out. They buy back on their Mars, get nothing. Mirage jumps in. He can't kill anyone. Grin Esports, very clean performance from them. Sneaky, huge MVP. What was he, like 14 kills? So really nicely done by them. I thought that the Grin Esports looked better yesterday. I'm not surprised that they were able to take this victory. So kudos to them.
A very nice performance coming out from the team in general. There were some shining moments though from NextUp, but
True.
how do you feel about it? Let's say Sneaky doesn't have this good of a game. Do Grin still win? Do you still see them as that much superior even after this game?
No, I think that was why they won, right? Sneaky had an amazing performance. I think they would have won anyway, but not in this sort of dominating fashion. And a big part of it also is we see that the Morphling, he's forced to buy 3 defensive items. And that limited him in these team fights a lot. He jumps in, he hits, and you're like, man, you're kind of cute. You know, you're just splashing them right now.
Exactly. Okay, Ottomo, now when you said 3, I remember that I cast with Snare, and he shows the number 3 in a specific way. Can I see on your hands how you do it?
No, well, production is very much telling me not to do that, so I'm gonna listen to them.
Okay, I do it like this. I just wanted to say that I do it like this, and Snare does it like this. But either way, guys, we are gonna go on to a break. Ottomo, he has betrayed me, and we'll be back in 10 minutes once the game 2 should start.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live two lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you're with us, you win.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Grin Esports versus NextUp. That is the series that we're watching currently, and Grin did look quite a lot better in game one, thus giving themselves a victory. I'm Harry, and this is Otomo, who's gonna be telling us, like, percentage-wise, the chances of NextUp in this series to equalize it.
I'd say 20%. You know, there were some glimmers of hope. All right, what do you want me to do? There were some glimmers of hope where it looked like there were good movements. We saw some arenas followed by Techie's jump. So
I think they didn't buy a single glimmer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god. Anyway, but the point is, we have been seeing Mirage struggle in every game we've watched. They always pick him Storm Spirit. He is having trouble having impact. The rotations from the enemy side was also really good. So I just don't feel like they're quite there yet. Grin Esports, they're definitely also adjusting, but they seem to be adjusting much better.
Okay, yeah, that is the case. We've seen Grin yesterday lose, and they are at the bottom, right? Okay, now winning, if they win the series, that's not going to be the case any longer. Do you think their opponents were like super good and they have a good shot versus the other teams, or do you still see Grin and NextUp as the bottom two anyways?
I still kind of see them as the bottom two. We'll have to wait a little bit more to get an idea but Wak looked very good, even though there were some mistakes. However, Grin, they had good. They played better than against Wak than NextUp played against Grin just now. You know what I mean? Like the gap felt smaller in that series. So I would imagine that Grin Esports, if they are at the 5th place, there's not much of a gap between 5th and 1st for them, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't be surprised if Grin Esports makes it to the top 3. I just think it's a little unlikely.
Okay. I guess losing the first series, of course, we're gonna doubt you, Grin, but you can still prove us wrong. We do have a draft on our hands, so we should be getting into it right now to see what the teams have in store going forward, as Grin are gonna be banning out the Batrider. They feel like it was a problem for them, and if you ask me, it was the biggest problem from the NextUp side.
100%. I thought that so bad. He did well in the laning phase. We saw him get a couple of kills top. He was always farming. He had as much CS as all the cores by like the 10-minute mark. If it wasn't for Sneaky having an amazing game, we would be praising so bad's Batrider. We would have been like, wow, that Batrider is massive impact. And one thing, I know this is a little bit off topic, but as I'm saying, Grin Esports is bottom 2 in the group. They follow me on Twitter, and you're like, oh, sorry, you know, I appreciate the follow, but also can't really change my mind. I hope they do well. I definitely root for them more now.
I mean, you did defend them from me saying that Kits isn't rank 7 at the moment, so it makes sense.
It is definitely rank 7. It is definitely rank 7. Alright, the next up though, they start banning out a couple of the offlaners that they do not want to see Mu on. Mu, quiet-ish game, but we were to see a couple of those big dooms that just gets them the kill. It wasn't super flashy, but it was very consistently good, and sometimes that's pretty dangerous.
Yep, that definitely is pretty dangerous. So we still see no picks, only the bans are here at the moment. As Otomo, is your throat getting better? Are you healing? Are you gonna be at full force very soon?
I'm healing, but it's taking a long time. I tend to recover very slowly from sore throats, and this talking with you guys, I enjoy it, but it's definitely not the best thing for my health.
With you guys, you and me are the only ones talking though.
I consider production people too. I see them as humans.
Sure.
Maybe you don't. Maybe you see them as fish or something, but I see them as humans. As Grin, they take the Kunkka. Next up, they're like, all right, we can't ban the Shadow Demon. We're definitely going to be taking it and making sure that they don't get it. And plus, they want it for themselves, it seems like.
I like it as a save versus the Kunkka. Very nice versus the X. You can save your buddies, of course. Disruption is in itself somewhat of a setup for the boat and the torrent, but it's still gonna be in a more defensive position than you were initially caught in, so it most definitely helps either way. Morphling ban on the one side, the Tiny and the Faceless Void on the other, and we see a Centaur, so I guess you are here just hoping it's not a support.
Oh yeah, definitely hoping it's not a support. Did they play this as a support yesterday? I know we did see a couple of support Centaurs. I don't really like the Centaur in this situation. You can pick a Mars now, and you have already the Glimpse and X Mark. Like, it's not... sometimes I see Centaur, you're up against like a Monkey King and Phoenix, and you're like, wow, very nice Centaur pick, just to get out of all that trouble. I see it against a Kunkka and Disrupt, and I'm like, okay. I don't really see the point, but good luck. Let's hope it works well for them.
I guess Blink Initiation is always nice. We really can't take that away from this hero ever.
There was one support Centaur by NextUp yesterday. It was in their first game, which it did not look good. I'm hoping it's not going to be support. They did pick it next game as a core, so they're definitely flexible with it.
Didn't look good there either, right?
Looked worse actually, now that you mention it. But I don't know. They picked it. We gotta work with what we have.
They gotta work with what we have. We just need to comment on it. So I'm liking our odds in this game. You are part of NextUp. I'm sorry. You move over there. In game 1, you were like, oh, we disagree. And Atomo, when we disagree, who's always right? And I'm like, you, Daddy Harry. And then turns out that I was right for once. And now, well, now I get to sit on my high horse.
5 seconds remaining.
Considering that the only horse here, the only one who could be kind of seen that way is the Centaur, and you hate him, so I guess that's probably not going to be happening.
I actually love support Centaur. I love support Centaur, just not competitively. By the way, he does set up very nicely with the Shadow Demon if they go 3-4. It's disruption to hoof stomp to double edge, a lot of shadow poison. You usually get like 3 stacks off during that time. So there is great synergy there. Although if you put the Rubik as a 5, I think that's actually better in this game, just so that you can lift them and send him away. Glimpse does take some time to activate.
That is true. That is true. Though Rubik is somewhat of a deny pick from NextUp as well. We all know that the Rubik plus Centaur is a strong lane if you don't want to be laning the Shadow Demon with him. Though really the disruption is a good setup for the hoof stomp, anyways. And I really liked it how you put it there. Your relationship with the Centaur. I love you, but as friends.
Yeah. Well. Yes, we do have a very close brotherhood, you could say. That's how it is. Well, but I mean, the thing is, when I see him as a support being picked, a lot of times they just go Tranquil, Blink, and that's it. Then that's all. And I keep thinking, if you're gonna pick Centaur, he's a very unique support, similar to like the way you play Monkey King. If you're gonna pick him and buy Force Staff, there are better options for that. So we'll see what NextUp does, if they even play him as a core support. They've been taking a lot of time with the second pick phase. I've seen it. Good one.
Okay.
Overall, no, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. Nothing that Grin Esports has works against him.
instant lift, static storm.
And yeah, if they have no BKB piercing, he will be able to get his rage off. And you remind also that you have the save from Shadow Demon, so even if you get caught, there's still 2.5 seconds save. No, I like this a lot. And they pick a Razor.
Then I pick. I think that's the idea.
I think so too.
Plus they have the
so
last
too.
pick, so they can put it wherever the hell they want.
Yeah, when I saw the Razor, I was about to say it's usually picked against the lifestealer. Here they just do not want to give it away. Grin Esports. It's a bit scary, this next up lineup. You know, it's got some saves, some control. Stampede sure countered, but will have some use at some point. If you're Grin, do you want something like a Terrorblade? I think Terrorblade might not be a bad pick for them as a carry.
What about a ranged hero?
We keep saying that, but we rarely see it. Like, what, Templar? Maybe? I don't know. I'd rather see a Terrorblade.
Ah, it's banned out.
No, I want a Terrorblade. Terrorblade, usually Razor, he can like stack link one guy. It's kind of hard to get on top of Terrorblade. He has illusions to do a ton of damage. You can use reflection on the lifesteal to get free radiance. That's cool too.
That's not a carry though.
No, it's not. It's a Mid-Zeus.
Some vision, some burst damage. Actually quite nice. When you look at the Shadow Demon, you want to find out where he is instantly. You're going to have some extra vision, so the glimpses are going to be slightly easier. You have burst damage, which is something that you were lacking. So, a pretty decent pick. Not awesome, but decent.
I like your point about using him to get glimpse targets. Because, you know, sometimes you see people, they're juking in the jungle, they TP away, and something, or they're just sort of at the edge, but they're like in the fog of war. The Thunder God's Wrath will prevent that. So I like it a lot. They do ban out some, so this is definitely a mid. This is definitely a mid Zeus. So next up, I think they become mid right now. Correct?
I mean, they could go for a support next up.
Yeah, but I don't want to see Razor go mid against the Zeus. I don't think that really favors the Razor that much. And of course they ban out Terrorblade, as we mentioned earlier. Too good in this situation.
It's not too bad. I've seen Malrine win pretty much every matchup with the Razor maxing out the plasma field, so I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't love it.
No, I wouldn't want to see it. I think you want to put, but you might be right. They see the matchup that they get, then they put the Razor there. If it's like a melee carry in the end, they're like, all right, we'll put the Razor there. If not, we can just put him mid. If you're Grin, you might consider the range carry, like you said, Drow,
Luna,
Luna. Oh, Luna would be the best pick actually. You're very right. Or Gyrocopter, something like a Luna or Gyro. Oh, Gyro's banned. This is Luna.
Gyro versus Razor, that would be pretty foolish though.
It's banned. Doesn't matter. It's going to be the Luna. With the Terrorblade gone, I feel like Luna is your best option.
I'm okay with the TA as well. I know that you didn't like it necessarily, but just because of the tempo potential of the Grin Esports lineup, the TA fits that.
You know, if you have Luna and Zeus, you're definitely on a slower pace though. Luna wants to farm. Zeus, Thunder God's Wrath gives you a little bit of aggression on the side lanes the moment he hits 6, but it's pretty long cooldown. The hero sometimes builds boosted travel.
I know. Naga Siren. Let's go.
Nah, I still prefer the Luna. I still prefer the Luna way more than the Naga Siren. Although the sleep is not bad. Really, the sleep is pretty good. I'd put Naga Siren as the second best pick after the Luna and the Terrorblade, which is banned, of course. What are they gonna do?
Sven is in the pool.
I'm half on this Sven. They take the Templar. Okay, at least it's ranged, but it does have that problem of needing to farm quite a lot. So this Grin Esports draft, the tempo is slow. It is not a run at you fight all the time kind of lineup.
10 seconds remaining.
What now?
I'm trying to think as well. For next, I think you want to take a mid.
Yep.
Yep, they do take a mid.
Awesome.
It's going to be support Centaur.
Not gonna lie, Optimo. This next up lineup looks better. Like, it does look better. Lifestealer is uncontested in the lane, in the game. The Void Spirit has a lot of fodder in the backlines to kill. The Razor is a good counter to the TA later on in the game. Plus, once you get the BKB, none of these heroes touch you. I like the NextUp lineup.
I like it too. I don't know if it's... I mean, certainly much closer draft-wise than Game 1. Maybe I'd say they have a better draft than Grin, but Grin outplayed them pretty heavily. So I'm having a hard time picking which team I think is going to win. However, you pick NextUp again, right? You believe they're going to equalize?
Exactly.
I can't agree with... then I have to take Grin. I have to go there. They followed me on Twitter. How can I go up against a person who follows me on Twitter? You know, they're basically my
I
homies
follow
at this
you on
point.
Twitter.
Oh, that's true too. I thought I blocked you though. Dude, are you still following me? I thought that...
Why did you block me?
I mean, it was an accident. I misclicked.
Well, unblock
anyway,
me.
By the way, I think the guy who's there from Grin is saying he's going to unfollow immediately. Great. I guess then maybe I should be on your side because at least you don't unfollow. No, I like Grin Esports. I think they played better in Game 1. It is a slow draft for sure. You have a lot of squishy back line, but I think you can outplay them. You have good control with the Glimpse and the X Mark. It's tough. NextUp's draft is better, but Grin is the better team, and I've seen the better team often overcome these draft disadvantages.
You're gonna have to make a decision, Ottomo. You're gonna have to make a decision. Okay.
I'm with Grin. You know?
Okay, you're with Grin. Can you give us a slight grin there?
I don't know. That's how theirs looks, by the way.
Their looks evil, and I think you are incapable of evil. So you could have never have replicated that one.
Did you ever watch Friends? There's an episode where Ross, he makes his teeth super white, and that's how he smiles. And I feel like it's the goofiest way to smile, so I try to copy that. When you ask me, I'm like, yeah, that's how he smiles.
Wait, is that the show where they need to let you know when you need to smile, right? They say something, and then the laughs in the background, like, ha 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 ha, and then you know, oh, I should be laughing now. Is that the one?
Yeah, but it's fun. Well, they all of them do that, but Friends is funny. It's a good one, and yeah, that's Ross's smile when he makes it. He goes. That's it. Anyway, yeah, the draft is beginning. They're paused right now, so we're gonna go into the game in just a second. I'm interested to see how Mirage handles it. I've seen Mirage play a lot, and seems like he's just always struggling, and he's up against a rank 7 mid laner, which is Kits. The records are all there. Kits, kind of a pub stomper, but he seems to be adjusting slightly to the competitive scene.
Okay. If you say so, you just saw one victory come out, and you're like, Kits, let's go. And if you guys want to say Kits as well, let's get into the game. We're gonna be seeing him right now. Grin Esports versus NextUp, Game 2 officially starting. There's no more pause. There's only smokes, and these two teams are gonna be going up against each other with the odds from 1xBet, our sponsor. The ones that we wouldn't be here without are gonna be saying that they do favor Grin, but ever so slightly.
Yep, not a big change here. And kudos to Relock for making this happen. Oh, wait. We'll say more nice things later. Oh, nice wards from both sides.
Did he just miss the hoofstomp? No, he actually stopped it. That's going to be a very nice story that might actually turn this fight around. And Lowdown will be the first one to fall so bad. Gets the kill, but look at what's happening now. Seven Jesu is fighting until the end. But his own, not the enemies. Now Sneaky is going to be running forward. There will be another torrent coming out fairly soon. At least they're going to try to slow them down with a plasma field, with a torrent. Baiting with it. There it is. Going to be used right now. Meow. He does read you like a book. Moo isn't going to be able to get that one, and the heroes are back to the world of the living, so Grin, they want to run.
They should be able to bring the Disruptor in time, but they're kind of out of mana, right? The kids can't do anything. Oh, he stayed a bit too far, and there's no excuse. Sneaky, he knew they were there, and he will be able to make it out just barely.
The thing is that both of the teams had a ward there on the high ground, so you kind of hope that, oh, we are the only ones that see things, and that's just not the case. Kunkka stealing the bounty. Who's faster, him or the lifestealer? And it is gonna be Moo, as Mirage is gonna be starting the lane with less than half HP. That is so sad. So talk to me about this. Who won? One side got the first blood and the... Oh, just a second. Lodine in some trouble. There will be a hoof stomp and a very dead disruptor. Okay, now it's definitely a win for NextUp. You got the first blood, you have the same amount of kills as the enemies, and you took down a ward.
Yep, and and the bounty runes are even as well. I was about to say it's even until that happened, and I was like, oh, nope, NextUp definitely happy. A tiny bit more experience for Grin until they lost the disruptor. A tough start from Lodine. I think that's both of the deaths have been on him. So awkward.
Every single time the draft ends, I kind of check what Lord Gaven has to say about it. And in this game, 64%, or let's round it up to 65, versus the 35 of Grin Esports. So NextUp are quite favored here in the Dota Plus.
100%. I feel like the draft also favors them. I picked Grin because, again, as mentioned, I feel like they are the better team, and I can see them losing. You know, the gap is not so astronomical that they can win in easily with this draft at this advantage. It's going to be a close game. Someone was pointing out yesterday that every time I say it's a close game, it becomes a stomp.
Yeah. Well, it is. Our knowledge is so immense that that sometimes it does. I have no idea what the hell I wanted to say. I don't know what to tell you, Ottomo. I don't know what to tell you, Ottomo. I have nothing to bail you out of that one.
You could just say sometimes we're wrong. I don't know what the hell with the knowledge and the circles, and I'm like, okay, as taking a bit of hits here, but should be able to make the outline barely though. This is a tough lane to be a support centaur. Disruptor and TA, heavy physical damage, lots of slows. I'm not liking his odds.
Yeah, he's not helping the Razor whatsoever, trying to pull the creep. Like, I got one creep for you, buddy. I got it. His armor is gonna go heavily into -3 at the moment. Look at what they're doing to poor Shizoid. So it's not only gonna be the Razor low, but the Centaur following in his footsteps as well.
Yeah, if you're a Centaur, you might want to go and pull some creeps behind the tier 1, bring them back between your tier 1 and tier 2, so you can help your Razor farm, because that is a tough matchup. Overall, draft-wise, favoring NextUp, but bottom lane is tough. How's mid? Fairly even. I do expect Kids to have a decent time just because harassing is super easy for him as a Zeus.
I mean, Void Spirit now has the stick, he's gonna have a wand and the bottle, so I guess he won't care about the harassment.
He'll care. Trust me, he'll care a lot, actually.
Really?
And, oh yes. Actually that Arc Lightning doesn't proc.
But what's with the Kunkka CS? I mean, shouldn't Kunkka struggle versus the Lifestealer? Meow in trouble, the tower heal is not gonna help, as Shizoid is thinking about fighting aggressively, and that would be a bad move.
He needs to go and pull creeps. This is an unwinnable matchup in going 2 versus 2. What you want is the Razor and the TA to be solo, and you pull the Disruptor away by pulling creeps. You're like, alright, Disruptor, follow me, Habibi. We'll go on this side. You try to stop me from pulling creeps. And yeah, you were talking about the top lane. Kunkka, I don't think he struggles that much against Lifestealer.
Well, he doesn't struggle, he's winning.
Oh, well done by Sneaky. Use the telekinesis, make sure that the camp can spawn, and that's going to be fun for them. Mirage also in the mid lane barely limps away to safety, so the lanes overall just looking really nice for Grin.
Oh, Kits is gonna be getting both of the water runes, so the Void Spirit needs to go back, and you were right. He is gonna be struggling because of the harassment. The Zeus is hella annoying.
It is, and there's nothing you can do about it because your Resonant Pulse, it's only good against physical damage. If it was a shield for everything, I'd be like, this matchup is not so bad, but it's tough. Check out the Centaur, he's already level 4. He is hella farmed, actually.
You transition into a Corp with the Razor on support?
I think you can do that.
If you want to lose.
We'll see what If you want to, I mean, here's the thing: you pick support Centaur, you already put yourself at like a 10% win rate with this guy. Also, he's not putting any points in retaliate, which I think you'd want. You're up against two guys who'll harass you pretty heavily.
Oh, 7 Jesu is struggling on this lifestealer. They have the X. He actually does have a rage, so we'll be fine. This is very sad for a lifestealer. He's being pressured by a Kunkka, and I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
It's still 60% in favor of NextUp in terms of the win percentage. By Lord Gaben himself. And do we question Lord Gaben? Do we ever do that?
I mean, no, Lord Gaben, our savior in the Steam cloud. Please invite us to TI. Thank you. We will always listen to. At least I will. Ulti finishes off 7 Jesu. There's the Thunder God's Wrath. They do lose Sneaky, but so bad is gonna be in some trouble, especially with the Kunkka coming in. There's the right click, gets the kill. Another double edge finishes him off, and this Centaur is actually looking quite strong at the moment.
He is. You know, he's already got 1,000 gold if he wants to go for a straight up blink, but I obviously want to get boots first. And he's got some. He's doing okay for himself. Of all the support Centaurs, he's had the most impact in the early game, especially considering the matchup. Look at that. Boom. Doesn't even want to take it. That's a real support right there. I mean, I would have double-edged 100%, but he did the right thing by not stealing that kill.
I disagree. You need to be greedy. Get that kill. That was a mistake from Shizoid.
I mean, I think you should do it anyway, just because I'm a greedy bastard myself. But, you know, the correct way to play is to let your carry get everything. Correct way. Oh, looks like we are going to have the Wisdom Runes showing up in just a bit. Next up, maybe they were thinking about going to steal one, but that's not... Actually, no, wait. Oh, Zeus is here, okay.
Zeus is coming. They have the lift up, however, misses on the hoof stun.
That's not happening.
Will be there, and Sneaky gets it for himself. Now you're just gonna leave the two supports to die. There is no chance that So Bad is getting out of this one alive, and you just gave away 2 kills. These supports are going to be struggling in levels as well, as it was the Razor who picked up the Wisdom Rune, or at least one of them will.
Yeah, I think it's probably the Centaur is the one who doesn't get the experience, so the Shadow Demon catches up slightly. But the moment you saw Kits there, you should have ran away. I mean, he's rank 7 after all, which is very high.
Yep, for sure.
By the way, I only say that just to annoy you. You know, it's like,
why would you annoy me?
I don't know. I'm kind of mean that way.
No, why would that annoy me? The glimpse there, but the ulti from the Zeus finishes him off. They do bring down Milky, however, so that's quite nice. So Bad, is he going to be able to run down the Disruptor? The quick answer is no. So the Disruptor lives. The 2 cores in the bottom lane, they go down with the TA dying first. A slight win for NextUp for sure.
I think so too. Although the Zeus getting the kill, the killing blow means he gets experience from it. If he only uses it and he gets like he dies after, you get the assist goal. But if you get the killing blow, you get the EXP. So that's pretty good for Kits. Level 8 at 8 minutes, not bad at all.
Going for the Phylactery. Are you a fan of the Phylactery build? Is that what you want to see on the Zeus?
It's fine. It gives you the most tempo early on for sure. I don't really like it overall for the Zeus, but it's fine.
I think you don't like the Phylactery as an item.
I like Phylactery as an item. Disruptor, he's dead.
Yeah, very much. Actually, the kinetic field is going to protect him. So Bad will finally be able to finish him off with the Shadow Poison stacks. And that's a nice clean kill with Kits coming over. The question is, can he secure this one? So Bad is looking very much dead. Kits just continues to spam out the spells, as he does have the haste for mobility. So nice turnaround there in general. Can we look at the net worth though?
I was about to say that. Oh man, we are so in sync. Yep, it's as we thought. Grin Esports all 3 at the top. Miu really struggling. But on the bright side, we are seeing the support center at the top of the net worth for the first time since forever, I guess.
I know the support centers sometimes do well. It's not that uncommon. Void Spirit taking some damage. Glimpse is gonna be used. Nice disruption. Does he have a dissimulate? Yeah, he does, but didn't want to use it there.
Yeah, we could just walk out, no problem. Well, alright, Centaur, I imagine he's got boots and it's going to be straight up Yeah, blink after. He's only got 1,000 gold towards his blink. Oh, this could be more.
Yeah, they found the dude. The hoof stomp is there. He's gonna have the heavenly jump, but let's see if he's gonna be sent to the heavens himself. The Dissimulate does some damage. He turns around with it.
That's a save.
Disruption. It saves him so bad. No. Okay, at least he does bring him down. Glimpse away. Poor Razor. He cannot join the fight. And now so bad will die for his sins of killing the enemy mid laner. A mid laner for 2 supports, kind of even.
I guess, but if you hadn't disrupted him, you would have killed him earlier. EXP would have gone to the Centaur, which would have brought him close to that level 6, giving him the Stampede. So, really not ideal, that Glimpse, at all. Oh, I just realized something. If you're Grin, you definitely do not want to go right-click Zeus in this one, up against a Shadow Demon.
Oh yeah, yeah, those illusions are gonna hurt.
Yeah, so we'll see if... let's hope Kits doesn't go for it, because if he does, we might have to flame him. A little bit.
You never do it. You are not the type of analyst that is gonna do it, which is sometimes something I hate. As Astral Step, no, he's not gonna go for it. My analyst always praises the players. No Dissimulate, but he has the Astral Step to get out of the kinetic field. It's still so much damage being done to him. Rush has to be careful. Shizoid in a very aggressive position. Sneaky. Double Astral Step stolen. Double Edge, and with the stolen Double Edge, he is gonna be bringing down Shizoid himself.
That's it. That's him sacrificing himself for the mid laner. This is kind of a problem. You know, you pick this, as we mentioned, you pick support Centaur. He has to kind of be played in a very specific way where he's very greedy. Dying like that is going to hurt as Mirage dies anyway. Oh, man. Can you imagine if you're the Centaur? You're like, dude, could you know, I just gave up my life for you, buddy.
The only thing I know is that I'm not going into the water in this game, right? Because there's Zeus, there's Disruptor, and then there's Razor. Like, there's so many things that they're gonna electrocute me.
I always wonder something. It's like, how far does the electricity spread through water? Like, what if you're on the one side of the river and he's on the other side? Like, can't be that it's like all over.
The energy gets lost, but I don't know how much of it, so...
Yeah, like, it has to dissipate at some point. As Sneaky, what does he steal? He steals a maxed out Shadow Poison. Amazing ability for the Rubik to have.
you throw out a toaster at like where the river is coming out, and then even when it gets into the sea, you suddenly electrocute every single living thing in all of the waters in the world, because they really are connected.
Yeah, I know. It's like you throw a toaster and all the whales die. You're like, what the hell happened? He's like, I'm sorry, throw out a toaster.
See?
Well, in the meantime, Grin, they're smoked up. The lifesteal, not easy. Not easy kill. As X-Mark comes out, I think he's raged. Oh, okay, he's there.
There's the silence, the Orchid, Stampede, not enough. Seven just running in, has to be somewhat careful, has the Infest to play with, but the idea here is to push him away from the tower. Next up, Win a Smoke, Shizoid, gonna get caught there. The kinetic field does not catch him out, but they do have the glimpse, the torrent, the damage, and the kill.
They stole Stampede.
What the hell?
Wow. Okay, that is a big ability. I don't know if it's better than Shadow Poison, but you could just Stampede and then steal something and you'll be like very happy with that situation. Because when you have Shadow Poison, you don't actually steal anything else. You want to keep it forever.
Dude, Stampede.
Stampede's great. Stampede's really good. They could use it right now.
No, they're gonna be going for him.
There you go.
Dissimulate is gonna be dodging the glimpse, but they're still coming forward. Kinetic field off the mark. Little Piggy, run, Piggy. Still has one more Astral Step to work with, and we'll be having another Dissimulate in a second. Torrent just slightly off the mark.
He splashed him. You know, he splashed him a little bit, but he wasn't able to get him right in the middle of it. That is good use of the Stampede, but now you can steal something else because it's fairly long cooldown early on. Just, you don't really need it. Oh, Zeus, he's gonna be fine.
Rune is on bottom, and it's an illusion rune, so not that big of a deal. I guess Kanka having the Orchid, so maybe the Void Spirit would like to bottle that one up, but it will be the Zeus that actually gets it.
Zeus is going right click. I disagree with this. I think that this is a mistake. You know, if you get caught, or you can disrupt him or his illusions from the Manta, and you get extremely powerful illusions for your side on NextUp. But who knows?
You know how I see it. It's very this build of the Zeus I see as amazing in shoving out the waves, and I think that's what he wants to use it for, right? The TA gets Roche, the Kunkka and the 2 supports catch people, Zeus helps with the Thunder God's Wrath, he always shoves out the lane, and you can always go for plays. That's how I see this lineup being played, so I'm okay-ish with it, with that kind of an approach.
I feel like you have a point. It's just that I think the counterpoint is better. And yep, Kids gets another kill on the Centaur. Where are we at with that Blink Dagger? I think he doesn't have it yet. He is a couple hundred gold away from it. That'll help. But he's struggling so much. Like, I feel like you blink in and you're just gonna die anyway.
Probably. You're not getting out of the kinetic field. You are committing wholeheartedly, 100%. 7 Jessu.
Oh, TA. Look at the TA stack. Juicy.
Yep, TA will be getting a ton of farm there. Blink Dagger next on the menu. Here comes the boat. A very dead Mirage. The Stolen Stampede coming into play once again.
Alright, it's gonna time out. He definitely has to steal something now. And this whole time, we haven't even seen Milky. I mean, I just clicked on him. I was like, what's he doing? And then you see him take a master attack. You're like, oh, you're #1 net worth. And you're 2,000 gold ahead of the Lifestealer. Whoopsie doozy.
That's looking very scary for NextUp. He's gonna have the blink and the shard pre 20 minutes. Like, it's gonna be so hard to deal with this guy.
I'm very worried. I'm quite worried for NextUp. I'm trying to think of them. They don't really have the better team fight either. One side has Static Storm and Boat. NextUp kind of has none of that.
They have saves. They need long, drawn-out fights rather than jump in and kill somebody. And every single time I see this Void Spirit, the hero is struggling. Why can't people be more farmed on him?
He's not. His laning phase is kind of mediocre, I'd say. Like, especially in this game up against the Zeus. And then if you can't get kills, he doesn't do the same amount of damage as before. I can see why they struggle. 7 just wants to go for the Radiance. He can buy the Sacred Relic in just a bit, but he's... I imagine we'll see the Radiance at like 20 minutes, which is kind of late.
For sure.
They really want this kill. If they can go from behind, they might be able to catch them off guard and get something going for them. This could be a good one for NextUp.
TA doesn't have the blink just yet, so if you catch her, he's not going to be able to get out. Low dying, he will not take it for him. The Stampede going to be used quite aggressively. Going on to the Kunkka, nice way to start off the fight. The Mu is surviving, has the 1 charges, has the Blade Mail and the boat, so the run buff will be there. The Centaur will be losing his life from the other side. Grin are coming to save their party. The ulti from the Zeus, seeing all. Stolen Disruption, he does have the lift, doesn't need to use the Disruption to break the TP, as the TA on the other side is getting another one. Razor will fall. Now next on the menu will be the Void Spirit, who does get silenced, and it's only a matter of time before he's down as well. He's gonna be killing the Kerr, just picking on the small fry, as he knows that this fight is over, and heavily goes in favor of Grin.
Dude, I love Mu going for Orchid on Kunkka. When they jumped on him, he just silenced the Shadow Demon so he couldn't get the Demonic Purge off, and he was like, alright, you can't really hurt me. And I thought they were gonna be able to bring Mu down fairly easily. This is more of a stomp than game 1. As crazy as it is to say. Next up, they have the better draft, and they struggled so much already.
I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why the game might end earlier, right? Some of the teams, you feel like you have to do something, and you go forward. Low dying, gets the Arcane Rune. He might die right now. Glimpse of the mark. That's a lot of damage from 7 Jessu.
It is. The Sacred Relic is along with the Armlet, and he's got the Vambrace giving him a bit of extra damage. But overall, very close to the Radiance. Much needed. Much much-needed. On the same time, though, I mean, you are going to go up against so much damage. It'll help. I'm worried about them.
That does look quite worrying. Mirage is gonna try to continue and farm, but the top lane, the Roche, will go towards Grin as they do find Shizoid. A couple of more hits are gonna do the job. Stolen, the Stampede once again, and he will die to a Fade Bolt Glimpse. Would have killed him either way, so it was one or the other of the supports that are gonna be able to take the kill. I still cannot believe he's giving away a Stampede twice.
By the way, what did we say about Centaur support? Usually going to be very poor, and he is lowest net worth, while sneaky all the way at the top. Radiance is finished though. Alright, this is kind of a big deal. The Manta Illusions will melt, some hits will miss from the TA, and the right click Zeus is weak to, not weak, but he's more affected by the radius than the magic Zeus would be.
For sure. Mirage infested. Not sure what they're looking for. Maybe hoping that the enemies are going to be going for an aggressive move. But you are going to be under enemy vision. Mirage has been spotted. Here comes the Torrent. Will connect on him. He is infested, however, so quite a lot. And the ult stop not going to be happening. What a play by the Zeus. Now goes for Guilty. They see clearly what's happening into the backlines. Onto Sneaky. Glimmer Cape protecting him. Stolen Ether Remnant with an Orchid on Mirage. There's the Ether Remnant pulling him in. Look at me while I kill you. The Dissimulate onto the high ground and the Astro Step to the side. Milky dropping low on the TA. That was quite dangerous, but still has the Aegis to work with, and these Glimmer Capes are really making a difference. Now the Lifestealer with the Radiance, he is quite strong himself. He's going to be gunning forward. Look at Milky, he's going to be keeping the other ones at bay, while 7 Jesu is going to try doing the same. I cannot believe that this TA is still alive, though will be losing her first life now. In esports, if they lose the TA, it's a big deal. Won't be able to blink away as she doesn't have it. Turns around on the Razor, tries to finish him off. Now it's going to be the Lifestealer on the menu. They cannot fight him. There's the Stampede now to run themselves away. Just got back off cooldown. Here comes the TA. Just one hit. No, the neutral creep kills 7 just while he was toggling. What the hell?
It was the Tormentor. The Tormentor, the burn from it. He was in range for it. That's why he died. Oh, Lord. And you're right, by the way. We could see like a Milky, he was sort of in the middle, just in this, and what a timing at the Wisdom Ruin, really? Everything going there for my boys Grin.
Dude, how can you fight versus a TA without vision? In that fight, the Glimmer Capes, the TA meld, that's what lost you the fight. That TA should have died instantly in that fight. The Rubik should have died instantly in that fight. And you don't have a freaking dust. Buy a dust. Buy a sentry. I actually cannot believe that they did this.
I know. I was looking at... sorry, the lifesteal, he goes in, he tries to kill the Rubik, and Rubik just goes invis and doesn't care. TA stands in the middle, melded, that's fine as well. 7 Jesu, he did do what he could for the team though, to be fair with you. Like, he did bring out a lot of damage, but it's not enough. And Shizoid immediately gets nothing in that fight. He blinks into the Static Storm and dies instantly.
Milky will go towards the top lane, gets X'd up just to shove it out. With a TA, it's gonna go really, really fast, and he will be back with his team in no time. Oh, that man, this TA is so strong. Has the shard now as well. Pike, just everything working out for Grin, and they're going for a smoke. They want the jugular now.
Alright, what they really need is to get those disruptions on the Zeus. If you can get disruption on the Zeus, you will have damage, and oh dear. Okay, Centaur's still alive.
He's gonna be fine. Blinks himself away. Silencing the Lifestealer. There's the ulti. They have the lift up and the Orchid as well. He needs help. He needs help now, and the help is not coming. There will be a boat, however. But what? He got the disruption off, and it will allow him to rage. Glimmer Cape. This is how you play versus Invis. You buy the dust, but he's still aren't able to kill him. Exxon so bad. They allow him to get a taste of the fountain, but you need to heal a lot more for them not to be able to kill you. 2 supports dead. Lifestealer does survive, however.
That's important, but it doesn't sort of like Lifestealer living keeps the status quo of the game, which is very much in favor of Grin. They get 2 kills. They're only gonna get the Tormentor. Who's gonna get the shard upgrade? It's gonna be Sneaky. Nah, not bad. Some of the spells you still will be upgraded, which is what you want.
Not bad. You're still the big proponent of the Disruptor shard.
Yes, I love Disruptor shard. I think Rubik shard is also fairly solid here. I mean, if you can get double edge, it actually becomes kind of good.
Wait. So Rubik shard is solid, and the Disruptor shard is the best one in the game, right?
Best one in the game is strong, but it's very good. Oh my god.
There used to be a centaur there.
He's 111. I don't know. I don't know how you sort of say anything at this point.
I'm gonna tell you. So this is how we're all taught when we are young. You open your mouth, you kind of move your tongue around, and it does produce some kind of sound. So that's how you talk in general.
I see. What I meant is, how do I say something positive for NextUp? The only thing I can say is that if they can get disruption illusions on Zeus, you still have a good chance of taking these fights. Like, that would give you such a huge damage boost that you can come back. Other than that, maybe if you jump the supports. It's like one of these 2 things has to happen for you to take a fight.
That's gonna be a mid-tier 2 down. Not much you can do about it. Kits will be the one to claim it. The first tier 2 of the game. Actually, that's the second tier 2 of the game. Will be going down. Nope. Wait, did they get the top one? Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they got, yep. So that's 5 towers in favor of Grin. They also have Glimmer Cape on both supports. They're like, these guys aren't buying any detection. They have dusts on 3 players now, though, for NextUp. Oh. Okay.
It's so scary versus the Glimpse, so scary versus the X as well. When you're rage TPing out, it just doesn't last that long. 6 seconds is not enough. If you don't instantly rage TP, both of these spells, it can very easily catch you.
And we've seen sometimes people TP back to base with the life steal so he can infest them. Just so that he doesn't get Glimpse or X marked back.
Oh boy, that's so unlucky. The illusion expires before the disruption, and so he doesn't
I
get the
saw
illusions.
that. I thought that you would get them no matter what. I was like, I didn't realize the mechanic worked that way. That is super unfortunate.
No, I don't. That's just the most annoying thing. If you disrupt them and while disrupted they expire, it's just so sad.
Mirage. Did again. Like as I've mentioned, Mirage, he has been struggling this tournament, going pretty much 0-4 in the laning stage so far.
Did you see that attempted play? X Hurricane Pike, but luckily this the Shadow Demon has a Glimmer. If there was a dust on the TA, that was a very dead hero.
I saw it. I was just like, oh, well, he's probably going to make it out just because of the Glimmer Cape. What does the Centaur have? Can we click on the Centaur? I know he's got Blink and Boots. And that's
Blink and Boots.
Okay.
Like what?
I like
what else
Boots.
do
I
you
like
need?
Anything, a lot. This is not good enough. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, how about you finish Tranquil Boots? Why do they just keep the Windlass? Just get the Tranquil Boots. Like, what do you lose?
300 gold.
It's too. Isn't Ring of Health like 175?
Oh yeah, it's
have
175. Yeah, exactly. It's 175.
It's like, what are you saving? It is a super cheap item. And in the meantime, they're just gonna be hitting buildings here. As next up, they're kind of. Oh, okay, that's an Aether Remnant. Need about 3 of those to pull them all the way to the tier 4.
Maybe 10 as the TA will jump in. They have the glimpse. Actually, on the other side, Sobad will get taken out. They do lose Sneaky. Has a buyback from Sobad. So it is a 4 versus 5 scenario. Dusts. Finally, they have a dust that's going to make sure the disruptor goes down. Uses the static storm kinetic field. Nobody will be able to respond to that as the TA posturing quite nicely. Finishes off the rages before disruption does come out. That's the illusions from the TA, however, but it might be enough. Kunkka coming over to help. There is no help for this TA. 7 just a little bit too strong. Going for the Kunkka as well. Nothing to stop the TP. Will be able to get himself away, but with just 1 buyback, next up, win that fight quite nicely for them.
Very convincing. Roshan's also going to be up about 30 seconds. If NextUp wants to go for it, it will be on their side of the map if they can push it out. That is a big sign of life. Very big signs of life from them. I thought they actually disrupted the Zeus, but no. Glance value, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, from a certain angle, Zeus and Templar Assassin look kind of the same, don't they?
Sure.
I
actually dare you to tell a girl on the street that she looks like some old, bald, like mustached, whatever, like mustache guy who, I don't know, he looks like an artist because he's all, you see his hair, it's like he was hit by lightning.
Well, he really wants this. Would be a very nice kill if they get it.
Infest on Shizoid, he's gonna die, you're inside of the static storm, you have definitely made a mistake as a Leicester. It doesn't look like a good swimmer, doesn't have the constitution for it, as Sobad will be going down without a buyback, opening up a dire side roach for Grin Esports. That is an Aegis cheese that NextUp can never contest.
I kind of almost applaud them going for that. Yes, it looks throwy just because they failed, but in that situation they were 5 versus 4. They felt like they could get something going for them. So while it didn't work because maybe it wasn't the right approach, I did like that they wanted to go for kills. But unfortunately that just puts them even further behind as the Aegis is gonna go to the Templar, the cheese probably to Kits. Oh, 88%. That's a bit lower than I thought for Grin.
Zeus has a Moon Shard. Zeus has a Manta. Zeus has a cheese.
Yep.
be like Zeus. And he also has
like
the
Zeus?
level 20 talent with the Arc Lightning current health as damage, 6% of it. So this this Lightning Hands, it's gonna be even more powerful.
Yes, it will. Oh, that it's it almost doubles the damage, doubles the percentage at least. At least everyone's gonna be up for this defense. That's a nice ward being put by Grin Esports. I wonder if NextUp will be able to spot out in time. Mirage is right next to it, but as we've kind of been a trend in the game, they don't have detection. Although, to be fair, who puts detection in that area?
Trying to go for the tower, the disruption, eat the remnant, follow up move stomp, taking away her damage. Status is there, trying to get her out with the force. Will be able to do what did the Kunkka do to them? Kits does so much damage, and the Kunkka brought them all into the lightning hands of the Zeus as Milky hunts down the stragglers, the ones that are left. Next up, got deleted.
And yeah, they're going to be losing a lot of buildings, at least the top and the mid set of Raxes. They have buyback only on Mirage, and he can't do anything by himself. It's pretty much GG. Honestly, it's a bit of a sad game. It never really looked like NextUp had any chance. We thought they would do better in the laning stage and overcome them with their draft, but that just never happened. Grin too strong.
I don't know. You're saying it's sad. I never felt like crying during this game. It was quite fun for me. NextUp did try to hold their own, but unfortunately they are going to be losing it to Lane of Rax now. 27k gold behind. We saw how easily they die if you make just a slight mistake, which they did make, and now the game is pretty much all but over. They could GG out and it wouldn't make any difference.
I agree. They might be thinking, let's go for one last hurrah, maybe we can get something going for us, but in all honesty, it's like a 1 in a million chance that you can take these fights. But we've seen 1 in a million happen before, but it's very much 1 in a million. Or
it says 1 in 50.
It
says 1 in 50. Like what? You know the difference between 50 and million? Like it's quite a lot.
I think millions is a bit higher than 50. Like
yeah.
3 or 4 times more at least.
We can maybe ask. So, the ACOT still has an Aegis.
He's got
BKB this time around. 9-second BKB. The Thornstorm will be used. Stolen Stampede once again coming into play. At least do get out of the Thornstorm. Stolen Demonic Purge now. So Sneaky is getting all of the ultis. These supports side of NextUp. I don't know who they're working for. 7 Jesu tries to fight the Zeus, and in a man fight he loses quite convincingly as Kits is beyond godlike, gets a double and forces NextUp to surrender, who are now going to be 0-4 and on a very, very good path to get eliminated from the group stage here at the RES EU #1.
I don't know, man. You want to be able to comment and say something about it. Next up, they had a good draft, but unfortunately, and they had a good start. Remember, they were able to get the first blood and get a kill with it, but it just wasn't enough. The laning stage was really tough for them. You can't do anything as a Centaur against Disruptor as well as TA. You walk in, you take so much damage, so much slows, so Disruptor was doing nothing. Mid lane, it was Void Spirit versus the Zeus. We're like, oh man, it's gonna be tough for Void Spirit. And that's what happened. Top lane was kind of okay, but Kunkka shockingly did well against the Lifestealer. And that basically is, you lost 3 lanes, you snowballed as expected, you could say.
Yeah, Grin Esports, they were a much better team than NextUp. You pointed out yesterday that NextUp didn't look all that great yesterday versus Marsbet, and it was shown here once again. Grin are going to be getting their first victory here in Group B, but we still have 2 more series, Automo. Namiga and Wak Wak are going to be the next one. Before we take it to the break, any favorites?
This is a good one, actually. I think I might like Wak Wak, but I wouldn't also... it's very close, but it's... Oh, by the way, they did change their name, but I do believe that it will be the Hanskin stack. Let's just go with that. And we'll see their name with their reveal of the name next.
Okay, the reveal is coming, but only after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunkka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live two lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with the regional Dota 2 series here with the second best of two of the day. I'm Harry, joining me is Ottoman, and we're gonna be watching Rest Farmers versus Namiga Gaming. So that's the name reveal that we were going for. It's not gonna be Wek Wek any longer, as I think they probably didn't like how I pronounced it. So we are gonna be looking at Rest Farmers, and they have a straw hat there, so it seems some One Piece fans are involved in that logo creation.
Right, it's and I get that part, but I don't get the shark money axe. Is there references there that I'm supposed to be getting? Is it just a funny logo? It's cool. It's definitely unique. I love these kind of logos because I think too many orgs just go for sort of a standard black and white, cool looking. This is way more my thing for Rest Farmers though.
You don't understand the Rest Farmers logo?
I know. I mean, I get what. No.
What the hell? How did you? Okay, let's get into the rosters. Yeah, that's just not explainable. Violent, Nikki Cool, Mixa, Queasy, and Ike. Here, oh, Nikki Cool is doesn't look pretty cool. Look at how buff he is.
No, man. So it's like they put him next to like Violent, who is definitely on the more slender side, and you're like, damn. That's not how you would put it. Ike as well. You have like this big beefy, workout guys, Nikki Cool and Mixa, then you have Ike and Violent. Like, okay. But yeah, so the Amiga, they looked pretty good yesterday against Yellow Submarine, especially in game 1. Game 2 wasn't quite, didn't go quite as well for them, but that was more because I feel like Yellow Submarine played really well. And Ike, so far, he has been the best disruptor in this tournament. I imagine that's going to be sort of a contestation point for the two teams, as Hanskin also plays disruptor, and yeah, I'm thinking as like disruptor's like the main position 5 in this game.
Speaking of Hanskin and being buff, we are gonna be seeing both of those there. Though I feel like the side of Namiga had two buffish guys if you add in Mixa. So if it's outside of Dota, I'd be putting my money on them. But Rest Farmers, Shad, Zantic, Zibe, Pablo, and of course Hanskin that we already mentioned. How do you feel about this lineup? Do you think they got an edge here versus Namiga?
I think so. I'd favor Rest Farmers very slightly over Namiga Gaming, but as we mentioned, this is a good match to get an idea of sort of the skill level between the teams. If it's a stomp, it'll be like, oh wow, there's a big gap. But I imagine it's going to be fairly close. I always say that, but that's how I feel. Rest Farmers, Shad recovers very well. Hanskin, he's got some really good heroes. Crystal Main, Phoenix, and Disruptor. Trained Protector as well, though he's not playing this patch. I just feel like they come in as the slight favorites overall.
I really like Zibe's picture. It looks like one of those football players, right?
Yes. Especially the what he's wearing, the clothes, right? Because they always tend to wear these like, I don't know what they call them, jerseys. And that with that pose as well, yeah, it's very much like that. And I also like that we have like 2 former Alliance players, the Into the Breach lineup. It's a big combination of multiple orgs here. I'm still waiting for you to explain what Rest Farmer's logo means to me, because you're like, it's so obvious. Explain.
That is the most obvious logo I've ever seen in my life, in my entire freaking life. We are going to be seeing a Chen and a Timberban from the Namiga side, and Rest Farmers starting off with the four-legged boys.
Oh yeah, 2 four-legged boys actually. As alright, Disruptor stays in the pool. This is something I do feel like both teams will want to look into. Handskin, they might also open up with like a Phoenix instead, or Crystal Maiden. That's sort of been the 2. I feel like these have been the 2 biggest supports this tournament: the Crystal Maiden and the Disruptor.
Crystal Maiden has been so huge for a long period of time, but the Disruptor is definitely only getting traction now. As my colleague needs to hydrate himself, so that his throat works even better when he lets out a scream for a Disruptor that will be coming out for Rest Farmer. So it's gonna be a Handskin playing at this hero as Namiga. They get themselves a Primal Beast Roar, as that's gonna be a nice one versus Disruptor. You get an early BKB, you get on top of him, you smash him into the ground, easy.
Yeah, true, but until you get the BKB, I feel like Disruptor has a very nice edge against the Primal Beast. Could pick him in the Karenk field, then sing him back. Stack Storm is also pretty solid. Okay. And yeah, I was a bit surprising to see them open up with the Primal Beast, because now Crystal Maiden might... I don't know if he's worth banning, but... she might be. She might be worth banning, and just Namiga doesn't get their hands on it. That even comes out as a ban for Rest Farmers. That's another one that has also, as Disruptor, you know, gains popularity and stock, Shadow Demon comes out as a good counter to the Glimpse. So I kind of like it. We see this often with heroes that are counters to meta heroes. You know, like when we see Morphling very popular, we might see Ancient Apparition or Doom come out.
Okay, you haven't really been looking at the loner subreddits and stuff like that, because that show of hands don't ever do it again. As there will be an Enigma coming out for Namiga, so try saying that 3 times fast, as that's gonna be offlane Enigma, mid lane Primal Beast, or do you think this is a flexible Enigma that can go to position 5?
I think it might be a support Enigma, just because Disruptor should have a decent time against the Enigma, and if you're gonna be countered, you might as well be, you might as well have your support be countered rather than your core.
Okay. Okay, is the Gyro in the pool? I'd like to see a Gyro for Rest Farmers. Beat a 4, beat a carry. I don't care. Just get it out right now. Get your offlaner and the Gyro, and you're gonna be very, very happy.
I'd like to see one of Zibe's heroes comes out. By the way, he picks Primal Beast, which is gone. Oh, sorry, no, Azanic plays Primal Beast that much, but Zibe does play the Enigma, and that's gone. Brewmaster's in the pool, Tide Hunter, Mars, Dragon. I want one of these 3, some sort of big team fight for them.
Okay.
There you go.
You could go Rubik. You could go Rubik as well. You don't have to pick the Gyro. I like the Gyro for the flexibility, but the Rubik is actually quite nice versus both the Primal Beast and the Enigma.
True. I wouldn't mind something like I've said before, but Dawnbreaker also wouldn't be so bad, because the Pulverized lasts long. There you go. You're more correct as usual. But I wouldn't mind seeing the Dawnbreaker, because she's a great counter.
You are more correct. I love this.
You are correct.
I love this. I love this. So when you predict something, I predict something else, and your hero comes out and says, "Oh, Otimo, you are more correct than me." I love it. I love it when you blush. You literally are then the same color as your t-shirt. It looks like you're naked.
Okay, let's move on with that one. The Miga, their pick right now, probably gonna take a position 4 in like a carry or a core, just so that you can keep flexing the maybe a carry, because then you flex the Primal Beast a bit more here. That's what I'd like to see.
Tiny. Get a tiny. Look at the squishy supports.
I would be scared to take the tiny somehow. I don't know. I'm not sure if I would want the tiny right now. What would they want to go for Namiga? Lifestealer is in the pool, always good. Nothing wrong with a Lifestealer. And Dark, I was gonna say Dark Willow or Hoodwink as usual, but Dark Willow comes out. Lifestealer, Lifestealer, Lifestealer! Come on, Lifestealer! Lifestealer!
Okay, I'm a big fan of the Dark Willow, but I haven't seen her for a very long period of time. Queasy has been a specialist on the hero for quite some time, so that's, I guess, makes it not as surprising.
Yeah, again, I just feel like Lifestealer would be the pick. For rest farmers, they don't want Lifestealer so much. There's Black Hole as well as Pulverize. As in, there are counters. Maybe they want to pick him anyway, but it feels less valuable for them. Whereas Namiga is like, wow, Lifestealer, very nice. I was gonna do the hand thing, but apparently that's bad on Reddit. They take this Sven instead. Oh, that's fine.
Okay, so they get themselves a Sven. I like it as it does give you the bonus damage, which the Tidehunter cannot reduce with the Anchor Smash. I think that might be the reason they didn't go for the Lifestealer, as he would be tickling people if he doesn't purge off the Anchor Smash. So this is quite nice.
Fair point. And they did also went with the idea that we wanted, which is that you pick a core and a support, and you keep flexing the Enigma. Is it off lane or is it not? So we're gonna be thinking about that for a while. For rest farmers, you kind of know it's like 5 Disruptor, 4 Rubik, 3 Tidehunter. And I imagine you would take the carry now and wait a bit longer for your mid laner. They don't have last pick though, so they might want to take it just now. Both options are valid. TA might be coming up. We've seen TA be seen as sort of a counter to this Sven just because he hits hard, but Refraction blocks damage regardless.
I want a mixture of magical and physical damage. Okay, that kind of fits in. As it might not be a mixture of physical and magical, but I guess with Radiance it kind of is, but it's a tempo hero. And I do like that. While the Sven farms, you're going to farm as well. Your timing comes out first, and you can constantly fight once you do get to that point, which is pretty good versus the Enigma Black Hole, so I like it.
By the way, rest farmers, sorry again, they are encouraging the Enigma to go as a 5, not an off lane. Because if you put the Enigma against the Alchemist, he goes and he finds those Eidolons. It can be a big source of extra gold for him early on. But if you put him as a 5, he's going to be far from the Alchemist in the laying stage. Not going to be as big of a problem. And in general, I do feel like... Sorry, you had something?
No, just continue. I'm just thinking here.
I do think also the Enigma feels somewhat countered against the Disruptor, against the Rubik. And until you get the BKB, even the Tidehunter. So, feels very much like it's going to be a 5 Enigma to me.
Yeah, I think so as well. I also think that you want to put the Primal Beast in the mid lane. Mixa is known for his zoo heroes, like the Visage, like the Beastmaster. So, I guess that might be something you want to go for. And, yeah, then you have the Enigma for the push, you have that offlaner for the push, and then you have the Primal Beast and the Dark Willow for going for kills while the Sven farms. It actually all makes sense currently for Namiga, and they are banning out Mixa heroes. Mars is one of the ones that he started playing in terms of blink initiators ever since he moved to the offlane.
Isn't his most played hero the Visage, or his best hero is the Visage?
Yes.
So rest farmers, they've kept it in. Maybe they feel like they can deal with it. I wouldn't want to go up against Visage if I was Rubik and Disruptor, to be honest with you. I feel like, you know, with the birds coming one angle, you come from another, you can't really kill him in the laning phase. Disruptor Alchemist, maybe you can kill him, but I would rather not see it.
I think in the lane that they can crush him, though. That's just my 2 cents, so I would let it through. I would actually let it through.
Okay. Alright, that's fine with me. As Sniper gets banned by Namiga. Okay. He would be pretty good against the Primal Beast mid, actually. You know, because you really... Maybe you can onslaught into him, but that never feels good. And then you'll be like standing there. He can put a shrapnel on top of himself, so you actually move slower. They do get rid of the coddle. So they're just trying to protect this Primal Beast as much as possible.
Yep, concussive grenade, blinding light, very annoying versus the Primal Beast. He doesn't really get on top of these heroes easily. If he does, then they're in trouble. But getting there is the issue.
Yeah, actually, when you look at it, there's so much sort of stuff that Primal Beast doesn't really want to onslaught into. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, Rubik Lift, Ravage, Acid Spray. Like, you onslaught in, you're like, whoa, this is not a party I want to be part of.
Definitely not. There's still some nice options for rest farmers. Lina, Zeus, they definitely do. There is definitely a case for them. You need some. I
like
burst.
the Zeus.
Though
I love the Zeus.
You know what? What about a puck? You could actually go for a puck here in Amiga. I have nothing for you.
Yeah, I think Zeus does better in the laning phase against the Primal Beast, just because you can always jump away. You go for the puck.
I'm more correct.
So you are,
I'm more correct.
I was gonna say that. Alright, fine, but they do get the puck. So Harry Freak is slightly more correct twice this time. On Amiga, you're probably gonna be picking an offlaner here. Visage is in the pool. Visage is in the pool. You could. We mentioned Mixa loves this hero. They go for the tiny. You mentioned it very early in the draft because of the sort of squishy supports and rest farmers. Does this mean it's going to be Enigma 3?
Yes. No.
Okay, cool.
Mid lane tiny. Okay, I like that. I actually like that because I look at Puck, Rubik, and the Disruptor, and this is like a hell of a core tiny game. Like literally, you have free kills wherever you look in Amiga's lineup.
Yep.
I'm all in on it, man. I love it so much. This is great.
It's a very good lineup from Amiga. Look at Rest Farmers, it's also pretty damn solid. You have good team fight, but you are squishy. I generally don't like to see squishy. I don't like to see squishiness. So for the first time today, me and Harry are gonna agree, and we're gonna both back in Amiga, which means they're definitely gonna be losing.
What the hell? I'm never wrong. I have no idea what the hell you're talking
You're
about.
wrong twice today. What the hell? You've been wrong twice. And this is going to be, by the way, Ike on the Enigma. When you mentioned that Mixa likes zoo heroes, I was like, maybe he'll take the Enigma. But I didn't figure he'd pick an actual animal, which is the Primal Beast. A real zoo.
Yeah, he as I said, so he used to be a mid player, played a little bit of carry as well, and then he transitioned to the offlane. He had to learn how to play these tanky heroes. I think when the Primal Beast came out, he really did practice him like every single day. So this is one of the heroes that he's actually quite comfortable on, and it is a solid Primal Beast game for sure.
That's where I feel like me and you somewhat disagree on how good the Primal Beast is. I feel like this is a very tough Primal Beast game, but if other people can go in and he charges in second, it's good.
You buy a BKB first item. How is it a bad game?
Then it becomes great. Until you get the BKB, it's terrible. But then again, I mean, if you by that logic, it's a great Sven game because you buy BKB and they can't do anything to you.
Yeah, I agree, Ultima. You see, we always agree, and that's why we're such good colleagues here, and I love working with you. I love when you back me up on all of my ideas. That's awesome. It's always nice having somebody to back you up.
I feel like I've been manipulated somehow. I'm not quite sure when it happened, but somehow I feel very manipulated at the moment.
Yeah, you probably feel like Daffy Duck, right? Duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, and then you kind of end up not getting your way.
Well, we do both believe that Amiga will get their way in this one. Rest Farmers, here's the thing, I don't see any point of the game where they look much stronger. You know, early on, it's like, yeah, you got good team fight. You got Coil and Ravage, but on the other side, you got Primal Beast and Dark Willow along with the Enigma. Tiny can get kills all over the map. I do like that he's a mid-Tiny. I feel like that's better than the support Tiny. So I'm like, okay. So early mid-game, at least even for an Amiga, if not the head. Late game, Sven crushes the Alchemist as well. So, I don't know. I just don't see at any point where Rest Farmers looks better.
Their offlane is stronger. And there is a potential that their safe lane can threaten the Primal Beast. So I think it's the laning phase. You get the advantage. Then you force out some rotations from Amiga with the Puck being a little bit more on the aggressive. And then you crush them with the Alchemist timings. That's how I see their potential victory looking like in this game.
But there's so much, but they're super tough to bring down in Amiga. It's Tiny, Sven, as well as Primal Beast. Like Rest Farmers, when they get on top of them, they're not going to be bringing them down quickly.
I mean, Otto, what should they do? I mean, they can't just call GG, can they?
I know. Well, they can, but they shouldn't. Obviously, there's a good chance they could win it. It's just you try to find the avenues for them to come back. As There have been disconnects from both teams. They are reconnecting into the lobby right now. That is why we are not in the game right now, as we can't show you some of their secret pre-game talking that they're doing.
No. We told them to disconnect so that we can actually kind of fish in some of the viewers, especially the ladies, because we have two beautiful gentlemen here on the screen.
We're both married. I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude. Like I don't wear the wedding ring because I don't care. But they told me that when you wear a wedding ring, that all of the girls instantly love you more.
Oh yes, that is actually a fact. By the way, they did the study where they showed pictures to women of men. And in one time they told them these men are married, and the other time they told them the men aren't married. And when they were married, they were rated much higher. You know, it's one of those things where if someone has something, you believe it has more value. It's like, oh, he's married, therefore a woman wants him. I want him too.
Yeah, exactly. So,
by the way,
so that is the case. That's what I said. It definitely wasn't our looks that is going to be able to attract girls.
Definitely not. By the way, this is something if you see with kids, it also is very common. When one kid plays with a toy, all other kids want that specific toy. Just because that one kid's playing with it. You don't know why. That's just, they're like, oh, he's playing with it, therefore it must be good.
Yeah, I guess kids just want... Everybody wants what the other one has, right? That's just the case. You know, I have a friend, he has a 1-year-old. They bought her a ton of toys, and she just takes a slipper and plays with the slipper because her parents use slippers, and that's pretty much how it goes.
My son and his cousin, when my son has a room full of toys, he doesn't play with them. The moment his cousin arrives and touches a toy, my son's like, "That's the one I want, that one."
And if you want to buy a lot of toys for your kids, then you can use these amazing odds. You have the banner down below, 120% bonus on your first deposit. So feel free to go to the 1xBet site. We have everything prepared for you. You don't have to do anything. The promo code is 1XRLGEU. Sorry. So you are gonna be able to use it there throughout the duration of the tournament. Of course, once we are in our next tournament, which is gonna be Southeast Asia, there you can you're gonna be having a new one to use. So you better use this one while it's still up.
I like how you said for our viewers to buy for their kids, and I'm like, well, you certainly haven't read much of the chat if that's what you're referring to them as. But okay, sure. Our viewers and their great relationships. I want my insulting our viewers. We love you guys. Thank you for being here.
What? Did you have something bad to say about chat?
Not at all. They're handsome and very lovely, beautiful, 9K MMR, each one of them.
What? I felt like the average was like 10.5, though.
Oh yeah.
Okay, if you want to insult them, sure. That's
10.5,
fine.
They should all be pro. They should all be pro tiers right now.
What?
10.5.
With 10.5? Really?
10.5. I mean, you could be joining tier 2, tier 3 events, grinding that experience.
I'm just kidding. 10.5 is solid. 10.5 is solid, quite solid, especially for a support player.
I mean, I remember what was his name, Blitz. He was talking about the player Black. He wanted to join them. I'm not sure if he said Black told him he was 11 or 12K, and Blitz was like, "I would hire you if you're 10 or 11 or 12K." But that was like a couple of years ago. And MMR has definitely inflated a bit since then.
For sure, especially in Europe, as the unpause will come out, and it's time for us to get ourselves into this game. Namiga versus Rest Farmers, whose logo is quite easy to read. The new shark with the farmer's hat, the axe, and of course, some money in its fins.
Okay, viewers who are extremely smart and good looking, tell us what that means. Tell me what that means. You can private messages me too, because Harry's like, it's super obvious.
Isn't it?
So I would like to know. I mean, I know that there's the one-piece hat. That one I can see it, the straw hat.
No,
I
it's
don't
just
get
that they're
any of the others.
farmers, and it's a, you know, the farmer hat, the farmer straw hat. You know how you have those American farmers in movies, and then they have like a piece of grass in their mouth and the straw hat on their head. The farmers.
But that's an axe. The farmers don't use axe; they use shovels.
Yeah, but it's rest farmers.
Still wouldn't matter. Well, I don't get it. And by the way, but I do get that rest farmers start off with 3 bounty runes. So very nice for Shad. The situation, as you can see, Hanskin getting some decent harass off on Queasy. That extra slow, very nice for them.
Yep, very, very nice. Mid lane, Tiny versus the Puck. This is Tiny favored, right?
I'd say so. I think, yeah, you can say this is Tiny favorite. Although he will be eating some harass, and that might give Puck the edge later on. But overall, I would say it favors the Tiny. Way easier to get last and nice.
And one thing that mid laners are always going to tell you is force the Tiny to punch you with the tree, right?
Yeah.
Because if you just allow him to CS, he's going to be denying everything from you. And at Zantic, he did get a little bit of a beating there, but still he's CSing quite nicely. Every single creep going his way, and this range creep could go his way as well. He does have the orb, should be able to secure it. Oh, makes a mistake there and gets it. Nicky Cool gets the deny.
And by the way, what we're saying, right, Nicky Cool, he's taking quite a few hits. Even if you're tankier, eventually the harass gets to you. It just means that you slightly regen slightly more. Bottom lane is going to be Enigma and Sven versus Tidehunter and Rubik. I guess it could go in favor of Nemiga. Rubik's kind of squishy and you have 2 stuns between you, but Tidehunter can protect his Rubik pretty well with the Anchor Smash, so I think this is mostly a farm fest.
I don't see how you win this lane as Nemiga. I feel like Zibe is gonna have the freest lane in the world. I don't think Violent is gonna struggle too much, but he's, in my mind, not gonna have as much as the Tidehunter. There's no way.
Well, so far it's 7-2, 6-1, so it's fairly even. I imagine that's just going to be, most of the core is just farming, and that's about it.
Top lane, for me, I think this is gonna be the most interesting one. This is where I see kill potential on both sides.
Agreed. If you can put them in the kinetic field and acid spray, you can start charging up the stun, then gets the glimpse back. There's decent damage from that side. On the other side, you also have like the Dark Willow and the Primal Beast. 2 heroes well known for their decent laning phase, their control, their damage. Like, it can really go either way the top. So far, it's slightly in favor of the farmers, but not by much. Just a couple of CS.
There's actually 5 denies on the Primal Beast, so not really, right? So.
Oh, didn't see that one.
He started off with the Uproar, and I really like this. Versus the Acid Spray, you need the extra armor.
And I also like it because it gives you a bit of extra damage. Some base as well as a bit more, as both teams really want this Lotus Pool. And who's going to get it? I think Hanskin's going to get it.
Yep, easy. Now with the trample going on to Shad, if he makes a mistake and get it into the brambles, the Uproar will slow him down. He's taking so much damage, but the Blood Grenade was used there to slow him down. One more hit. There it is from the Shadow Realm. Queasy gets the kill. Now with the Onslaught, he just got level 3. They're going to be turning around on Hanskin. Queasy will lose his life, but he's going to get a double after he dies, with Mixa getting all of the juicy experience going his way. What nice aggression coming out from Nemiga.
The only positive is that Hanskin at least got the experience from the kill. If he died second, that would have been a disaster, but he gets some experience, so you're like, okay, there's something going for you. And as we mentioned, the top lane is likely to be the most active lane. Nicky Cool, still a bit low health, but it is expected. The Illusory Orb spam is gonna catch up to him, sorry.
It's a 0 armor hero versus a hero who constantly pokes and pokes and pokes and pokes some more. Nicky Cool has to dodge the orb if he wants to live, as he could have went for that one, Nicky Cool, I think.
Oh, and look at that. He TPs just to make sure he fills up his bottle. So he's putting so much emphasis on getting his regen going and denying it from the Tiny. Tiny's got an infused raindrops. Doesn't feel great. It's like you're forced to get it, but it's probably just going to be used by the time the laning stage is over.
Yoo-hoo, supports, go and feed, please. I need my bottle refilled. Nicky Cool is going to be sending an order. We'll see if Nemiga supports are going to be obliging and listening to their mid laner.
By the way, you are correct about the bottom. It is going quite nicely in Zibe's favor, but not astronomical. You know, 29-3 to the 23-3. Sven will probably have some stack later on. He's going to catch up once he gets these creeps as well, so he's fine.
Yeah, both of them are fine. I never would have expected the Sven to get completely shut down, as you're never really going to be shoving out the wave. It's always going to be close to the Sven's tower, so it's only natural that he's going to be doing a solid having a solid time in terms of farm.
Oh, a couple of those Eidolons getting farmed up by Zibe. And I always remember, I forgot who said it, but when you play against Tidehunter, imagine he's Bristleback, because that's how he is when it comes to Magic Stick. It's super effective against the hero. He'll always be spamming those anchor smashes. As he comes in, he's like, oh, creeps. There we go.
Nice extra for him. Does get disarmed, but we'll be fine overall. In general, though, still because of those kills on top, it is a slight lead for Namiga, and Pablo should be taking down. Nice lift up, though. Zibe also comes over. Eidolon's a little bit too slow, and Pablo will live barely, but living is living.
Living is living. And the Blood Grenade actually keeping him alive in that situation with the extra bit of health that he keeps from it. Primal Beast level 5.5. Mixa looking very comfortable so far, really shutting down Shad as Hanskin loses his life. Everything looking really good for Namiga.
Yep, for sure. I mean, rest farmers are not being shut down, but Namiga are getting everything they need, right? Your Tiny is farming, your Primal Beast is farming, your Sven is having a decent time as well, and the most important thing, Alchemist is being slowed down. Out of all the cores, he's having the worst time.
Which is exactly what you want. And you could say, though, that Alchemist also recovers fairly well, right? You know, you shut him down, then he goes to jungle, he farms up. So sometimes shutting him down kind of only delays him by like a minute or two. Which is not the best feeling in the world.
Definitely not.
Zibe. He's a bit lowish on the health, but I don't think he's in kill range. Oh, they think he is.
Oh, yes. 10-1 charges. There's the Malefice. His Kraken Shell procs it off, so we'll be fine. Has a healing salve. That's gonna give at least half of his HP back, and we're seeing that after the laning stage is almost done. Namiga quite favored here by our partner, so with 1xBet. His Violent has gone too far. Now he's gonna pay with his life coil. Available. Actually gonna be used there. I thought it wasn't gonna be needed. Zibe gets the kill. Azantic probably not happy with that outcome, wanted it for himself, but either way you killed the enemy Sven.
I think it's fine that he used it. And generally, the whole situation was very nice for Zantic. He wants to get the kill as fast as possible. Works out very nicely. As Pablo's probably going to be stacking up those ancient camps very soon, while Zantic farms the small camp. One nice thing about these stacks is if you take them around the 7-minute mark, you also get all the tokens. Well, I say all, but you know, a couple, 2 or 3 instantly is a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Especially once the Tidehunter comes to farm those up. And Tidehunter is rotating to the mid lane. Not really sure what he wants to do. Because they have found the poor Alchemist. He is gonna use the Unstable Concoction. Actually, not even that goes his way. They stun lock him and ultimately bring him down.
How often do you see Alchemist as the lowest net worth core at 8 minutes?
I mean, it happens. It happens
It's
sometimes.
a disaster, though.
Big disaster for sure.
It happening does not mitigate the fact this is very bad for rest farmers. Maybe if they had, maybe it's part of their logo, you know, it's like confuses them sometimes. They're like, what does our logo mean? And they start examining it and then they don't focus on the game. It's a very confusing logo.
What
I blame it on the logo.
Mean? Okay. It is the logo of rest farmers. Imagine now. So the person who created that logo is probably in the chat. He's like, yeah, they're gonna be showing my logo, and then the caster, the one that is in charge of the broadcast, like, your logo, it's your logo's fault that they're losing. Like, how does that make you feel?
Well, I'll explain it, but Pablo, one more hit, boom, there you go.
Pretty big kill for Namiga. Nikki Cool just wants to get that Blink Dagger as fast as possible, and then the supports are gonna be in trouble. Puck, but Zantic gets the silence.
It's fine.
Dude, run at Zantic, please.
He does get caught by the Bramble. I can see if he wants to throw the stun, but looks like it's just going to be... Nope, Ace Rune, he's going to be fine. Zanik does have the ultimate. Who does he want to go for?
Oh, it is gonna be the Primal Beast, but I think that the Alcoil not really needed here. The Primal Beast will die either way, tramples around a little bit, does some damage, which really won't matter that much, as the Chemical Rage does heal the Alchemist back up to full.
In the meantime, they were pressuring the mid tower. It's about to fall, so Nemiga, they don't lose their Primal Beast for nothing. They still get some value out of it.
I'd even say that's better, because your Tiny, once he gets the blink, if the mid lane is open, he's gonna be able to hunt so effectively. And these supports are just gonna die.
You see what Nicky Cool has? He's got power threads over the phase boots. I don't think I've seen this for... well, ever, really.
I mean, we haven't seen it in a while, but you see it from time to time.
I mean, I'm just very used to the phase boots because, you know, it works better with the Echo Saber, but no, he wants the power threads. Okay. I also just realized the power threads gives you different movement speed if you're melee or range. I did not know that was a thing.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
45 if
you
you're
really
ranged.
didn't know that that was the thing?
No, I did not. That is new information to me.
Well, it is fairly new, but...
yes.
Has been there for some time.
Sometimes, like 2 years, right? The Dota, that's barely anything.
I actually don't know how long it has been. I'm gonna have to check, because I'm completely lost in all of the patches, really.
Same, I've just never seen that. I didn't realize that you get different movement speed from power threads. I know that some items do affect you that way for ranged and melee, like Manta style, but Orb of Corrosion, for example. But power threads, never seen different movement speeds being provided. Well, Chad, nice stack for him. Almost gets him back up to the top.
Yep, he wants that Radiance. He is gonna be able to catch back up. You mentioned it. Alchemist does do that quite effectively, as he can turn flesh into gold. And let's see, Primal Beast again in trouble. Run, Mixa, run.
Like the Hand of Midas itself as...
oh, they're gonna kill Hanskin. Yeah, he gets the Static Storm off, but it doesn't matter. Mixa is still alive. There is no glimpse. Azantek might be in some trouble as well. The Terrorize gonna be used afterwards. Didn't have the phase shift. Tiny coming from the side. Nicky Cool. Well, his blink does get broken by the stolen 3 grab from the Rubik. That was actually quite nicely done.
And no, I think he probably wouldn't be able to blink anyways because he walks into the acid spray. But there's Pablo. Not as good as getting the Azantic, but still a very nice skill for them.
Oh, you like to toss trees, do you? Bam!
Don't toss my tree. Overall, Nicky Cool, while he's lowest net worth among the... his impact in the game is pretty huge. He's been able to show up for a lot of these kills, has the Blink Dagger. It's scary.
He's having a solid game in general, and farming aggressively in the enemy big jungle, it's where the Alchemist wants to be at this point. Of course, he is going to be rotating for the stacks, but this is not ideal. You're 2k gold behind. You have a Tidehunter and an Alchemist. The Sven is at the top of the network chart. In general, Nemiga are a lot happier with the development.
We have to say that the game is looking really good for them. Look at the Dark Willow also. 4.1 thousand gold, 13 minutes. Nearly core values. Queasy is going for the Glimmer Cape though, so it's not going to be the good old days when... yeah, he's going to use it. Oh! He still teleport. I did not realize that.
The coil cannot break it, as Puck did follow. Queasy is gonna bait him onto Nicky Cool, and he might lose his life, but if the Puck dies, it's really more than worth it, and he will. So this chase of the Puck definitely not gonna be nice. You saw a very farmed support, and you wanted to get him. You don't get anything out of it.
No, you don't. Very unfortunate for them. And Queasy played perfectly. Knowing the mechanic, firstly, of the gate, and secondly, is like you just base them all across the map. Azantic, a little too desperate for that kill. It was a kill on the most farm support, as you mentioned, so you could say maybe it's kind of almost worth.
It's almost okay. It's almost not worth 100%, yeah, but almost okay.
Alright, what are we with Zibe on this Thailand? I don't think we've seen a Ravage so far. He's very close to the Blink Dagger. He'll probably want to fight then. As Ike, he is just going for standard aura items on the Enigma. So no, I'm not looking for... I don't expect like this big blink black hole. Most likely just walk up black hole one guy and get a kill and move on with your life.
Okay, so the offlaners are gonna be getting the big items. There's a Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter, and there's a BKB on the Primal Beast. So if you can blink on top of the Primal Beast, use the Ravage, kill him at the start of the fight, it is gonna be amazing for you on Rest Farmers. Azantic caught. We'll go to the side. Nice coil to stop the onslaught. That was actually perfect.
Yeah, but it also means that you don't have the coil if you want to take a team fight. And for the Nemiga, that means they didn't invest anything for that fight. They just were like, okay, we'll use our basic spells. He's forced to use his ultimate.
Pablo?
What is the state of the game? What does Gaben say? Gaben tells us it's 65% in favor of Nemiga, and I completely agree with that. As Sven continues to lead Shad in the net worth. Oh wow. Pulverize is stolen.
Very nice. Let's see Rubik with those scrawny arms. What can you do? He's gonna lift Nikiko, who uses the avalanche onto the ground. The Ravage will come out, and there's the Primal Beast that has been caught. Mixa still not popping his BKB. Feels like he doesn't need it. Zibe without his Ravage is not half as scary as he would want to be. It is a big sea monster in water. He's like, I'm at my home turf, and at your home turf, you will die. Seems that Nemiga very good at fishing, and they are gonna be hunting this one down.
Okay, here's a mechanic that you should know as Rubik when you play against Primal Beast, is that if you pulverize him while he's trampling, he'll proc his trample like 1,000,000 times. Because he's sort of moving very quickly in like 2 axes, which is, you know, like height and as well as side to side. And that's what happened. He used the pulverize on the Primal Beast, and he just got demolished. Speaking of being demolished...
A coil and a static storm. Tiny in some trouble. It is still a tanky hero. Lifts up a tiny illusion there, Pablo. That's quite weird coming out from him. But again, static storm, coil on cooldown, and that means that Nemiga can go and make plays now.
No Ravage as well. And Nemiga, they don't really have long cooldowns. Tiny can fight at all points in the game. Primal Beast as well. Dark Willow. Enigma's got Black Hole, but he's a support. He hasn't even used it once. So he's also just like, yeah, I'm ready to go right now.
Yep, and this is not looking good for Rest Farmers. Not gonna lie, it's a pretty hard game, and we're only 17 minutes into it. But so what do they need to do? How do they need to approach it? What are the next couple of objectives, big kills that they're gonna be looking for?
Well, it'd be great if Xanthi could start off fights for you and get some kills. Okay, Queasy, not the best use of the ultimate.
He's dead now. He was just left there.
That's kind of sad, you know. It's like, oh, he goes and tries to start a fight for them. That happening a couple of times puts Rest Farmers all the way up in control of the game. That can't really happen. Queasy, it might be a small thing, but that didn't need to happen.
I'm still fine with it. Like it's.
You're more forgiving than I am.
Nah, it's just the support dying on pretty much the enemy side of the map. That's okay, especially now Akira's being caught. There's the black hole. He got the BKB off. It's not gonna change the fact that he dies without a chemical rage. Just no way in hell that he can survive the damage. As here comes the Shadow Realm. They find the Enigma turning around. Already used some spells, and here comes the Sven Violent. He's just cutting down Pablo. Dies to the toss, steals the toss, but will die right after. It seems that you should stop stealing spells from this Tiny. He really doesn't like it.
It was a nice move by Rest Farmers, where they drop an Observer so they can get the glimpse off. It kind of works, but unfortunately they didn't realize Violence would be there. They lost 3 people, and the most important is Shad, who, as we mentioned, Rest Farmers, there's no good timing for them. There's no time when you're like, wow, they're definitely gonna be stronger. Late game, it is favoring Nemiga. Right now it's favoring Nemiga. Laning stage, it was good for Nemiga as well. I know you said, what are they supposed to do, call GG? No, but you've got to outplay them because your draft is weaker.
Okay, so how do you outplay them? Do you poke and go back? Do you jump in on one target, try to burst him down, and then go for the next one? Like, what's the approach to a perfect team fight?
I mean, I guess what you want to do is have Xantic actually dies. Oh.
You don't have Xantic. Okay, he's out. What now?
Okay. Well, I was going to say Xantic could try to cut creep waves and force them to defend, then take a 5 versus 4. But Xantic died. So... you can't do that right now. Would be nice if it's the DD. Oh, he's got Amplify. No wonder Tiny got the kill.
You know what? With an Echo Saber, I don't know if he even needs it. This puck is just not tanky enough. 1200 HP. That's quite low.
Oh, Ike. Okay, he's going for Zibe. Very tanky dude. Shad throws out the
Ravage
stun.
gets used. And they bring down the Enigma, but at
That's
what
it.
cost? A Shad already being dead. They use the Static Storm. Well, there's already a BKB on the problem. He wants the support to smash them into the ground. Mixa just gonna be killing everybody. Stolen God Strength. That Rubik looked mad for a second strong, but it doesn't matter. Nemiga get 4 kills going their way with the puck dying on the bottom lane earlier. You could count that as a team wipe.
It is. By the way, Shad, I think he's self-stunned. He had this stun going, the unstable concoction going. Sven throws out the Storm Hammer, and suddenly Alchemist is like, well, I'm done. He melted in that fight. Was gone in the blink of an eye. That's your carry.
Oh, blink of the Sven.
Nicky
Man, I really have to stop with these amazing jokes as they're gonna be hunting a Xantic. Black Hole isn't ready for another 22 seconds. Now is the moment of truth. Can he kill the puck without a double damage? Malefice is gonna help, but he literally did this all on his own. Blink away. Ward placement. Got him. Where's the Shadow Realm attack? Queasy doesn't have it. Nice call again. Xantic is a god.
There you go. Xantic, 4 people chasing him. Blinks away. Alright, that's it. It's over. It's over. And that's really what you need to do, by the way. They're doing that whole time. Xantic's not farming, but 4 people on the Amiga are not farming. So that is... just keep doing that. I imagine it's going to cost him an early heart attack, but that's what you need.
You need an early heart attack.
No, to play like that. The early heart attack is just sort of a side effect.
Okay, that's fine. I misunderstood you there, Optimo, but no heart attacks, please. I got close to one there, though, but healthy lifestyle, waking up early in the morning, exercise, and healthy food is gonna prevent it. Stress, though, like this is very tough.
Stress is very bad. What's Xantic going for? He's going for the Sanj and Kaya. That status resistance is going to be very helpful. 25% does feel like a big jump from 20. Other than that, there's no big items coming out on Rest Farmers where you're like, alright, that's going to change the game. Although Zibi's got 3,000 gold.
Mixa jumps in, gonna get glimpsed back. The Bedlam was used on Mixa. He just runs back in. Pablo turns around with the stolen avalanche on the other side. The Tiny gets caught. There will be a Ravage catching them all, and also an unstable concoction onto the 2 of them. Can they bring him down? Mixa has the BKB. The Sven running forward. He's not afraid of you. He's way too strong. The Black Hole will be catching the Alchemist as well. Quick glimpse to stop it as Zibe is gonna be running away. I talked about outplay, and it's happening. It's happening at the moment. The Sven is gonna have to BKB, run himself away. Doesn't have a TP. Is looking like he might actually die, as the glimpse will be ready fairly soon. Goodbye, Violent. You're looking very much dead. He's gonna have the stun, but gets brought back next to the Zibe Tidehunter, who finishes him off with an Anchor Smash. Stolen Storm Hammer as well from Pablo. That is a perfect fight, if I've ever seen one.
It is. Everything went out exactly as you wanted for Rest Farmers. Fantastic use of both the Static Storm and the Ravage, keeping them in forever. And yeah, Shadi was able to stay alive. In the end of the day, I've not using the BKB early to kill the Rubik kind of cost them, because then they had to commit way more for this fight. Like, they had to go into a bit deeper than they want to, and the Zibe comes in. Big use of the Ravage. Look at that, everyone.
I mean, what is the Tiny doing? Why didn't he kill the Rubik? They didn't have to pop the BKB. The Tiny could have done it, but he's like, no, I want more. I am greedy, and that greed, it costs you. It costs you quite a lot. Also, no Shadow Realm hit. I mean, Queasy could have killed the Tidehunter 100% there if he just right-clicked him.
Maybe he just felt like somehow he could make it alive. I'm not quite sure. And of course, Violent, he's like, I can't blink because Shad's here. Nims comes out, and they are able to bring him down at the very end. What was a 10,000 gold lead for Nemiga has gone down to 3.
It's still not a good position for Rest Farmers anyways, and they are being hunted, terrorized on the Shad with a Avalanche, toss up in the air. He does remove that one there with the Kraken Shell. Now the Static Stone will be used. Another Shad pops the BKB, goes for the Tiny, starts fighting him, and he's gonna be able to take down a mountain. It will be Pablo that zaps him to death. They get 2 kills. Rest Farmers, they are completely back. Automo, this game is anybody's.
Yep, it is. Ike, if he can get a BKB, maybe that will be something that can turn the game around right now. He is going for Vlad's, but you need this Enigma to start scaling. As, oh, Roshan is the object. The objective. Okay.
Going for Hanskin. Yeah,
Good
don't
kill.
objectify the Roche.
I mean, he is a sexy Roche. You can't deny that.
That is a crazy puck that I can't deny either, as he does get himself away. Very hard to catch a puck with the Sven, but it does open up the Roche. Half of its duration left on the God Strength. Do you try? No. The Roche will be traveling.
Yep, they know. They immediately go to the other side, start sitting up. Roche is like, me. However, by the time the fight begins, there will be no God Strength. And Hanskin will be up in time. The lane is pushed out. I don't know if the Miga are that committed to Roshan. I think they want to take a fight away from it, get a pick off, then go for Roche. Because they know it can't be fast with the God Strength. It's too risky.
Exactly, but also taking a fight without the God Strength is very risky as well.
It's like, which risk do you want in the end as Hanskin? Just going forward, that'll be the perfect person to start on. Ike losing his life though. And he's dead.
Okay,
suddenly,
that's a good way.
Yeah, suddenly it sort of swings the other way right now, as it would be. I was about to call them hairy farmers, but they're not hairy farmers. They're rest farmers. Sorry, they are the ones who could go for Roshan if they wanted to.
Coil on the Tiny, he breaks it immediately, still taking some damage. The glimpse will be there with a static storm. Mixa is in to try to save his buddy, and that is a stolen onslaught actually, so Mixa won't be giving away the pulverize this time around. It is a 1-for-1 Rubik with a dieback, and Violent trying to go forward, but the kinetic field not allowing it.
Kind of a decent kill. I believe that was a dieback from the Rubik. Another thing is that because of that, there's a double damage and a God Strength on this Ven. So if he finds anyone, he can crush them in about 3 or 4 hits.
Run from the Sven.
He'd love to get anyone right now. I think they see Zibe, or they know where he's around. Oh, walks into... That is unfortunate. Walks into the gush.
Yeah, still the God Strength expired, so the AD rune isn't really all that big, but they do bring down Hanskin. 2 of your supports are dead. BKB gonna be used. Going on Shad. Shad is taking so much damage from Mixa, and it's time to run. The Ravage is at the ready. They're still in a 3 versus 5 scenario, so it's not the easiest onslaught away. No coil to stop it. Zibe decides Ravage way too valuable for this one, as Ike is gonna be coming over. They're thinking about going for Zibe, but the Tidehunter is a hard catch.
Ike wants to use the black hole before the supports come out, because they have long range ways of disrupting him. It's like, if I can just black hole one of them, that'd be good enough. 10 seconds till Hanskin comes around, and both teams around the Roche area, but not willing to commit. No, it can be very risky. Hey, look at that, Nemesis Curse. Great item for the Tiny, who is not farming all too well.
No, definitely not. I mean, Nicky Cool, he had a good start, but he was always kind of struggling in terms of net worth, and the kills weren't going his way. He only has 3 kills, 7 assists, and rest farmers, they're on the move.
Yeah, it is a bit scary. Ike, with the Philosopher's Stone, is going to go for the Blink. He's already got the Glimmer, the Drums, as well as the Vlad, so he is got all the auras you need. Queasy, nice steal of the Wisdom. Oh, Azanic actually gets it.
On rest farmers, they found Mixa, has the BKB, might need to use it. He didn't. The Ravage will come through. Buyback from Queasy. He did get hunted down, and Mixa just gets taken out. Didn't want even to pop his BKB there, so he will have it in 60 seconds when he's back. But can his team prevent this show from dying for so long?
Dark Willow is good. I like how that Queasy bought back. He recognized that his ability of the Terrorize must be... It's like, it has to be used. It's the best way of sort of disrupting them, along with the Bramble. And you can see, rest farmers not fully committing just yet, as Nicky Cool might be out of position.
He's gonna get stunned up. Avalanche flies out. Shad dodges it completely. Terrorize does save Nicky Cool for the time being. Still being burned down, and with a Thunder Strike, he'll most definitely die. It is the Radiance Burn that gets him in the end. Has a buyback, but that would cost him so much.
Nemiga, I think they're going to give up on this Roche. They realize now they've been at this Roche area for a long time, and it's cost them dearly. They're like, all right, this is it. Let's not take it anymore. Shield Ruin spot out. Not sure who's going to be taking it.
Nobody. They don't care about it. Roche isn't going to be traveling for 40 seconds. They should be able to kill him in that time.
100%. And they are going to give Violet the Shield Ruin. So God Strength and Shield Ruin. He's going to be taking extra damage as well as dealing it out. this game is it's turned in a very interesting direction, as now it all comes down to Ike to get a good black hole to sort of win this game. And he's only got the blink dagger on the way, still not even close to the BKB.
Sven Godstrength going for Zibe. Just a couple of crits are needed to get the skill. Nice lift from the Rubik, protecting his buddy Zibe. Oh, the onslaught. Pablo is a genius, gives his life away for Zibe to live.
You still get something here for Nemiga, but it's not. It's like you want way more if you want to be going for like the tier 2s towers right now. As Violent, he's going to the other side. He wants to fight. Wants to make use of this God Strength.
Makes sense. There is a basher on the Alchemist. However, once he gets level 20, everybody's just gonna get bashed to oblivion with the extra base attack time. Stun. Sven is going aggressively, gonna get slowed down. Still has the BKB to work with, but no more God Strength as Mixa goes in, gets glimpsed back. He lost Queasy, that's a dieback. Next on the menu will be the Tiny, who does have a buyback, but definitely doesn't want to use it still. His net worth hasn't moved from the 11k for such a huge amount of time, and Primal Beast again goes through the portal. The coil will break, Onslaught away, Puck still following. They have the glimpse available too. BKB at the ready with the Ogre Seal Totem and the TP out, but Mixa doesn't want to use it just yet.
Yeah, Mikas is staying relevant, but Nikki Cool slowly falling further and further behind. But the plus side is that Ike is becoming more and more of a core, so it's kind of not the biggest deal in the world. If Tiny can get an Aghanim Scepter, he's still going to be valuable with when the black hole comes out, but that's if we see a good black hole. Overall, situation of the game, it's kind of 50-50. 5,000 gold advantage for rest farmers at this stage of the game, kind of irrelevant, especially with a Winston on Alchemist.
I don't know. I don't see them losing these fights, Otomo.
Same.
The Sven BKB is down to 6 seconds. The Primal Beast BKB is down to 6 seconds. I'm favoring the dire side here. Mixa gets caught, just deleted by Shad.
Yes, buyback. I mean, I know what you mean, right? Like the immediate fights for the next few minutes look so heavily favored for rest farmers. Enigma has at least gotten the blink, so you might be able to jump and get a good black hole. But until the BKB comes on, all these black holes feel super risky. Oh, no, the Aegis, someone dropped it.
Puck, he got blown up by the Sven. So that's a nice play from Violent. Violent's positioning and his catches in this game have really been on point. But the Puck next item will go for a Lincoln Sphere, so that's just not going to be happening as much any longer.
Yep. I think Violent in general has had the best performance of his team so far. We'll see if Ike can get something going for himself as well. Rubik, Blink, Onslaught, and Force Staff. So huge amount of mobility coming out from him.
Dude, Refresher on Zibe,
yep,
and Abyssal Blade on the Alchemist. Like, I don't even know how you fight. You have 6 seconds on the Sven. You got bashed once, the Abyssal Blade does connect, and you pretty much don't have any of the BKB duration left.
And if Shad just keeps beating on him as well, I think he's got the Assault Cure as finished, so his attack speed's pretty massive, which means that he can not perma bash, but you know, bash, Abyssal bash. That's a long time.
Does Abyssal have cooldown on the bashes?
I think it does. It's something like a 2-second cooldown, so you can it's something like that. Doesn't say actually, but I feel like there is an internal cooldown somewhere.
No, there isn't. There isn't actually. There is on Basher 2.3 seconds, but it seems that there's no on the Abyssal Blade. So yeah, you can perma bash, and actually with the Chemical Rage base attack time being reduced by 0.1 second, you can do it.
Oh, they're blinking. Oh, they're retreating.
They're going back in.
Oh yeah, okay, it's over. Sven's got the Satanic, by the way, so if he can pop it at any point, one hit will probably put him back to full health. I'm surprised, because I was like fairly sure that Basher had internal cooldown, but no, Abyssal Blade doesn't.
Yep, so it seems that it removes it.
I'll check the pages after, because it might not be listed. You know how the tooltips are. They have like half the information you... Oh yeah, perfect at giving you half the information you need. This game on a knife's edge right now, as despite the fact that Nemiga is behind, they still have Sven, who I will say is probably stronger than the Alchemist still. Once the God Strength active,
Wait. These two go for a man fight. You want to tell me that the Sven is stronger?
if Sven gets 3 hits off, he kills the Alchemist. Come on, you know it's true. Especially if a couple of them are crits.
Dude, Alchemist will
yeah, I
rip
know, but
him apart.
No. The Sven...
Rip him apart completely.
Okay, here's the thing. You're going to have backup from your team, and that backup was going to prevent you from being perma-stunned, and then you just hit him two times and he's dead.
Okay, let's see. Your backup is Enigma without the BKB, and my backup is 2 Ravages. 2 freaking Ravages. I am like, if I'm Shad, I think my backup is better. My brother is stronger than yours. My father is stronger than yours.
For now. But my boy, Enigma, he is on the way. He's on the way to the BKB. He's got 1,000. He just needs 3,000 more.
Yep, Violent is also level 25, so the 50% God Strength damage is insane. If he gets those crits, as you mentioned, it is going to be so much damage, and he's working towards the Swift Blink, so that's going to increase his power even more.
All you need is like Nicky Cool to get that Avalanche on the Alchemist. That's more than enough time for you to kill him. And that's how crazy the damage coming out from the Sven would be. From the Swift Blink, that's going to help him out so much. I'm still looking at Ike. Both teams very much respecting the other. Nemiga, they're like, we need the BKB on the Enigma. And Rest Farmers, they're thinking, we don't want to force a fight and lose all our advantage right now. We know we're stronger, but we can be caught off guard and lose everything.
I mean, they know that the only reason that the game is in this state is because Nemiga went ahead of themselves, lost a couple of fights that they shouldn't have. And now... that's why Rest Farmers are able to do what they're doing at the moment. Puck has an Aghanim Scepter, so it's not only the Alchemist that you have to worry about, it's this Puck as well. And guess what, Automo is level 23. Once the 25 Puck is there, I don't know if even the Black Hole helps with the BKB, because the Sven just won't be able to move.
That's true. Oh, Sven, he jumps on... oh, he jumps on the tower. Okay, I was like, he's gonna jump on someone. He's just going for the tower instead. Lots of damage, BKB.
BKB runs away.
Okay.
Bitch.
Alright, that gank on the tower was a little unsuccessful, but they definitely scared the tower a little bit. I don't think they know.
I think that was a play from Zibe to be like, yeah, this is unfair, we're way too strong, so let's use 1 Ravage.
Sure. I don't believe that Nemiga knows that's up. Like the Ravage was used. Even if they do, he just immediately used Refresher and he's ready to go again. Oh, that's nice. Shad's Couriers dies. Had the overwhelming blink on it.
Yep, taken away. So Ravage now gonna be used.
Nicky
Onto
Cool.
the Tiny, lifted up in the air, has the BKB, dodges the Unstable Concoction. They still have the bashes, however, and he cannot run away. Stolen Toss as well.
I don't know if you want to fight. You don't have God Strength here. It's just back away without losing stuff. And can he? No, he can't blink away because of the Radiance Burn. Yeah, he is dead to rights. Or, I was gonna say, or is he? But definitely he is. 2 cores down from Nemiga. It's fine. I mean, again, as long it's all Sven. It's Sven versus the world right now, along with Ike landing a big black hole. Everyone else, I'm not gonna say they're irrelevant, but they don't really matter as much as those 2 heroes.
They really do. They really don't. I guess if the Tiny would get Kanda plus an Aghanim Scepter, then you could say inside of the black hole he could be doing a massive amount of damage as well, but he's still quite a ways off. You know who's not quite a ways off from his 25? That's the Puck, so that's gonna be very scary for Sven.
Maybe he takes the other talent.
Yeah, he does.
I remember that talent, what was it? It was like 20, level 20 or something. It was huge, the Waning Rift thing. Everyone and their mother used to love it. But that was because, of course, Aghanim's Scepter gave you the Coil Pierce's debuff immunity anyway.
Exactly. As it is going to be Roche being targeted, Aegis Cheese here for the side of Rest Farmers. It is the second Roche. He did Roar, and well, Nemiga cannot do anything about it. Roche can cry for help, but he better just stay in his cave and die like a man.
Or a monster. Whatever the hell Roshan is.
Monster man.
As it's good. Oh dear, Nicky Cool loses his courier. It had the Kanda on it. Alright, that was sort of going to be a nice bit of burst damage that you can have added to you, but it's not happening. As Sven, he's got the Ancient Guardian. He does believe that they're going to be fighting next to, well, in their base, basically.
Well, they probably are. Alchemist is buying an Aghanim Scepter, so I'm guessing Disruptor, right?
This could be a really good fight for Nemiga. There's no Alchemist. There's no Disruptor. Oh wow,
they're going for the Sven, lifting it up. They don't allow him to break the coil. There's the turnaround from the Sven. Has the Satanic fighting a Xantic. He's gonna be able to kill him. No! The Ravage is there. There's gonna be a second Ravage as well. It's Xantic coming out, and the Alchemist is running from the side. Violent, run! Run! You have to do it right now. No, he wants to fight Zibe, and the big boy is coming. Shad gonna be focusing on Queasy first, while Crit finishes off Zibe. You've already lost 2 of your heroes. You don't want to fight here, Alchemist. Your BKB is in the backpack. That means they will be able to take down 1 of your lives quite easily. There's so many brambles surrounding him. He's gonna turn around with a stun there, and does stop the Pulverize himself. He's gonna have the BKB. Ike gets pushed back. Doesn't have
black
hole just yet. 20 seconds until he will have it. Hanskin will get taken out. Shad, what the hell are you doing? Like, what the hell are Rest Farmers doing? Ike doesn't have the black hole just yet, but they have the Refresher and the Pulverized Mixa going on. Shad will get taken down, broken, and a couple of more hits to finish him off. Okay, so game of
Throws,
yeah, because they do throw the puck up into the air. He is gonna get out because of the Lincoln Sphere there, but Mixa is still not done.
At least Xantic is gonna be cutting some creeps. That's gonna be very helpful for them. Violet loses the courier, but had nothing of value on it. There is a black hole, but no mana for it.
He doesn't have the HP either, so we'll be going to the side. Blink Dagger on the puck available. Goes again. Phase shift, and the onslaught. Mixa wants to follow. Xantic stays next to the tower. He's gonna have the phase shift. Waiting Rift up in the air. There he is inside of the Bramble. No, he's doing it by getting put into the ground. Finally, they find the Xantic. I was getting annoyed by him. I don't know what it was like for Nemiga.
Oh my lord. Like Rest Farmers, I saw this fight coming, man. We could see top lane Alchemist was farming, and Disruptor, he was near their Ancients. There's only 3 people there. Nemiga, map sense, I don't know what you want to call it, but they felt that there's something missing. They're not all together. They jumped for the fight, and they were able to bring down the Tide Hunter as well as the Rubik fairly early. I did not end up using his Black Hole the entire fight. He kept waiting for a chance to get it, but damn, Nemiga, they're back. I'd say they're ahead based on what just happened.
The Enigma is not buying a BKB. He's going for a shard. So.
Oh, okay. All right, Ike wants to play around, does he?
You would say they're ahead. I still don't think they're ahead. You're dealing with a double Ravage. There is a Timeless Relic on the Tide Hunter. The puck with an Aghanim Scepter almost solo killed the Sven. The only reason that the Sven survives is because he was allowed to attack with the Satanic. But I think they could have killed the Sven. There was a lift on the Sven. Could have thrown him out of the coil. The break would have done some damage. Plus, while he's stunned, the puck is still going to be attacking him. I think that was the biggest mistake there.
Yeah. By the way, the next fight, we're going to see Tiny come into his own. He just received Kanda from the courier. Remember, it was killed, and he's about to buy an Aghanim Scepter if he wants. He has all the gold for it. So
and an
Tiny went. And oh wait, does he have an 80 rune really? Oh yeah, he's in the ball. Sorry, my bad. So this next fight, if Nicky Cool doesn't get burst down, which to be fair he has been in a few of these fights, he could be a big problem. As much as Violent, I would say.
It's gonna be insane. Puck wants the Aghanim's Blessing as his Moonshard is in the backpack. Doesn't want to eat that as the Alchemist is farming the Ags. We'll have it in just a couple of waves, so we can expect Hanskin to have a Blink Static Storm with an Aghanim Scepter, and that is a big deal, Automo.
Ike, by the way, decides to go back for the BKB. I really would prefer that over the Malefice, over the Shard, sorry. Dire, Shad feels pretty much maxed out right now, just feeding Aghanim Scepters to other people, but he hasn't even given one out yet.
Hex on Dark Willow, Blink Hex, that's a good way to start the fight as they are coming, Rest Farmers. They are coming for you.
They know. Mixa's got a shield rune, by the way. Huge for him.
Is there anything to purge it off, like an Nullifier, Yules? Not really.
Nope.
That is a 6,000 HP target you're going for. That's popped the BKB. Still has the refresher on Mixa. Gonna get bashed up while trying to onslaught away. Stolen onslaught. There will be a static storm. Instant refresher. Another BKB going through the Tidehunter who has a cheese. Not really a good target. Has an Aeon disc as well. Avalanche toss. Sneaky cool. Has found Pablo. Tries to finish it off. Not gonna be happening. That's a double Ravage onto the two cores while they don't do anything. And Ike trying to get himself away. Gonna get dusted. They need to kill this Enigma. Will be able to do it. He does have a buyback if he wants to rejoin the fight. His rest farmers do buyback on Pablo. Shad gets himself a double. It's only the supports. Namiga not losing much of value. He might lose it now as Violent wants to go forward. Shad doesn't have his ulti, so he doesn't feel confident fighting. Violent, he feels very confident fighting. Nice blink away before the tree grab does connect, and they are going to be getting the Sven down. Xantic does a little bit too much in terms of damage. This puck is not to be underestimated.
Dude, they almost killed Xantic, just the supports. They got good full duration Black Hole, as well as the Dark Willow's Bramble, whatever, what's it called? Sorry, the Bedlam. But it's not enough. Xantic lives and turns it around. Pablo does die back, basically, but it's still a good fight for rest farmers.
It is a solid fight for sure.
Yeah, you might have to buy back on Violent. If you want to keep this mid rack surviving, you gotta get, you gotta bring back the Sven.
Gonna be dealing with an Aghanim Scepter Static Storm in the next fight. Primal Beast is protecting his towers here, and it seems that rest farmers don't have the guts to continue.
Several sort of pivotal items are coming up. You already have like the Hex on the Dark Willow. We might see Hex on the Primal. With the refresher, it's gonna be pretty valuable. I am surprised how little value he's putting on the Aghanim Scepter, though. Perhaps he thinks the next Roshan's gonna give it to him, but the break is good. You know, especially against the Tidehunter.
Yeah, I guess. No, wait. Who doesn't want the Ags?
The Primal Beast. He already has it. Sorry. Yeah, it just has. Okay. Because he was. He queued up the Hex before this.
Okay, I got fair. I'm just looking at the Primal Beast. You're talking about the break and the Ags, and I'm looking at the Primal Beast like, who's he talking about? Like, he has it. But anyways, Tiny has the Aghanim Scepter as well. If there is a big black hole, if these guys do clump up on rest farmers, that's gonna be a problem. But you can see that they're always moved away from each other and just using the Ravages on the cores to keep them away while you kill the supports. And I actually think that's a smart move.
Well, what's the buyback stats? I think everyone's saving buyback at this stage of the game, as all the cores sort of on Namiga have it, except the Tiny, except the Primal Beast, but he's close to it. All the cores on the Dire have it, but not the supports. And Pablo, it is a dieback, so if they can kill him, that could be an opening.
Okay, smoke on smoke action. 3 heroes on Namiga, all 5 on rest farmers. Namiga are gonna be joining up. This is scary, Optimo.
Yes, it is. It's very tense. Xantic going in.
Yeah, he's gonna be annoying there to the supports. Goes to the side, just trying to break formation. Ravage on nobody. Zibe gonna be quite unhappy with that one. Stolen tree volley. There's the toss away from Zibe. They don't want to be dealing with him. Nice BKB of Nicky Cool to dodge it in the Sven. He's found the backlines. Rubik is dead. That's a dieback. Shad is trying to fight, but he'll get pulverized into the ground. They have one more Ravage to play with. Let's see. Are they gonna be able to stun the Sven? He's gonna get stunned up there after his BKB ends, but he's still standing his ground and winning these fights. It is looking easy for Namiga as rest farmers cannot find their opening. The black hole onto the puck. They want him dead. Here comes the Tiny with the toss, and there goes the puck. You're just gonna be flying in the air. Usually good for dragons, not this time around.
Ike has been focusing on only getting at Xantic in the black holes, and it's been working out for him. He's also been the big threat passively. Just people are like, I don't want a black hole, I want a black hole. They play around him. But Violent, great start. And during the fight, Primal Beast actually hits level 25. His first pulverize, normal. His second pulverize was 4 seconds because he upgraded it. They have buybacks on everyone except Pablo. He's going to be up in 20 seconds. You might need to use them if you want to keep this base standing.
No Ravage, you don't have a single one. I don't know how you do it though. And look at the avalanche from Nicky Cool. On this though, protecting Hanskin is gonna be fine. Nicky Cool doesn't have the BKB, so he will be forfeiting his life, but you get the 2 core buybacks out of this. 40 seconds before the respawn, so maybe the Tiny will need to get in on the fight as well.
There's a Deidre in the bottom. We'll see if rest farmers can get in time. The problem with this is that, yeah, Tiny buying back would be awkward. If he doesn't buy back, you're giving away the Aegis. If he does buy back, may not be in time, and it is going to be on Dire side, but not for long.
Okay, so I think Puck, you see somebody, you coil. You just coil and you start off with the Disruptor Static Storm on a hero. There is no saves. Okay, actually there is a save with a tiny BKB blinking, tossing people out. That could be a play. So this is something that we should look out for.
I like how we say something so complicated, easy. It is going to be an Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor though. So Tiny might not know it and blink in, then try to activate BKB. If he does that, he'll obviously lose his life. No buybacks on the Dire side. Very risky situation to in.
They're hunting the Puck. Look at that.
They're going for the backstab on the Dire. They believe that it's the Roche pit.
The Puck will stay safe. Be able to catch him with the Blink Hex.
NextUp breaks the smoke. They know where he is.
Smoke, but he now doesn't have one of his BKBs. He can refresh. That's one BKB. The Sven found them. He breaks the Tidehunter. You cannot die there. You still don't have the Ravages. You're gonna have 2 of them in 30 seconds. 1 in 5. Coil will be used. As he's gonna try to kill the Enigma on it. Xantic will be quite successful at doing it. Stolen. Eidolons, that's a dieback on the Enigma. Sven has been caught inside of the Static Storm, bashed to death as well. Has a buyback without his ulti, not going to be too useful. Mixa with the Uproar and the Aghanim Scepter is going to try to keep them away, but fairly soon he's going to be ran down as well. They just need vision, and the glimpse will allow them to take him down. He's going to get slowed down. They see him clearly. Mixa is so freaking dead. They do use the glimpse right now. Come back into the cage. We've caught the beast, and we're going to make you extinct once again at Xantic. This time around, the Fairy Dragon gets a triple kill, and that is with just 1 Ravage used.
Ike dying first in that fight was a big problem. He got caught by the coil, because we've been saying in these fights at Xantic, he's been hunted by Ike. Twice he gets caught in a black hole, never happens. Oh, Divine Rapier on the Puck, holy moly. Oh, awkward situation. But yeah, you can see that when the fight begins, and Xantic makes a beeline for the Puck, coils him, and just tries to kill the entire time. This is a big problem. You've been relying on the black hole as a threat, and when that's not available, they just play very freely on rest farmers.
600 damage per hit on the Puck. Man, he uses the coil on somebody, that hero is gonna melt. I don't think he doesn't care. Beat the Sven, beat an Enigma, beat the Tiny Primal Beast, doesn't matter. He's just gonna demolish them.
Exactly. Just throw it out every time. Xantic is the biggest problem for Nemiga. He has been in this entire game. Because when I was looking at the draft, I was thinking, oh, Shad, he scales, but at some point he's going to stop scaling. But you forget that Puck is now basically a powerhouse.
I'd say the strongest late game hero we have here in the game, probably.
Probably, yes. Well, toss up between him and the Sven. Sven does about as much damage, but he's a bit more durable. I mean, durability is kind of overrated, though, when you can just be elusive, I would say.
Very true. We are going to be seeing this fight where Nemiga took the game back after the double Ravage. Did absolutely nothing for Zibe. That's going to be the 3rd Roche, though. It is going to be a Refresher Shard on the Roche. So what does that mean, Automo? Is that a double coil with a Rapier that we're going to be seeing?
I think you give it to Xantic for sure. But, no, or maybe... Wait, who did they give it to? I was thinking you might give it to the Disruptor, actually, just because there's no slots for the Puck. You don't want to be swapping items, so just give it to Hanskin. Double Static Storm is amazing. I think he's also got all the Static Storm talents. So it's... Yeah, it is long time. It was what? 6.5 seconds... Sorry, 7.5... 15 seconds of an area being impossible to fight in.
Okay, so Pablo will be getting the Aghanim Scepter. He's the last one that doesn't have it. So, gets fed that? No. No, he gave it to the Tidehunter, so he gets the gold back. Okay.
This is a little scary. I think Hanskin is now as dangerous as Ike has been this entire game. With the Aghanim's and the Refresher. He's also took the Kinetic Field talent, so it lasts for 6.5 seconds. Static Storm for 7.5, so realistically, you can keep someone controlled for 13 seconds where they can't leave, they can't do anything.
And they're just gonna be very, very sad. Okay, we still have that option of the tiny BKB blinking in, tossing somebody out of the static storm. It is a possibility.
By the way, buybacks coming back in for rest farmers that both of their sports have it. Core is gonna need a few minutes more, but it does mean that you can play a bit more loose with Pablo and Hanskin if they lose their life.
8k gold lead. How much does this even mean, Optimo? What does this 8k give to rest farmers, or is it still all on execution?
All execution. The gold literally means nothing. 8,000 is it's irrelevant. Dude, look at the puck.
Though.
Yeah, that's fair, man. The refresher shard is a big deal. But, Enigma just finishes his BKB. It's been 53 minutes. This is a fresh BKB. As long as he uses it before blinking in, he can do some work with it. You just be very careful.
That's a lot of damage that Rubik now has in his hands.
Probably best just to give it to Shadow or Zibay and have them run in.
Dude, the Dark Willow went for the 100 attack speed, but doesn't have the Aghanim's just yet.
Oh no, oh god. I'll be honest, I really don't understand why he went the item build that he went for. Because I thought he would just go for Handmice and try to be the farming game. Because this is going to be a long game. Like, we knew it was going to be a long game. The Handmice would have helped him out quite a bit if he went for it.
Still, try to catch Mixa. He gets himself away. It is going to be the Dark Willow caught. So Queasy loses his life, has a buyback. That's an A on this from Hanskin, keeping him alive. And there's the Nullifier as well, so he's not going to be alive for a very long time. He needs to come back into that one with the refresher. He did get the Static Storm off. There's the refresher being used in a black hole. It's going to be huge. With a Satanic Sphere, he does die. Oh my god, the puck with the coil, even while being black holed, it doesn't matter. He just does the damage necessary to bring in the real damage dealer, and that huge black hole makes absolutely no difference. Puck has been turned into a piggy there, coming forward, stolen tree volley from the Rubik. Not really something that you care about. It is going to be slowing them down slightly as the Disruptor doesn't want to die. It's going to be a dieback though. Speaking of which, Zibay doesn't have a way to come back into the game for the next minute and a half.
Yeah, it's an expensive fight from Nemiga, but they do get a kill that is valuable for them. And can they get a kill here? Oh, Hanskin invis in time. The Rubik lift doesn't get him in range, but it's fine. They don't continue the chase. Bomb lane Violet, he wants to get some barracks going for him. I don't even know if Rubik used the black hole, but it didn't even matter. Like, instantly the puck was there.
He just killed the Violet so fast. It was insane.
Oh man, and this is with him being nerfed, by the way. He does actually 10% less damage now than in the previous patch because he attacks slightly slower. Doesn't feel like it for Xantic.
I mean, when you have 1 billion damage per hit on the puck, it definitely doesn't, though. Is he gonna buy a crit now on the puck? Like, is that the next level to his insane damage output?
I don't know. What is Xantic even thinking about right now? He has got nothing cute. Oh, he just wants the money for the buyback, honestly. It's going to be very expensive for him. 3,400.
He got level 30 as well, so the Waning Rift, it's going to be insane. Disruptor is level 25 too. Has the 200 Static Storm radius. Like, that's literally the entirety of the screen.
Yes. Oh, but he doesn't have 2 of them. So I would say that he's still slightly weaker than the previous fight.
Sure, but he got caught in the previous fight, so that's...
True.
Kind of annoying. Wait, who has it? It's the Tiny with the Nullifier. Okay, I really like that because this Aeon Disc on the Disruptor and the Yule Scepter on the Rubik and the Disruptor have really been making a difference in these fights.
And Enigma, by the way, he also hits level 25. He takes the Malphus instances. Cool. I don't know. I think neither one of these talents is that amazing. Maybe the Eidolon damage is okay. I mean, the Eidolon summoning is okay, but it's just fine.
Arcane Blink on the Tidehunter, so that's gonna be 7 seconds cooldown. That's a big deal for sure, and also I think it's more units as well on the Arcane Blink. Yeah, it's 1400 units compared to the 1200.
We're very close to tier 5 items. We're gonna get there. I want to see Tiny with the Giant String. That's what we want to see, and maybe Sven with the Apex. That would be pretty good for them.
For sure. 2.5 minutes. Are we getting there 100%? Do you think there might be one or the other team that wants to end it right now?
I think we'll get there 100% just because Roshan's only going to be up for like 2 minutes, so both teams might want to wait for it. But rest farmers, they're smoked up. They're like, alright.
They're not waiting. They're not waiting, Autumn. They want to fight.
No, they're not. Do they really want to fight though? Slightly risky here. At the same time, there's no buybacks on 3 of the Miga's heroes.
Make it cool, ravaged up. That's a hero that does have a buyback inside of the Static Storm that is on our entire screen. He will die.
That is a huge Static Storm. The kinetic field looks tiny next to it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's so cute.
Actually refresh the Ravage instantly, so rest farmers really want to go for it.
I think that's a good decision. You know, you expect that you're going to be looking for someone and you want to have it available. Whereas if you hold on to it, you might use it when it's like 30 seconds cooldown. That feels awful. So just use it straight away and have the refresher or start charging up.
What's the item for the puck? Does he buy a like bonus rapier, violent, anything to break the Lincoln with? He needs one more hero, I think.
Primal Beast is on the way. Primal Beast is on the way, but it's like violent is not going to go for it. Ike was thinking of TPing into the outpost, but decides against it. And overall, it's a tense moment here. In the end, Nemiga decided it's just not worth going into an area where we have no vision and with one of our guys being dead.
Static Storm will be back right now. So there it is. Rest farmers, they have all of their spells apart from the second Ravage. Sven also is sporting a refresher, so we have seen that the 6-second BKB just isn't going to be good enough, especially versus a puck with an Aghanim Scepter and level 25 talent. As Shard for the Enigma, I like that, as he did go for the Malefice talent, so now that Malefice is a little bit better.
Yes, with the Shard becomes kind of decent. Like, the talent by itself is meh, the Shard by itself is meh. Together it's like, oh, okay.
It's pretty good, right? Stun duration 1.2 seconds, 7 instances. That's like 10 second stun.
It is. But the problem is that there's BKBs, there's purges, there's all these sort of things that does make it feel like it's not that amazing. In the meantime, though, we are in 60 minutes, so here we go. Tier 5 items. If you're Dire side, you probably just want like the standard Mirror's Shield as well as the Seer Stone for like the supports. That's good enough.
Puck has a pirate hat.
Of course. How much is that attack speed? Is it 100 or was it like 200? It's a lot of attack speed.
150.
150. Because he wasn't hitting 5. Doesn't attack speed get capped at some point? Like, how much do you really need? He attacks 3 times a second. Okay, that's not so bad.
All of it. You need all of it. You know, when they asked Arnold how much protein do you eat each day, and he said all of it. Just kidding. That never happened. That never happened. But it's still a really cool meme. As Nicky Cool. Yeah, let's look at the tiny. I don't care about anything else. Please show me the tiny. Let's go and zoom him in a bit so that we see what he actually looks like. There it is.
The man is huge. I just wish we had Ogre Magi with what's. Can we? I want to see him BKB in fights as well. It'll be cool if Nicky Cool just activates his BKB for us. Book of Shadows on the Primal Beast just to make sure that one of his allies cannot be targeted. I like it. And Book of the Dead for Pablo.
I hate it. Like, what do they do? They're just gonna get one swiped by the Sven.
Exactly. I didn't want to say something mean about it, but I'm like, what does? Maybe there's just no better choice, but I feel like anything would have been better.
Yep, pretty much. The Enigma has 3k gold, so maybe we'll have the refresh at some point. That is a very slow mountain, and the puck is just gonna be killing him. That is a stupid amount of damage from Azantic. Imagine, like, you're super big, but you know that
Tiny Fairy?
That one? No, the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Yep. He still has buyback though. The one guy in his team is buyback. The rest of his team, the buyback timers are coming up, but they don't have the gold. However, they do have Pirate's hats, so that is going to like help you out. One Pirate's hat.
Okay, tell me what is the puck doing with 15,000 gold? Like, what the hell does Azantic want? Okay, he's gonna buy a Swift Blink.
I mean, cool, but there's like nothing to buy. There's not maybe upgrade the Boots of Travel, but it doesn't matter. There's nothing for him to get anymore. He's capped.
Ferrari, yacht, private jet. Like, dude, there's so many things to buy.
Cocaine.
No.
I mean, yeah, other stuff as well. Boats are good.
Let's see. 36 to 36. So, dead even in kills. 23k gold net worth. advantage.
It's
one
irrelevant
side.
because at some point you're capped out. Like we still Puck has 50,000 gold. He's not using it. Like
He bought a Swift Blink. He bought a Swift Blink. He just bought a Daedalus.
okay, but he's still got like 10,000 gold ish in the park. How much does he have? He's got
5k.
8,000. 8,000.
Once
like,
he
yeah, it's
buys the Demon Edge, he's gonna have like 5, 6.
Still,
That's a refresher. That's a refresher Roach for the Enigma.
yeah. Surprisingly, they don't. I mean, they don't seem to realize it. Puck is nowhere
Rest
near
farmers. Rest farmers.
This is a big deal. This is a big deal. Roshan Banner Ike doesn't want it. It's like
Nobody
nah.
cares.
No, even though it's so good. Who is he? He's just like let's go back.
There's a Siege Stone on the Enigma, though I think in this game he should probably be using the Black Hole over himself so he doesn't get abyssalled by the Alchemist, but still.
Yeah, I mean, just gives you so much benefit in just blinking in anyway.
Sven is sporting the Refresher Shard, though. That's quite weird.
He's gonna definitely give it to someone. I mean, Ike's just waiting. Here's the thing, Ike is kind of stuck, so they're just waiting for him to be able to TP back to base, and then they're gonna give it to him. Alright, but I think everyone's got what?
I mean, the Enigma shouldn't breathe because they're gonna hear him.
Buybacks are going to be available on everyone very soon. Man, we have been in this situation for quite a while, as both teams kind of worried, but the fact that Violent has an Aegis is going to make him, it's going to be a big enough of an equalizer. He's not the best Aegis user. Oh. Just because, you know, you can't get to God Strength on the second one.
He has a refresher, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Aghanim Scepter and the Dark Willow. That is the one that we haven't talked about. He went for the attack speed talent, so he's definitely going to be a nuisance in these fights. That's a lot of damage that you do.
He's got Force Boots. I just realized today that you can use Force Boots on other people, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's usually how Force Staff works.
I know, but I mean, I always thought that it was like a self-cast. Then today, because I know, how often do you get to use tier 5 items? Today I had it and I was like, I clicked and I was like, wait, I have to target it on someone?
Yeah, really, I never use them. I always win my games in 20 minutes, so yeah, it makes sense. You're right. Oh, they're going through the portal and are going to be finding the Disruptor. Nice blink away. The Nullifier doesn't come out in time, as that's a BKB. Stolen Avalanche going to be thrown out. Ike needs to be careful. On the Enigma, the Refresher Shard is still not on him. This Sven is a hoarder, and he definitely doesn't need it. As the Ravage, it will connect. It is going to be on 3 people, and now there will be a Static Storm. 2 of them are going to die. There is a buyback on the Enigma. The Tiny just trying to get one right click out before something happens. Mixa, Mirror Shield, he actually just uses the Pulverize on himself, and that's a huge fight. Zibe, the real hero of it.
Buyback is available on all 3 of the dead people. Violent is able to make it out, but you kind of need Violent to start these fights with the Aegis. You've only got for about 2.5 minutes more. No one else can go in first. It's so dangerous. Do you see the sizes of those Static Storms? Like, holy crap.
Insane. So now they're shoving in all 3 of the lanes. I really like this. They're putting a lot of emphasis on it. I mean, 1 lane of Rags doesn't change much right now, but 3, they actually might.
Exactly. It's like you're up against a team that's, I mean, at 66 minutes, any team can deal with 2 lanes of, so even Mega Creeps aren't the problem, but you want the Mega Creeps. Just 1 is not enough. And you also want them to buy back.
Yep. With all 3 waves coming in.
There is a glyph. Nemiga. Look at the attack speed from the puck. Nemiga.
Oh, it's not fair. Mirror Shield again. You use the Curse Crown on yourself. And there's the double buyback. Refresher Shard is on Ike. This time around, the Sven is not going to be a hoarder. Going for the Alchemist. Night Toss away. Pablo has the level 25
the damage is nice.
That's going to be a lot of damage, though. Mixa, he's dead. He just bought back. That is a disaster. It's saved with the Wind Waker Alchemist. If he gets out of this one alive, it's going to be a disaster. It is a disaster. Violet is trying, but he's not going to be alive for this black hole. They caught the puck. There's the green hole, which is immediately going to be cancelled out by Queasy. What a hex in the backlines. But the Rubik still running away. Violent, now he has his gold strength. Everything is around him. The second black hole, it is going to be perfect there. But again, cancel out super fast. But they lose 3 heroes on the side of Rest Farmers, and he is not done. Violent is mad and hungry for blood. Won't be getting, he lost 2 lanes of racks for this though, and you used a lot of buybacks. I don't know if Nemiga have what it takes to force the ones out on the side of Rest Farmers.
They gotta go back and defend right now because they were using those the Book of the Dead to get that. 3 buybacks were used. You still have it on this Sven as well as Queasy. Queasy MVP in that fight. The stolen black hole amounted to nothing because of him. But now if you're Nemiga, it's kind of doubtful how much you want to push this. If you do force them to buy back, you're gonna fight 3 versus 5. That is not good for you.
Rubik is just gonna stay with the black hole, right? He's gonna wait.
Of course, he's got for a while still.
Just sell your Ether Lens, buy a BKB, easy.
Or you know.
Oh, he got it already. Okay.
This is a bit awkward right now. We're seeing like Nikki Cool and Mixa just dying instantly these fights. Amplified damage. Can they get it? Can anyone get it here? Sven needs to be very careful here. He knows that he just wants to get like 1 rack. He doesn't want to go for the all-in. He goes for the throne. He knows they're gonna buy back. Time to leave.
Rubik will still annoy you. Has an avalanche. The toss there, keeping you at bay. 1 buyback. It's not enough.
It's the best you can get. It's the best you can get. Oh dear. Be careful there, bro.
Oh, they're gonna get him in. The Ravage actually keeps him away, but they have a second Ravage as well. Violent has a buyback for
might be dead.
Man. This is so annoying. Maybe toss it back. Finally, the BKB comes out to Satanic. He is back up to half HP. Okay, let's see. Maybe Queasy can get the melee racks. Nope, not available. He's gonna have to run.
But guess what? That is no refresher and no Ravages. You have 2 minutes here where Tidehunter is, I'm not gonna say a creep, but definitely not that useful.
So you wait for the God Strength and you go. You're gonna have the double Enigma Black Hole in 35 seconds. It's go time for an Amiga. It's now or never.
Basically, yes. You know, as we mentioned, Tidehunter is not much of a factor. But Rubik has Black Hole. Hey, look, Tormentor. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, yeah, actually, it just gives you gold. I was like, for some reason, I saw Queasy come up. I was like, oh, did he get it? But nope.
Queasy has an arcane rune. That's the level 29. Dark Will, they're coming with the smoke. Amiga, they want to fight. Oh, the Sven is gone. He has the buyback immediately. Ike has been caught, and there's the stolen green hole. This is how you do it. Pablo with the BKB is not gonna get hexed, not gonna get silenced, not gonna get stunned, and he's just tossing the disruptor forward. Give us glimpses, give us more.
You might need to BKB there. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. Does not get glimpsed in time. Tiny, he is interesting spot, but DP is back. Does not want to cut the wave. You don't have Ike, and it's a dieback. So if you've been paying attention on the farmers, you would know this. What a game! Holy moly, we've been here 71 minutes. We knew this was going to be an even one. I don't think it would be 71 minutes of evenness.
It looked like an Amiga, we're gonna get it like in 30 minutes, but Rest Farmers, they prevailed. Then Amiga got it back once again, but now it does look like Rest Farmers are going for the jugular, that they're gonna be ending it.
That's the Mega. There's no way to defend this. They want to be saving the glyphs for the throne. For the record, by the way, people, in 14 minutes, we're supposed to start the 3rd series of the day. That's the schedule. And we haven't even finished game 1 of this series.
Let's see. Rest Farmers running forward. The Wind Waker of the Tiny keeping him safe. Coil will be there. So much damage being done. He does break it. Goes into the fountain. Okay, they have the Book of Shadows. Now the green hole once again. That's just not fair. Yeah, it's gonna be taken down. There's the Ravage as well. You are not gonna be able to fight without your Sven. This game, it is over. Avalanche is nice. Terrorize is nicer. But the Static Storm is just way too strong. The amount of damage these guys can do is insane. Maybe now with the double black hole, maybe Queasy can do the damage. Maybe he can be the saving grace. Let's see,
now.
Oh, he cannot blink away. The acid spray keeping him at bay. Gets bashed up, running into the fountain as the throne is falling low. Nicky Cool is gonna be tossing the alchemist into the fountain, but the throne falls, and Rest Farmers win a 72-minute game versus Nemiga. Even though Nemiga were winning, maybe even for the majority at least of the early game. Otomo, we got ourselves a series, a very fun one.
Yes, we do. And we were thinking something like this was going to happen, right? We were like looking at these two. We said this is a good chance for both of them to prove it. We thought that Rest Farmers looked better, slightly on paper, but Nemiga had the better draft, so we were all in on them. It was very close. Like, this could have gone really either way. However, Rest Farmers, they did outplay them. A lot of it goes to Exantic. All the time, he's able to just jump on the enemy that he need to, gets the Dream Coil, has all this damage with the Divine Rapier. And also had Skin Man, level 25 Disruptor with Aghanims. You can't
Very
fight
scary.
that.
Very, very scary. You know what? This game, game time of this game 1 has lasted longer than both of the games in the first series combined. So that's just how it went here. We are at the half of the day, but if the rest of it is going to be like this game, we are not even close. And that's what we want. We want long games. We want nail-biting experiences here at the regional Dota 2 series, and we're going to be getting more of it after a short break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live two lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And welcome back to the regional Dota 2 series here with the third, no, actually it's still the second best of two of the day because the first game was so freaking long that we are still in Rest Farmers versus the Mega Gaming. Rest Farmers did win that one, but it was a nail-biting experience.
Oh,
what the hell? What the hell? I just ate half of my nails. Just kidding, of course, that never happened. As Automo, what do we expect from game 2?
I'm hoping basically what we got in game 1. It was very close. Nemiga did have the slightly better draft, but we could see Rest Farmers, they played it super disciplined, and a lot of it came down to just kind of outplay. At Xantic, he was impossible to catch, and they couldn't deal with him. You could see like Shad recovered really well. Zibe goes for the double Ravage. I think, honestly, in the end, though, there are two people who stand out. At Xantic and Hanskin, because of the way they played. Hanskin had the Refresher Orb, Aghanim.
Nobody on Nemiga?
Not to the same extent. I mean, they are the teams that won tends to have the more standout players, and that's just what happened.
Okay, yeah, makes sense here. Though, you know, all of that wouldn't have been possible if there wasn't this Alchemist support who gave the Aghanim Scepter to the Disruptor.
I don't know if you could call him. I mean, he was a carry Alchemist. He just maxed out, and he's like, all right, here, you know, Aghanim's in your mouth, and then Aghanim's in that guy's mouth, and shoves them all in, and they're like, oh yeah, we all have Aghanims now.
Do you eat an Aghanims?
Yes.
Really?
I'm pretty sure you feed. Yeah, I think you feed it to them. You know, you just go to the guy, you open up his mouth, you you pop it in, and that's it. They absorb it in. I don't think it's not like you can rub it. Yeah. All right. It does say. Somewhere in the description it says feeds. There's like feeds and Aghanims to an ally or something like that. It's there somewhere.
You can continue talking. I need to check it. What's happening here? Alchemist.
Okay,
so Alchemist melts down Aghanim Scepter to grant an allied hero all Aghanim Scepter upgrades.
I mean, melting down is kind of like, you know, butter melts down, so it's still a food. He still feeds it to them.
Okay, I'm okay. With this I'm fine, because eating an Aghanim Scepter would be quite disgusting. I guess it's all hard, you know, and rough and very hard to chew on. But if it's melted down, then I'm okay with that.
It's like melted cheese. But that's really what was it. It comes down to Xantic being unkillable, doing all the damage, and Hanskin being this problem that they have no way of dealing with. But that was game 1. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in game 2 here. As Nemiga, I would not give them enemy the puck again, but they still feel like Hanskin's Phoenix is a threat. More so, at least for now.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, okay, fine. I mean, Nemiga, they have the first pick this time around, so maybe they pick up the Disruptor for themselves. You said it is going to be quite a contested hero. Let's see if Rest Farmers are going to be as foolish as Nemiga in game 1 to give it away. They're thinking.
10 seconds remaining.
Because Ike is amazing at the hero, and his Enigma was pretty good. Like he barely gave away Black Hole until the very end, but at some points, like you gotta get the Black Hole, but you can't use it with Rubik. So if you want to take the Enigma, you have to ban the Rubik.
No, you're getting the Disruptor. Like, there's no way in hell that they're not picking it up.
I feel the same way. I feel like you'd rather have the Disruptor over the Rubik or the CM or whatever. Just take it up yourself. Yep, makes sense.
When are we gonna see people adjust to the Disruptor? Do you think there's like a book of pro players like, what did we play when Disruptor was in the meta 3 years ago?
You know, it's like the big back the pro Bible, and they're like, oh yes, Lifestealer and Brewmaster, there's the ones. As Rest Farmers, they do take up the Tiny, probably a Pablo hero. Let me just check. Yep, it's his most played hero. That's going to be for Pablo.
I still am fine with the Xantic picking it up. Like, whenever I see this Disruptor, I'm thinking Tiny crushes him, Tiny crushes him, Tiny crushes him, and there is a Tiny on the other side. Though we'll see if he'll be crushing, and of course if he will be, if there is a chance for him to be a core. I think Xantic has played it in the past.
Not in this patch, or at least it's not in his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not in his top 9 heroes. And hey, I'm allowed to do that. Ah, come on. It's because I have the notepad that's tiny. And plus it's like 1 AM here, so I'm a little tired. So I'm just, looking at it closely.
You're tired at 1 AM?
Yes, I'm tired at 1 AM. What do you want me to do? I mean, what? Do you think the baldness is because I'm young? No, I'm getting there in the age.
Dude, like, you are 32 or 33? I think 33, but 2. Okay, so you're probably in your 33rd year, but you just want to lower it anyways. But that is literally when you are at your strongest. Maybe not the strongest in terms of endurance, but strength, right? It is there. So use the strength or transfer it into endurance and you're gonna be fine.
Oh yeah, I'll just do that. I'll be transferring it right now. Give me 10 seconds and to complete it. Transfer your strength. Alright, Nemiga, they do get rid of the Enigma. It's I guess they just don't want to give it away to Hanskin. They took away 2 of his biggest heroes. That does leave the Crystal Maiden if they want to like the last pick that they could give to him. And I was gonna say Nagasign might be a counter to Disruptor. If someone gets glimpsed, you walk in with a sleep.
Yeah, I was about to say it as well.
Of course you are. No matter what, it's like you can't win. You can't win.
No. You can, Ottomo. I'm giving you the wins on the silver platter, right? You go with my prediction, and you win 100%.
You know what? I'd rather lose by myself than be carried that way. West Farmers. Who's left? When they have the next pick here, they've already taken the Tiny, so I imagine you want to take some sort of Zibe hero, especially because a couple of his heroes did get banned. Well, just the Brew. You want to take Tidehunter. You might want to take something like a Mars. Tidehunter is like a hero that doesn't build BKB, which makes him really weak towards the Disruptor, so I'd be like, no, they go for the Leshrac. Okay. That's going to be a Xantic's hero.
Yeah, most likely. So wait, you're a support player, Ottomo, right?
Yeah, the best.
Okay, and you said I would rather lose than be carried.
I mean by you in the cast. That's what I was going with.
That's fine. That's fine. As Ottomo, thank you for carrying me in the cast. I will always follow you, and I'm glad to get carried by you, as I do respect you as a person quite a lot. And Nemiga, they are going to be getting themselves a DP and the Batriders, some BKB piercing disables, and of course somewhat of a response to Lesh. Lesh can push towers more often, but the DP, and when she does have the exorcism, can push them just as well.
I think if you're going to look by who's better tower pusher, the Leshrac is just so much better. Edict's 10 seconds, it has 22-second cooldown, so it's very easy for him to just like non-stop be throwing out the Edict. And with Death Prophet, you're also kind of hesitant to use your exorcism most of the time. You always think, is there a better opportunity? It is a very long cooldown. So far I'm liking what Rest Farmers has a lot more than Nemiga.
Let's see. I would want to see some burst. Okay, that's not burst, but it's hella annoying to both the Disruptor and the Batrider because of the time dilation.
And you can just be like in the middle with a Pulse Nova, and that's it. You just chrono him. You don't mind. Who would you take? I think it's support right now.
AA, please. AA would be so cool, actually.
I wouldn't mind. Or Crystal Maiden. AA.
Ancient Apparition.
I know who he is. Thank you very much. I was just like, I was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna be not thinking out loud anymore. But AA, it's not bad against the Bat Rider in the lane if you could just throw the cold feet and just stand, because Bat Rider kind of hovers around the person, so you just hover around the cold feet.
They go for the Shadow Demon though. I wanted more burst, to be honest, because if the Death Prophet is surviving, gets the Spirit Siphon off, and then you chrono her, there is a good chance she comes out of it alive. The Tiny doesn't do a massive amount of damage if he's a support, which is more likely. Lesh does solid amounts of damage, but it's still over time, so it's not burst. So I'm looking at this Death Prophet as like a really powerful hero at the moment.
And most likely it's going to be Zibe's pick last, and he's not going to be picking how many offlaners are doing this massive amount of burst damage. Most of them, no, the best would be a Mars, honestly. And it's like, ooh.
You mean, ooh?
I was like, oh, I kind of like that. I like that a lot. I think Lycan has been one of the most successful heroes this patch. His win rate has increased the most among all the heroes.
Why is that
just
so?
Because Helm of the Overlord. Huh?
Why is that so?
What? Helm of the Overlord now is, it gives him the bounty. Before, when you used to use it, he's like a very tempo hero. So when you take these scripts and you don't get the gold for it, it's pretty bad. But now it's like, oh, I can go to the Black Dragon, get it. I get 100 gold. If it dies, it's not a big deal. I can just farm more. So it's quite nice for him.
Yeah, and I told you, Mixa is a zoo type of guy. So this is definitely something that he's quite comfortable with. Tiny has a solid amount of armor in the Avalanche, but the poor Shadow Demon, he's just food for the dog.
They definitely need the Mars. They definitely need the Mars right now. Firstly, it's for the burst damage, and secondly, so that you can put the dog in the doghouse. Basically,
it's getting banned though. There's 100% that Namiga banned it out.
Nothing is 100% in this world, my friend. Nothing is 100%. And they get rid of the Sven. Namiga needs a carry. Rest Farmers needs an off laner, unless it's going to be Tiny off lane. What I really would like is a hero that can actually do damage inside the Chronosphere, besides the Leshrac, but not many offlaners for that.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, they do have the last pick on Rest Farmers, so they could respond to whatever Namiga pick.
Let's see. I ban out the Mars. Is it gonna be a Mars ban? If it's you know, there's like a Viper. Zibe plays a decent amount of Viper. If Mars is not in the pool, that could kinda work, but it's not that valuable against the Lycan. But against the other three, it's pretty solid. Oh, they love the Mars. I think he's good. He's really good. It's not great against Disruptor because of Static Storm, but the other three don't love it. And plus, it's not like he's going to have Static Storm available every time. You might be able to kill him before he gets it off. So I'd really like to see the Mars.
What about
Doom?
An Underlord.
I was thinking a Doom would also be a good idea. I'm glad you suggested it. Could be a Doom because it's good against the Morphling and the Death Prophet. So I still prefer the Mars over the Doom, but it's not a bad idea. It's not as bad as like an Underlord.
Okay. Oh, you know what? This is actually a Omni Knight pick.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty cool. That would be actually pretty nice. Would they go for it? But Zibe does not play a whole lot of Omni Knight. He plays like team fight heroes with big ultimates. Not like the Omni Knight.
You get burst for the Morphling, you get burst for the DP, you get save for your supports with the Guardian Angel, and then he just picks a Centaur.
I don't know. I mean, okay, alright, it's fine. It's okay. I would have preferred either the Mars or the Omni Knight that you were mentioning. I think that Centaur's too in the middle, you know? Not a huge amount of burst damage, not a huge amount of control. Just like, it's like fine. I don't know, I would prefer than the other ones. But Rest Farmers, they did look good in game 1. This is a very different draft from Namiga. Very run at you. It's quite scary actually. If Lycan as well, this profit, taking these buildings, Glimpse as well, getting you +1s.
How do you get
What
the
do you
first
think?
kill though on Amiga? That's my question. How do you get that first kill?
If you don't, it's okay if you don't get the first kill. You just threaten buildings. The enemy has to come to you. At some point, they're gonna fight you. So, the idea of just chasing, running around the map, getting kills, it's like outdated.
No,
you
no,
just
no,
go
no,
for
no,
objectives.
no. You didn't understand me, Atmos. So how do you get that first kill in a fight so that the enemy starts running away, and then you can glimpse them back? Because rest farmers could just run forward.
Ah, yeah, you send the Batrider first. He catches someone. That's gonna be the kill. Then they won't want to fight 4 versus 5.
Not convinced. I'm going for rest farmers. I think that Lesh matches the pushing power of these two together. I think you have the save for the lasso. You have the chrono, which is the strongest teamfight spell. The stampede to save your supports. Avalanche as well to delay that Lycan ulti. I think rest farmers, when I look at their lineup, they have a way to deal with everything. And Centaur also does fit my category of burst type heroes. He definitely does help just annihilate one core and or the sports, doesn't matter who you jump on. So I'm in on rest farmers here.
Okay, I think I agree with that. I think rest farmers are also gonna be taking this 2-0. My only issue with them is that if this game is like rest farmers has to reach 35 minutes without losing barracks, you know, because the Amiga wants to do that. If you start losing buildings early, it's gonna snowball. If you can hold on, you win the game. Every minute where the Amiga doesn't grow their lead is a minute that rest farmers is more likely to win the game. So I'm with the rest farmers.
I'm looking at this a little bit differently. I don't think it's a certain part of the game where rest farmers are actually going to be becoming stronger. I think both of the teams in this game need to be scaling constantly, right? So in my mind, it's whoever gets the better map control early on is going to be able to win. And for me, that's rest farmers, because once the tier 1s fall and both of the teams are going to be able to take those down, who's going to have better catch? Tiny, Centaur, and Lesh on one side, and then on the other side you just have the Batrider. It's not good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, your point about sort of scaling, I can see violent scaling on the Morph lane. Nikki Cool maybe, but Lycan has always been a very tempo off laner that falls off. Not, very unlike the Centaur that they faces Void as well as the Leshrac. So I favor the scaling on the Radiant way more.
I mean, for sure. You still need to find where to fight. And you have the toss back, like it's not going to be easy to go high ground. It's just a tougher game for the Amiga all around.
It is a very tougher game. So I'm going with farmers like 70%, you know. I think the Amiga is a very good team. They might be able to take it around, but it's just hard draft to execute. This push draft tend to fall flat on their faces many times.
And they had an easier draft last time around. They had the lead, they messed up, so I'm believing more in the consistency of rest farmers, but we're going to be finding out how it ends in the game, and that's going to be right now.
There we go. The odds favoring rest farmers, but it's quite close. As Pablo's like, are we going to go to level 30? And let me tell you, as a person who's going to cast this game and 2 more, I'm like, could we not? Could we not have that long of a game? I love him. I love an even game, but that was quite a meal.
Wait. You don't want a 70-minute game.
Yes, I think that it would be nice if we had something like give us 55 minutes. 55. That's pretty
What?
good.
I want a 100-minute game here. I want a 1,000-minute game. What the hell, Automo? Give our viewers what they want. Tomorrow, you and me are free from casting, so it doesn't matter. We can be here all night long.
I think it's only you. I'm actually casting tomorrow. I'm doing it with Rob.
Oh yeah, okay. So I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. I know you don't care, but to be fair, that's a long time from now. Azantic, I mean, they could glimpse him. They do. But can they actually kill him? Oh. His friend Shop takes a lot of hits though. But they're going to be turning it around. Stun.
Hoof stomp, right clicks, the avalanche as well onto the 2 of them, slowing him down. Pablo gets the kill. Azantic is dropping low and he's actually going to die to Nikki Cool. This does favor Namiga, as it is one mid laner getting the kill, and it was only Pablo on the other side.
And they also were able to deny the bounty rune with the wolves. That's actually pretty impressive. Those farmers a bit more of an advantage. And I've said this before, I dislike when the odds are under the other team. So it should be rest farmers on the left and the Amiga on the right. Admins. So, in this lane, who's going to be winning? I kind of favor Xantic just a little bit. Spirit Siphon, kind of not a whole lot of value in this lane. However, Nicky Cool did get that kill on him, which does kind of shift a little bit in his favor.
So let's see the Death Prophet, because of that will get the early bottle. Let's see how well Xantic will be able to farm, and that is a dead Morphling that we didn't catch because Morphlings sometimes die unexpectedly. I'm gonna wait. Was he hiding in the trees morphing? No, he just died in the lane. Okay, that's weird.
It's the standard full Agi into Avalanche plus Hoof Stomp, and not respecting the burst damage from the enemy side. We see it all the time from Morphling players. So I think being very overconfident. Mid lane, the CS is favoring Xantic, but the harass from Nicky Cool is annoying him.
He's gonna get the bottle now. That's gonna be 3 bottle charges plus the water rune plus 2 more bottle charges. So Xantic will be fine in terms of harassment. He hasn't missed a single CS thus far.
And that's the thing, right? It's kind of easier to land the lightning storm than and skin.
He's looking very much dead. Nice body blocks coming out from Mixa. Has 6 stick charges, so he's baiting. He's really baiting this one, and the wolves won't be able to run him down. Even a level 30 Lycan won't be able to kill Hanskin here.
No, they do get a kill on the wolves as well, which gives you a tiny bit of EXP and gold. Well, actually, just the EXP. I believe the tower was the one that got the kill.
It's still nice.
Oh, it's nice, Everything you can get is good. Overall, Violent is kind of suffering here with only 7 CS. I mean, I'm expected to see that on the Morphling, but he realizes he can't go too close, especially with his half health that he's walking with.
Even less than that, 1/3. Zibay gets glimpsed out of that one. We'll be pulling the wave anyways, and this lane is looking quite bad in terms of CS for both of the cores.
True, they're not getting a whole lot. I would say though that Centaur tends to have a much easier time recovering than the Morphling, right? Morphling, you go around hitting creeps in the jungle, takes quite a bit. So Centaur's like, nah, just double edge a wave and you're done.
There's 8 denies on the Lycan. I mean, of course, some of those are gonna be wolves, but I'm gonna assume majority of them are gonna be lane creeps.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the wolves, it's the same thing where you see with the lone druid, where it's like if you have 2 units in the lane, it's very easy for you to get those denies off because you do like 100 damage. Very hard, even with a quelling blade, for you to get it licensed that way.
Well, let's see. His boy does have a decent amount of CS anyway, so it leads me to assume that a lot of these were wolf denies, though I haven't seen many of them as we weren't paying attention to this lane all that much. But where are we gonna be seeing action, Automode? Very passive side lane so far. Yeah,
I don't think we're gonna be seeing much action anywhere actually. Top lane is Disruptor Morphling, which is meh. Up against Centaur Tiny, which is good, but good luck getting on top of Disruptor most of the time. So I might see top. Mid lane, it's a farm fest, or as I call it, the snoozer. Oh, well, that's a nice steal here, but they might pay for it with his life.
Let's see, Queasy is gonna wait for the Firefly, get himself to the high ground. Was 1 second on until it cooled off, and he is gonna be a-okay.
I like how Xantic was there. He was sort of waiting. He's like, do I commit my spells and my mana and my cooldown on this or not? Then he sees the Firefly. He's like, alright, not worth it. He just leaves him behind. Faceless Void. I keep wondering how well he's gonna be able to use this chrono with his allies around. It's like Leshrac is good, but the rest are just so meh.
I guess it is what it is. The other side, at least supports are fairly squishy, so if you have a good game, you can do it yourself. But this is one of those games where if you shut down the Faceless Void, the damage output of his entire lineup just suffers so much.
They're going for Shiva's Guard on the Centaur, which combined with the Leshrac can work really well. And you'll have this big spike where the Centaur has Shivas and Leshrac, and then Xantic has the Bloodstone. And suddenly these 2 cores are very hard to kill and just do a whole lot of damage. I think that's the timing that they will be playing for on Rest Farmers.
In terms of the laning phase, though, Namiga have crushed it here, especially the Death Prophet is 600 gold ahead of the Lesh, so that is a solid difference between the two mid laners, especially because Atlantic was CSing quite nicely, but that early death definitely hurt him. Ike in some trouble. Pablo might be in trouble as well, as the blood grenade was used. Body blocks from Atlantic. Yeah, Nikiko has to care about those. The Diabolic Edict is nothing to laugh at.
I think he thought that he got the kill, actually, as Hanskin does lose his life. Almost a solo kill there by Mixa, and he's able to secure the ruin for his allies. So overall, this rotation in the mid lane, I think, favors Namiga.
Very nicely done by Queasy. He sets up that kill for his Lycan, who is just comfortably farming on the bottom lane. So this is looking amazing for the offlane Lycan thus far. He's not being pressured whatsoever. With this kind of a start, you're gonna have a very early Helm of Dom, pretty much like 300 gold away from it. And I don't know what you do then. Now Nicky Cool running in, he's gonna be using the Exorcism. Queasy dropping low, but it will be fine. Nicky Cool has to be careful. The damage is more than enough to finish him off. The toss is there. Pablo is on a killing spree. Zantic dropping low as well. The ghost won't be able to haunt him. Nicky Cool a little bit too far away. That was close, but both of the teams lose a support on each side.
And both of the teams, their mid laners limp away, barely alive, and they decide, let's not risk it and make sure they heal up. Pablo, this is his most played hero, and he's been looking very nice on the Tiny.
Yep, looking good.
Bottle refill. Here you go, Mr. Nicky Cool. I don't like that the bottle refill is not instant when you TP. Like, it has to be with you for like a second before it refills, and I don't like that.
Why not?
Because a bunch of times people give it to me and I give it back to them instantly and it doesn't refill. And I'm like, oh right, I was supposed to hold it for some unfathomable reason.
I mean, it's not about the bottle refill, it's about when you enter the fountain, the bottle takes a second to fill up. So that's just how it is.
I know, it's just in general it should be instant.
Dude, if you go and you want to fill up a bottle on the well, does it get instantly filled up?
No, but there's this thing called this is a fiction. You know, like I don't imagine there are people out there who are purple with no faces. So, you know, not gonna go with that logic.
I'm not gonna even talk about your untrue assumptions, as there might be people that are purple with no faces. And the Zantek, he's getting his soul pulled out of his body, but the Stampede will allow him to run away. The center was also dropping quite low, so it's gonna be nice for him. Pablo, however, next to the tower with 0 armor, in a lot of trouble. He's still gonna be surviving with a lot of wand charges. So as you mentioned, his spell usage on this hero has been on point thus far.
Dude, Nicky Cool. He is able to just be unkillable for his team, and the supports just throw out their spells. Same kind of a similar thing coming for the Pablo and Zantic, who are very durable, and they're like, yeah, just go for us. A lot of action in the mid lane, but 3,000 gold for Namiga? Where is it all coming from?
I mean, they're just farming better. They're literally playing the laning phase with all 3 of their cores not moving and winning. The Lycan has already taken down a tower in the bottom lane. There's nothing that the Faceless Void can do about it. This is beautiful, and he's rotating. Mixa is coming.
And by the way, this is what we talked about with the Helm of the Overlord, sorry, Helm of the Dominator. He takes a big creep and he just uses it and gets the gold from it. As Zantic, he's dead.
Nice, coming for them. Zantic is dropping low. Finally, this is gonna be the Spirit Siphon that finishes him off, and this wolf is hungry, has sharp teeth, claws as well. Will be eating Handskin for what is it at your time? It's probably around breakfast time right now, right? 3-4 a.m.
It's 1:30. It's 1:30 a.m. So he's eating him for supper. I believe that would be what he's the meal for.
Yeah, when you cast with Rob in his part of England, it's not breakfast, lunch, dinner, or supper. It is breakfast, supper, and tea, as there will be a chrono, but the tower does fall.
No damage.
They're doing no damage at the moment. Finally, with the Tiny coming over, they're going to be able to do it. Mixa, he's just a man.
Lots of damage.
And as just a man, he will die.
Okay. The beginning, literally the duration of the chrono just held them there while his team was able to come and get ready, but they do get the kill in the end. Nice move for Shad, as well as Zantic gets that kill. Still a bit of a gap in terms of net worth. We haven't seen Zibe at all on the Centaur. He does go for a Vanguard, by the way.
Into a Crimson
Unusual.
Guard. Yeah, that's not really something that we see too often. Also, you don't see too often that you get amazing odds and then you get an amazing promo code. 1X RLG EU 120% bonus on your first deposit. You have the banner down below, so feel free to go for it if you want, and you should, because it's only gonna last until the end of this tournament. Then we're switching it up again.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He wants to go for it because there's so many creeps coming out from the enemy side. He wants to be able to protect his allies. It's still an interesting way of playing it, though.
Oh, Avalanche is so good at keeping you at bay. This exorcism might not give them kills, but it's most definitely going to do some damage to the top tower. And Namiga, they're taking the towers down. The Lesh isn't really.
By the way, one thing we want to mention is that Crimson Guard is ineffective against Exorcism. Exorcism goes to deal full damage even if you have the Crimson Guard on you.
It's for the Lycan, I guess, but I still don't think it's that good of an item. It just doesn't feel too great. We'll see. Now we'll see how good it is, because it should allow your supports to live a little bit longer versus the Lycan. We'll see how long.
That's exactly how I see it as well. It's like all these creeps coming at you. Each one deals like 30, 40, 50 damage, but they hit very fast. You put this on, suddenly it's all mitigated. Very useful. But against like Exo, doesn't do too much.
Wait, which one can't you purge off? Is it the Crimson Guard or the Pipe?
I'm pretty sure you can purge off both, actually.
Oh, no.
In that case, it's more likely the Crimson Guard. It says Dispellable, actually. Right underneath it says Dispellable.
Okay, so Pipe of Insight is undispellable then.
I'm pretty sure Pipe is Dispellable.
Pablo, lassoed up, gonna be taken down. Well, wait. Crimson Guard. It says Dispellable. Yes. Pipe.
Yes.
It
does
doesn't
not say Dispellable.
Told you.
But I'm pretty sure it is Dispellable, man.
Can you go and check? Is it possible while we're in the lobby?
Well, why would I check when I can ask our lovely viewers about... But yeah, I'll go check somewhere else. Fine.
Let's see. I know it was changed recently, so I'm pretty sure it can be taken out. But anyways, the 3k gold lead here for Namiga. Still quite confident in their lead. They take down 2 towers so far, only losing 1 in the process. As Mixa is still ultra farmed in this Lycan, despite that's gonna be a full overlord done.
Alright, as much as it pains me to say it, you are correct. The Pipe Guard, the barrier, is undispellable. It only gets dispelled by one thing. You know what it is, right?
Magic damage.
No, death.
It doesn't get dispelled by magic damage?
I mean, yes, that's one too, but you know what I mean. As in, if you die, it's removed from you.
Otomo, I love you. I love you. You make these casts so entertaining sometimes.
Oh, sometimes, huh? Okay, well, thank you. I try to be occasionally entertaining.
It is what it is. We cannot be funny all the time.
That's true. We have to be serious. Just like Namiga, they're serious about this fight. Smoking up from behind, trying to see if they can find. Shad could show up and throw out a good chrono. There's a blink dagger on the bat right. Who'd they catch? Pablo?
Yeah, they don't even need the lasso. He's gone. He's just so gone. It's gonna be using the avalanche, throwing some rocks, and Violent is gonna be showing him how it's done.
Okay, I mean, it's fine. He's actually fairly close to his blink dagger on the tiny, which is not that bad of a timing.
Still, he did die right now. If he dies once more, it is gonna be delayed immensely, as there will be an exorcism used with the rune on Nikki Cool. He does have that shield, so the last tier 1 will get taken down with ease.
And Shad doesn't feel like it's worth it really. Showing up there, there's Exorcism, there's a Disruptor. You have to be like there for a while. It's just not worth it. And he continues farming. Let's do a quick item roundup. Leshrac starting off with the Yules and going for the Kaya. There's lots of mana regen, so you can just keep on fighting and keep on farming as well.
Dude, I'm thinking this Lycan is gonna be getting an early nullifier in this game. Like a Yules, a Crimson Guard, you're gonna get it.
He's actually queuing up the Hex, but I wouldn't mind the Nullifier at all. Can they kill him? They would love to get this kill. They need it. Chrono? There you go.
Up easy. They probably wanted to get him without it, but it is what it is.
No, it's like, whatever. You just need to get these kills no matter what. Because he is, one, extremely farmed, and secondly, the main tempo driver for the team. Like, I've been saying this Helm of the Overlord change is huge for Lycan and Beastmaster, and we're seeing it in his farm.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a Midas. That's how it feels.
Exactly. Exactly. What's the cooldown on it as well? It's not that long, is it? It's 45 seconds. You can go and get an ancient creep every time. That's huge.
I think you don't need to go get an ancient creep though. You can get any creep and still get the gold.
True, but the ancient creeps are the most valuable because of their gold bounty. But you're right. In the meantime, though, Maelstrom is finished up on Shad along with the Mask Commands. He's recognizing that he will have to join these fights throughout good chronospheres and delay the game. And honestly, Haskin's gonna die.
You see, the Stampede will get used, and the Death Prophet is dead on the other side of the map. Here comes the Faceless Void with the time dilation. That's gonna slow these two down by quite a lot. Staying on the hill there, cosplaying RTZ, Queasy, RTZ does sound similar. Xanting gets a double, as Ike will get caught as well. Pablo slowed down there by the Ancient Thunderhide, but Ike is still gonna be going down. No, he will be fine, especially with the Royal Jelly being activated for 1 charges as well to play with the Xanting. You have to be very carefully running into the tower, has the Yules. It's gonna buy you some time. Static Storm keeping everybody else at bay, and Xantic will not be protected. The Avalanche toss Pablo. He started this, he wants to end it, and finally will be finishing off Ike, but at a cost of his own mid laner.
Can he TP away? I mean, no, we'll click on him. There we go. He can TP away if he wants to. Oh. They're kind of wasting. They're just kind of wasting their time, honestly, on this one. I gotta say, Nemigas right now, they're looking in a very bad spot. They need to be further ahead with the way the pace of the game is going. I said at 35 minutes, you need to be taking Raxes. They're halfway through, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. What they're positioned.
No, I don't like it either, really, because the tempo is just not there. You're not getting tier 2s. You're not closing out the map for the Faceless Void. There is gonna be places for rest farmers to fight at, even if they are slightly behind later on. So Nemiga, they need more map control, and they need it now.
And the win percentage reflects that. It is 57 for rest farmers. So Gaben, he's never wrong. He knows. He's like, this is not the path to victory, or at least it needs to be. You need to be further along the path.
Let's see, the Lycan is still applying pressure though.
Yeah, he is. But it's not quite the same pressure as it was a little while ago, where it looked like he was sort of unkillable and doing whatever he wants. And his next item is...
Hex? Yeah.
That's a problem, because... Oh, did they see Ike? No. The problem with this... with going for Hex, is it's just too expensive. When you want to snowball, you want to keep getting these 2,000-3,000 gold items that are very useful. But you can't. You're not going for like Vlad's to speed up your push. You're going for Hex to get kills. It's going to take forever.
So
I don't like it.
Let's see. The Morphling is gonna be finishing his Manta, so maybe it's time for Violent to finally join in on the fray. They are gonna be needing him. In the later portions of the game, the Morphling is actually quite decent versus a Faceless Void. Not the ultra late game, but you know, at the end of the mid game, it's still gonna be quite nice. You can burst him down, you can morph inside of the Chrono and survive because of it. But he is still not joining Violent. He thinks that he can win this one by farming.
To be fair, though, that Morphling pick was always going to be anti-synergetic with the draft, right? Like, Morphling is not a pushing hero. If you wanted something like to work with them, they would have picked a Luna. That would have been like, oh yeah, we're going very quickly. But instead, they go for the Morphling, which means that your tempo is going to be naturally slower. Just because your carry does not want to fight.
It's just how the Morphling works, though. He is gonna be joining his team right now. He might not want to fight, but he definitely wants to kill some towers. And this bottom tier 2 will die unless rest farmers come to defend it, and nobody's coming over. They're just gonna let it go.
Well, here's the plan. You put Zibe here. He turns on the Crimson Guard. He just walks away. That tower will never fall.
Really?
Okay, it will fall, but I mean, it will probably take like 3 seconds longer.
Yeah, that would have been really huge. The Roche will be traveling to the Radiant side, so Nemiga with their takedown of this tier 2, Roche is quite a nice objective to go for.
It would be. Pablo getting decently close to the Yule Scepter. Zibe, he wants to go for Blade Mail, turns his health into a resource. Glimmer Cape gonna be the item choice for the Shadow Demon. And, ooh, Bloodstone on Leshrac. Okay. Although, it's gonna be some time before we see Shiva's Guard. They really do need it on the Radiant side. You're up against Spirit, Siphon, and Morphling.
They're gonna be taking that Roche. Rest farmers don't even want to fight it. There will be an AD rune found. Stampede being used. They go for poor Queasy. And they do take him down with ease.
Queasy dead again, but it's fine if you trade him for the Roche. You know, that's the price you're gonna be paying. This Roche, I would not want it to be a pure farming Roche. I'd like to see them take all the tier 2s, maybe even, you know, touch the tier 3s. Be like, yo, let's see it.
I mean, with the Lycan, it's gonna be easy, right? He's gonna be pushing everything in with the wolves, with the Helm of the Overlord creep. So we'll see if they can apply some pressure to the enemy base. That bottom lane, I think, is where Nemiga need to get their advantage. Just constantly pull at least one hero of rest farmers there.
I would like that, but the issue is that once you're sort of pushing 2 lanes, it's not always that advantageous, because you can just defend them from the base area. You don't have to like push it all the way out. Not sure I explained that perfectly well, but you just can stay near the base, clear out the creep wave bottom, then go mid, clear out that creep wave, and just rotate that way.
Let's see though. Nemiga are in a smoke. They are searching for somebody, and the Faceless Void is showing himself. Nicky Cole with a haste, and maybe should have given that to the Batrider.
Agreed, but Batrider doesn't have the blink, so
Shad
you're
is
fine
dead.
with that. Poor Shad.
And doesn't have the Manta. Oh, he got the Manta right now. They have the Static Storm. Okay, we'll be fine.
Almost. Oh, it almost was. You could like barely sometimes are able to walk out of it, but not that one. And I imagine that they were going to go for more than this. He's down for 40 seconds. He will not buy back. He can't buy back anyway. So that's a chance for you to really damage some structures. Perfect play by Nemiga.
High ground. Yeah, they're going to go for it. The wave is coming.
Back
you
door.
have Glyph though.
And back to protection. Okay, more illusions of Death Prophet. Not the most valuable, but still.
Oh, Manta. The only tosses the illusion, so Pablo is not going to be happy with it. As he also protects himself for 2.5 seconds. Glimmer Cape is there too, and no vision, so Pablo will live.
Nice bit of sort of time wasting that they're doing here. As toss Nicky Cool gets tossed safety, but Pablo's like, no, come back here.
Pablo got him. There's the great healing Lotus on him. The Chrono in the backline. Shad is back. You killed me, and now I murder all of you. They have the Aegis on the Morphling. He needs to get out. Where's the bash? Where's the bash? Where's the bash?
What?
Shad is the unluckiest guy in the entire world.
We say that after he gets a 3-man Chrono that leads to 2 of them dead. Then Nemiga, they did well going for that. That was kind of the right idea. You have to pressure. But unfortunately, Pablo really good at just poking them. And Hanskin right behind him, keeping him alive. That was really all on the supports for the delay.
Yep, first time he made a blunder with the toss back, so he didn't get the Morphling. But then, and he is rewarded, Otamo. He is rewarded with a shard from the Tormentor. Let's go.
Wait, they got... Oh man, they got the tiny shard. Oh god, so bad.
No, he was in the previous series.
No, I'm looking at Pablo. He also got the Tormentor, the shard just now on the tiny. Sucks.
Yeah, but so bad it was in the previous series, I still told you.
Oh my lord. No, that's not what I meant and you know it. Okay, it's a terrible shard for the tiny support.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense.
There you go.
As Squeezy will be taking down a ward, at least something on Amiga. They are quite far behind. They had an opening and, well, they got outplayed by a tiny. Usually how it goes.
Now you have to think about, it's like, their pick-off potential is not bad just because they have a Bat Rider, but their damage is okay from everyone else. Just not really bursty apart from the Morphling.
Definitely not.
That's not where you want to be.
But Insta-Yules will be there, keeping at bay. Avalanche from Pablo Toss onto the Death Prophet. They've already lost their battle, but he used his spells. Hanskin is a great target to go for. Static Storm will get put down. Amiga They are really positioning nicely in this fight. Nice glimpse there, sending a Xantic back as Zibe is dropping low as well. Crimson Guard protecting them, Bloodstone as well. Pablo is back into it. Let's see how much damage they can do. Shad is not a part of this engagement. He doesn't even have the Chrono, so definitely doesn't even want to be. And Xantic barely alive. The right clicks, not something that can get him, but the Witch Blade, the overtime damage does finish him off. Zibe, next on the menu. There will be a glimpse fairly soon if you're not careful, but the glimpse isn't needed as the Morphling will be able to do more than enough damage by himself. A 3-for-1. A great fight for Nemiga. They still have the Aegis, not for long. Shad,
but
over. He's gonna find him, and he got him. He got the Morphling. They have no saves for him. No way, he's dead. Shad, stop doing it. You're way too good. It is not fair. Cobbled Foreman is gonna be giving the movement speed to Nemiga, so he can definitely run themselves away. But look at Pablo. He wants to go forward. He's being annoyed by the wolves, not allowed to blink forward. He will get slowed down as Shad is still not done. He wants more blood.
Nicky Cool is like, I'm a ghost. I don't have blood, so you're gonna have to be content with the blood that you got from the Morphling. Shad turned it around for them after what was kind of a disastrous fight. It does get them something on the board. And Nemiga, this window continues to just get smaller and smaller and smaller, this chance of victory. They did do the right thing, though, by trying to play the pick-off game.
They're doing a solid job on Nemiga. I think they're finding the right fights, but just every time at the end, Shad is there. Shad has been the saving grace. Yep.
In the previous game, it was a Xantic and Handskin. This one, I definitely feel like it's Shad's influence all the way. Zibe, he's tanky.
Stampede is there. They have the glimpse. Kinetic field will miss, but they are going to be fine. Avalanche quite nice. Hoof stomp as well. Ultimately, he's still going to fall, but it took them some time.
Surprisingly, does not use the blade mail until the very end of that fight, but I doubt it would have made any much of a difference anyway. What are we looking at in terms of items? Let's see. Shad, he is, I believe, building towards. No, he's going for the Scotty now, not the BKB. Okay. I would like to see the BKB, just so that you can like dodge everything.
Static Storm is the only problem he has. Other than that, I think he's pretty safe.
Oh, by the way, Pablo is he is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter. Already has 2 components of it. He does feel like I need to help inside the Chrono, so I'm just going to go for 3 volley. I'm happy with that.
I mean, Shad has been getting some amazing chronos, and it's not only him, it's just the Nemiga lineup, the way it works. It wants to run forwards. There's always going to be an opening, and in this kind of situations, as a Tiny, you understand, there's going to be big chronos, there's going to be more of them. I'm super farmed, let's go for it.
In the meantime, though, Violent, he's finished the Kanda, so his burst damage is quite significant. And as we mentioned, there is no BKB on the Faceless Void. I like the idea of the Scott. I think he should get it, but just after the BKB.
Yeah, Scotty's pretty good versus the Morphling, versus the Dead Prophet.
By the way, Mixa, I know he's your best friend, but he did kind of screw up this game because he wanted to go for the Hex. He wasn't buying components of it. Then he decides he switches to the Overlord. The Assault Cuirass. I know he should have gone for Assault Cuirass from the beginning, but wasting or holding his gold for the Hex cost him a lot.
Yeah, sorry Mixa, my best friend, but we have found a fault in you. I think that's good though. He's going to be watching the stream and he's going to be thinking, yeah, this Automo analyst, he knows what he's talking about. So next time I'm going to be doing better, and that is true.
No, most likely he's gonna contact the tournament organizer and say, I never want him to cast any of my games ever again. That's what most likely will happen. They're like, nope, if he's casting, I ain't playing. That is something, by the way, for people who are wondering, that does happen. Some orgs do request that certain casters do not cast their games.
Okay, do you have an example?
No, but if I say that, people will be like, I always knew there was beef between these guys. So no, I will not give examples.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask credit to Avalanche Toss. They're gonna be going for the Death Prophet. There will be a Demonic Purge as well. Ogre Seal Totem to the low ground. We'll be fine for now. Nicky Cool is surviving the Static Storm quite nice. The backline is Violent goes. Once Pablo, the Yule's keeping him at bay. And it is gonna be disrupted. The Shad Demon dies first. He tried to toss in Violent into the Chrono as well, but Shad wasn't getting into it. Still, Azantic is doing way too much damage. It's just not fair. As Violent will do his best to run out of this one. Turns into a Tiny, turns around with the Avatos combo. Pablo comes in with the real deal and keeps it in place long enough for Shad to get the kill. Rast Farmers, after this game, they are going to be very, very favored to win this game and the entire series.
I mean, basically they have already almost won the series. They already took game 1, and this game is looking very much in their hand. The graph continues to climb in their favor. Azantic, while he didn't like do insane amounts of damage inside the Chrono, because this hero, as we mentioned, is not very bursty, he just kept the Morphling from getting any health. They do kill the Death Prophet at the end. This is a nightmare situation for Nemiga. He's also got the Shiva's Guard and the Sanj and Kaya. This guy is insane.
There's gonna be an Aghanim Scepter on the Tiny fairly soon, so next Chrono like that, that's gonna be a lot of damage dished in by Pablo inside of it for sure.
Here's the thing, you want to be like, alright, what is the chances, what are the chances for Nemiga? What can they do to win this one? And I mean, if you can, there's always that, you can push and get pickoffs, you can win the game, but realistically, in a straight up team fight, they'll never win. That's just the truth. They should never be able to take a straight up 5 versus 5.
Okay, so since you are so certain of their victory on the side of Rest Farmers, so
yep,
how long do you think this game is going to last?
How long do I think? Let's see, like 42 to 45 minutes, something like that.
Okay, we'll see if Rest Penguins can end it until that point. Of course, once the Lesh gets
by the way,
gets it going, it's gonna be super fast.
You just call them Rest Penguins.
Oh, really? I said the Rest Farmers.
No, but you said Rest Penguins. I heard you.
Okay, I'm sorry. There was a team that should have been in this tournament, which is Ninja Penguins, so maybe. And I can see this this shark does look like a penguin a little bit.
He does, actually. You're right. He does definitely look a bit like a big penguin-y. There's a smoke up from Rest Farmers, who look like sharks. Shad's just kind of provide Mixa. Did he imagine it timed out, or does he not know? I think, okay, he imagines it timed out. Zibe sees him. Mixa, by the way, no boots on Mixa. He's just kind of...
I mean, he's a Lycan. Have you ever seen a dog with boots?
Yes, I have. Well, I've seen them with socks.
Not those little, like, those are not dogs. I mean, a real dog, like a German Shepherd.
No, you mean like the real descendant of wolves, not like this, tiny poodle where like, you were a wolf at some point. He's like, yeah, my grandfather
would be so proud.
Well, to be fair, maybe they would be. They'd be like, look at our grandchildren. They get food delivered straight to them.
Dude, literally, if I was a wolf and I'd see a poodle like, this is your descendant, then I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna go back in time and stop myself from reproducing. It's not good. Just kidding. Poodles are nice. I don't like chihuahuas, right? Poodles are cool.
Oh, I don't like the bulldog. I know people are like, bulldog, everything. But like, I look at the bulldog, I'm like, you're an ugly animal. And you slobber.
They're like dog pigs. That's how I feel.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what they do. They don't bark, they snork. But anyways, the Roche is gonna be taken down. That's gonna be the Rest Farmers getting the Aegis, as Nemiga are in a smoke. Their Morphling is not with them just yet.
Risky as hell. This is a risky as hell smoke. You're up against the Aegis on the enemy side. They don't have Chronosphere. That's true. That's all the big saving grace right now for Nemiga with this move.
Stampede going forward. There's gonna be a glimpse there, but they still catch him. The disruptor gets taken out. The same is true for the Shadow Demon. They're trying to go for violent. Not gonna be happening. The fight is still split, but it is Rest Farmers that are surrounded. Here comes the trees flying in. Shad just going in. I don't have a chrono, but I can still keep you in place with the bashes. Your heads are not immune to getting smashed in. Avalanche is there. You lost your BKB now, so you're gonna be stuck in place with the Spirit Siphons, 2 of them left. Morphling turns into the Faceless Void, tries to go into the side. There will be a Hex. Maybe they can kill the Faceless Void once. We'll be bringing down the Lash as the trees are gonna continue flying in. Violent turns back time. Pablo coming over. The Avalanche will be there, being sent away by the Glimpse. Time dilation gonna be used. Violent. He still has a way to get out of it with the waveform. Chrono is gonna be up in 2 seconds. You have to run away from him. And Ike left on. Where are my friends? You have none.
Poor Ike. He dies back. They do get some stuff for their trouble in Nemiga, by the way. They get the Roshan out of... Sorry, the Aegis out of the hand of the Faceless Void. They kill Xantic. So it's not a disastrous fight for them. I also thought it would go slightly worse, all things considered.
It was the best time to go for it. Lycan will be level 20, so the shapeshift duration is gonna be quite longer. He's not going for it. Is he really thinking about the other one? Nah, no way. Yeah, there it is.
I don't think it's even relevant. Again, this Lycan, I'm looking at him, I'm like, okay. You don't seem like a huge factor to me, but he's 6'3" and 11, so we just maybe haven't been noticing Mixa too much. He does have the Scythe of Vice, by the way, so he is going to be having a little bit more impact.
For sure.
By the way, and he's also got the Ancient Golem that gives you the Time Warp Aura. 14% cooldown reduction for your whole team. Not bad.
I just heard you say 40, and I'm like, no, it's not that much, and it's 14. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
That's okay. It's pretty late for both of us, and we did have a very long series, so sometimes we do say or hear things that aren't there.
Yeah, you do sometimes say things that aren't there.
Okay.
Anyways,
I love how I try to give him an out, and this is how he sells me, throws me under the bus every time.
No problem, no problem. I mean, we need to make ourselves look good, not each other. Like, why would we ever do that?
Because we're partners, and if you look good, I automatically look better, and if I look good, you automatically look better. I don't know. It's called teamwork. Something this game supposedly encourages.
Nah, that's not true. Dota is a solo game, 1 versus 9, as they're gonna try to find something here on Rest Farmers. Very nice defensive positioning from Amiga. As the Batrider is coming back, that is the repositioning tool that you need, and Morphling is split pushing, so bottom tower might take a decent amount of damage.
Amplified damage gets denied by the wolves from Mixa. Very nice. If you're Rest Farmers, what would you like to do? You did lose the Aegis on the Faceless Void, so you... Oh, okay.
Wheezy. Oh, that's a really nice lane break. He gets the lasso, has the BKB as well, an 8-second one. Ogresil Totem pulls him in. Amiga, this is not gonna work out.
Stampede for lasso is the trade so far. Amiga really wanted the fight just now, but even if they got it, they wouldn't have had their Morphling, which, is kind of your burst damage. He's got the Kanda.
Yeah, it's pretty much like what the Joker says, right? Like, I'm like a dog chasing a car. I wouldn't know what to do with one even if I caught it.
Nemiga and Nemiga, they do have dogs. And not pathetic chihuahuas or bulldogs, real wolves.
Oh, let's see.
Real dogs.
Turns into a Faceless Void, but he's gonna be caught, and that is a problem for him. Tossed up into the air. Here comes the trees flying in as well. Isn't able to use the time walk. Nemiga, they have to get something right now. Right now, people need to die, or you're gonna be losing this game. But Xantic will not allow his teammate to go down. There will be a Hex, so it will be Handskin going down. No buyback available. The Exorcism will get used. Xantic is still fine. Has the Bloodstone and the Yules. The lasso will be there, however. Avalanche and the Static Storm is there. Will be getting himself up in the air. Shad has the Chrono. Very hard to use though around the Static Storm when you don't have a BKB. The double silence will connect. Nicely done by Nikki Cool. Turning around onto the Disruptor, finishing him off with a couple of bashes. Nice blink away from the bat, keeping himself safe. Nemiga, this is a nice play. Might actually buy them time for the Morphling to come back.
Beautiful. Honestly, fantastic play. Able to bring down Xantic as well as Handskin, because they knew that on the other side of the map they already lost the Morphling. Pablo tries to catch Queasy. He just want to get a couple of kills right now so he can go higher. He's got Chrono. He doesn't want to use it, and he doesn't even need to. Okay.
There it
Chad,
is.
he's angry. He wants to be able to get Barracks, but seems very unlikely.
There's the butterfly. Boy, this guy's strong. Once he gets the BKB, man, he doesn't even need the Chrono. He's just gonna jump in and kill everybody. His attack speed is insane. Level 25 as well.
It's going to be 4 versus 4 here. We'll see if the Batrider wants to buy back. They decide, let's not even risk it. Let's all go back ourselves. Oh dear. No BKB. Bye-bye, Nikki Cool.
He did force them back, but Namiga are just in this constant loop of losing more and more heroes, thus falling further and further behind.
To be fair, I don't know if him bringing them back was such a big deal, because they didn't look very committed to going high ground when they see that everyone's going to be up anyway. That was unfortunate. They have a minute now where they can force a buyback from the Death Prophet, but they were all the way on the other side. They'll have to really book it. As clearly they do seem to be.
Mindbreaker on the Morphling, that's an interesting one. The Faceless Void got the Aviana's Feather, so he's all about movement speed. He has that evasion as well. I don't know, this Morphling won't touch him.
He'll touch him with his Kanda.
Yep, and Morphling is actually split pushing once again. They also have the Ancient Black Dragon there on the bottom lane, but these Raxes are looking very much dead. The Diabolic Edict is not something you can take lightly.
They might just want, maybe he's trying to get rid of the banner. And there you go, the banners dropping would be quite nice for Namiga, but they did have to trade Raxus for it. That's not nice overall.
Yep, Morphling Illusions, they cannot finish off the Raxus, whilst, well, rest farmers, they can do it. Violent is really committing.
Yes, he is. He really wants it, and to be fair, that is some serious damage.
I don't know if he's getting out of this one alive. This is very dangerous for the Morphling. Violent doesn't have the BKB. Avalanche will miss luckily as the tree toss going in. He will turn around with the Avatos combo. Tries to kill Pablo. Not gonna be happening. And he just gets taken down quite easily at that top lane. They are trying to take down the Raxus with just the 2 of them. But Shad is so strong. The Chrono was already used. They will be able to take him down. So that's actually a huge kill. But a buyback of the Morphling is most definitely bigger, as the next time he falls, this game, this series, it is over.
And he kills 2 supports. It's like you can't really get any advantage out of it. Roshan is gonna be up in 20 seconds. Oh, Mixa! Oh, Mixa.
Pablo has the Daedalus, so he is gonna be a big problem. There's a disruption. Zibe coming in with a double edge hoof stomp. Gets silence before using it. And Mixa with the VKB TP out will be fine, but the Morphling has been caught. This is a disaster, especially with the trees flying in. He's gonna need to waveform away. Ogre still throwing him forward. He needs help. He needs help. If he dies here, all is done and dusted at Violent. That's exactly what's gonna happen. 2 minutes on the sidelines. You said 42 to 45 minutes this game will end. And I think you were exactly right here. Level 25 Lesh as well. That's gonna mean that the Diabolic Edict will be bursting down these structures.
This game was so on script, you know what I mean? Like, we can see it coming from a mile away that Namiga has to have an absolutely amazing laning stage into a fast push. If they don't, they lose the game. That's what happened. It's not over yet.
Yeah, Xantic is gonna get caught. There's the Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor, so he cannot use the Wind Waker. They are gonna be losing their Shadow Demon as the chase is on. The Centaur in a lot of trouble, gonna be going for the Stampede, cannot leave the kinetic field. However, Xantic turning it around. He doesn't have the mana to fight, so he isn't really gonna be any kind of a threat. Mixa very low on his HP. The Tiny protecting himself and will get turned into a little piggy from a big mountain to a little piggy. A couple of tosses fly out. Mixa tanks them like a man and gets the kill.
Alright, so the fat lady, she was about to sing, but then she sat back down. She's like, alright, there's a bit of game going. Shad wants Ike. Okay. Needs to be careful not to give away more, for he's kind of by himself here. Okay, alright, doesn't go too far. I'm glad. I was a bit worried he's gonna go gung-ho on the enemy.
I mean, he could have still had the Chrono to work with, plus the Manta to remove the silence, so it wouldn't have been too bad.
In terms of items, by the way, there is an Agam Scepter on the Disruptor. So if he can get people inside the Static Storm, it's going to be a big problem for them. And Zibe, he's got the overwhelming. I saw that earlier when he jumped on the Morphling, but worth mentioning, he's got the overwhelming blink plus the double edge.
You know what the Faces Void has? A double chrono. So that's a problem. Also, you have a double BKB, 7 and 6 second duration. So if it's in the next fight, it's going to be a 13-second BKB charge. And that's quite tough. But Mixa has an MKB, so finally something to deal with the butterfly.
Yeah, but I don't really view Lycan as this big heavy damage dealer as Shad. Wolf spot him. But the overwhelming blink is able to reveal them. Sorry, the
Queasy is stealing this.
Well.
Queasy is stealing this.
Very hard though.
Easy.
I wonder if Xantic notices that.
There it is. Told you.
Oh, he gets it.
Told you he got the banner as well. Pops the BKB, tries to run away, probably unsuccessfully. Ogre Steel Totem inside of the pit. Shad was there all the time. Like he was just waiting for him to come back.
It's like, I don't need to chase after you. I know where you're coming. Bit of a... No, it's not really... It doesn't really dampen the Rest Farmer's chance of taking it.
Man, you love me. You love me so much. Like Harry Farmers, Namiga Harry. Like I don't know which other teams you're gonna be adding my name to, but sure, Ottomo.
I wouldn't take it too much. I'm often mixing people's names up for some reason. You know, like I call my son by his cousin's names, by my nephews. As Nicky Cool, he is going to be able to force Xantic out. Xantic a bit, you know, going down to half health, but should be fine.
Now got glimpsed. Nice disruption there from Hanskin just in time. Hex on the Faces Void. The banner will be placed down, and Faces Void is like, yeah, thank you for the 100 gold. That is exactly what I wanted. But look at Violent. He's going for the push on top. The melee racks is there, dying to the range creeps, and Zibe on top lane, taking a ton of damage. Violent waveform to the side. TP's away. Will be successful at doing so. He's fine. The racks dropped. The racks dropped.
What? As there's a disconnect. Dude, Violent has been playing this amazing to drag out the game. I am kind of surprised Rest Farmers aren't sort of being like, all right, let's just give them the side lanes and go all in to make a creep, and we can just keep mid and we'll still be happy. But that's also a risky idea.
They haven't taken the tier 2 on the bottom. That's why.
Oh, haven't taken the melee top either. The Disruptor is able to make it back in time. Bat Rider still working towards the Agam Scepter, but he's got the BKB, Force Staff, and the Ogre Steel Tome. So the best 3 items to catch people after the blink.
Ottomo. You promised me a 42 to 45 minute game. What's happening here?
Rest Farmers made mistakes. It's not my fault. I told them.
Okay, well, just don't let it happen again, please. Thank you. Any big 25s that we're looking at. So Death Prophet has the 8 Exorcism Spirits. The Morphling has the 40% waveform cooldown. The Lycan is only level 23, but the Howl reduces total attack damage. Could be a nice thing versus the Faces Void.
Agreed, especially because Summon Wolves, I'll be honest with you, I always feel like that's kind of lame. It's like the +3 treants or something. I'm like, really? What does Wolves even give you at this point?
I mean, they do shove out waves quite nicely. You can see that this Aghanim Scepter of the Lycan is it is dangerous.
You mean the shard?
Yep, shard. Sorry, I mean, Wolves are invis, and it is a vision giving tool, right? So I like it. It's not a bad talent.
For anyone who knows, by the way, at some point Wolves could bash. So that was pretty cool when they can do that, but now it's kind of like, okay, that's my homie. Kepi's just like, I'm sick and tired of you, Chrono. He can just refresh and go again.
He knew that guy didn't have a dieback. Queasy is gonna be out for 6.5 minutes. This is a great opportunity, especially because you have a refresher.
Surprised Shad hasn't used the refresher yet, but I imagine he wants to BKB then refresh, which makes sense. You don't want to be like, if you can get double BKB, why the hell not? Bottom lane, this has been the biggest objective for Rest Farmers. they get this, Megas become an option.
Let's see, Disruptor is working towards his Blink Dagger. That is a huge deal. And he has the Kinetic Field duration and the Static Storm duration talents. You get some good targets in the Static Storm. You're actually winning the fight.
100%. All you have to do is get those spells to land, which is easier said than done.
Mickey Cool is gonna be fine. The BKB and Shad goes in on the Morphling. The bashes are not gonna be enough. Wait for him through the Defender's Gate, and the Miga are gonna be okay for now.
His gate. He just walks through it normally, basically.
But he did waveform through it.
Yeah, but he can walk. But it's like he doesn't need to. You know, that was just like cool. Leshrac, I think he took the Radius talent. Look at how the size of the Split Earth with the Bloodstone and the Radius talent.
Yep, it's insane. He's just going around there. Everywhere you jump in, there's so many stuns that you're gonna have to be dealing with. Faceless Boy still hasn't used the Refresher. That's the tier 3 down. There is still a Rax on top lane, a full melee Rax. So even if you take this lane, it's not mega creeps.
I think he's gonna be waiting. I think he wants to use both Chronos rather than like BKB, refresh, Chrono, BKB, and it's like, oh, I need to get a second one. Like with 30 seconds left on your Chronosphere, you can just wait.
Seems like he wants to do it. How are we looking in terms of gems on both sides? We haven't discussed that. So there is no gem?
No gems.
What? It's 48 minutes into the game. Buy a freaking gem.
Hey man, I told them to end it at 42 to 45. Like these teams, they're more stubborn than they used to be.
Yeah, they're not listening.
You said it. In the meantime though, Nemiga. Oh. Big jump in by Zibe, but he's not really committed to
Lasso onto a really good target. If they can bring him down, it is huge, and they will be able to follow up Hex as well. The backlines. That Static Storm isn't really going to be doing anything. The Lash does not care. As Shad jumping in, the bashes are there. Wants the Chrono Mixa. A couple of more hits and the Lycan will die. Violent finishes off Zibe on the other side. So that Chrono didn't really help you all that much. There is a buyback on Mixa.
He's got a second Chrono.
He has a second Chrono if he thinks he needs it. Violent is standing his ground. He's losing this engagement. Here comes the Lash as well. And Zibe, he will kill his assailant. Gets revenge for himself. My teammates aren't doing enough. Silence from Nicky Cool might allow him to get out of this one alive as he's breaking the blink on the Centaur. His invis will be running out, so Centaur cannot dodge the Exorcism Spirits any longer. That's gonna be 2 heroes dead on the Miga without buyback. That is a problem.
Lane's a little bit pushed here. The problem is that mid creeps are coming in. I do like what we saw from the Bat Rider. You know, he's like, all right, I see that my team is dead. Want to push out as much as possible. And Violent, he does have the buyback. It gets it from sort of just the timer.
Yep, he will be able to rejoin the fight. There is no double Chrono. You can lasso buyback. I think they're waiting for the Disruptor. Yeah, they're waiting for the Disruptor. There's the lasso. Morphling is not buying back. And May doesn't need to buy back because they're gonna be killing him without him. Saves it for now. Lesh running in. Xantic thinks he can do this one. The stamping will be used. And let's see now the 4-legged guys going in on these 2-legged abominations. As Violent does buy back. It's enough for now. Wind Waker to run himself away. Pablo can't use the spells. Has the Wind Waker himself to get onto the high ground. That is a very strong win to be able to lift up a guy this big. Now Pablo, who's gonna be tossing in the trees, doing so much damage. Xantic, does he want to chip in? Decides not to. Gets himself away.
Good disruption, by the way, on the Leshrac. As he was literally, as the glimpse was about to land, they do get off. It's 5 versus 3 for Nemiga, but there is a buyback on Shad if he wants to use it. Look at the damage that you mentioned from Pablo. 4,500. That's just from the second of 3 volleying.
Yep. I mean, no, it says 2 times. He did use it for the first time for the long duration. But yeah, he is crushing them. He is literally crushing them. We're seeing that the rest farmers are pretty much favored to win this one, but it's not over autumn. I have to say, in the ultra late game, it is anybody's game. One mistake, one bad buyback into a death, and you suddenly lose a game.
True. But way more structures have fallen from Nemiga, so they always have the advantage of the lanes constantly shoving in mid as well as bottom. Even top is fairly even. It's like that, and that's the only racks left. Actually, sorry, there is a melee racks bottom that hasn't fallen. My bad. So just the range racks, and not the biggest deal on the.
Yep, definitely not.
Trying to think of any items that would be cool. Look at Mixa. He does have the MKB now with the Hex, with the Salt. Like, he does hit fairly decently.
For sure. And he went for the right talent, so Howl reduces total attack damage, which means your bonus and your base damage as well. And how much is that? That's 40%, not to be underestimated. But really, when you look at it, I think it mostly affects the Tiny. Doesn't the other guys? Not so much. Even the Faceless Void is a mixture of magical and physical.
Oh, I never realized that Howl fears people. Does it? It's not an actual fear. Or is it? I don't know. This is weird. Does it really make them run away from you? I've never seen that.
No. Controlled units do, but not the heroes. That's like what happens. There will be a chrono. Batrider is a good target. Doesn't have a buyback for 20 seconds. A little bit low on the gold as well, as the Faceless Void is going to be going for more. They get 2 kills. Buyback on the Shadow Demon, so you want to have all of them in the chrono, saving the Lesh. He's going to stay inside. He's like, should I fly away? No, I'm going to stay in. And then the Morphling will drown you. Lesh not good at swimming, it seems. Nikki Cool all alone. The witch wants to live, but she will be burned. Shad gets an ultra. Where's my rampage? He wants to kill Violent, as he's gonna try to run away. Actually had enough for a time walk. He's just such a low mana spell. He's gonna be looking towards, like, there's my rampage. There it is. Gets it. And this series definitely deserved it. The Morphling is gonna be next on the menu. 4 heroes dead. And Amiga finally admit defeat in game 2. The series will be going to Rest Farmers, a very close series between 2 giants of Dota, but in the end Rest Farmers claim victory.
Well done by them. Honestly, this draft, it was like they were super at risk early on. The Miga, if they had played fast, they get those pickoffs, they got them rolling. Like, it may look like after the 20 minutes, Rest Farmers was in control, but these first 20 minutes, they were making no mistakes. Because when you're up against these pushing lineups, one guy feeds, the tower falls. Another guy out of position, another tower falls. Suddenly, Roshan, Barracks, like, they were so careful. Once they took the advantage, they were playing it super well. So really good discipline from Wak Wak Wak, or Rest Farmers, sorry. Yeah, they're not Wak 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 any longer. Now they're Rest Farmers, and they will be putting the Miga to rest in this series, propelling themselves to a 4-0 actually in terms of maps. Yesterday they did win 2-0 versus Grin Esports. Now they're going to be winning 2-0 versus Namiga, on a very good path to make it to the playoffs. But Automo, we still have one more series. Yesterday we ended it just an hour from now. Well, now we have a full series between Yellow Submarine and Marsbed. Before we go on to a break, is it going to be the young prodigy of Yellow Submarine or the experience of Marsbed who wins? I think the experience. I'm favoring the experience on that one. Okay, let's see if the experience will be winning. We're going to be finding that all out after a short 10-minute break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live two lives at once, their own and their characters. To see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
A long day of Dota here at the regional Dota 2 series, and we are down to our last best of 2. This time around, Yellow Submarine will be facing off against MarsBet and Otimo. I don't know about you, but for me these might be the two top teams.
Really?
Nah, I think MarsBet is like the top, and Yellow Submarine not really.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. MarsBet looked really nice yesterday. LeBron's is good to have with his experience. You know, you have Wish there as well. Oh, actually, we're going to go with Yellow Submarine first. And, you know, Yellow Submarine, they have Satanic, who is, as we've all heard
12,
a million
right?
times.
He's 12 now.
Yes, he is 12K at 12 years old or something like that. I mean, I keep hearing his age fluctuate by like 3 years every time. But he's a prodigy for sure, but doesn't mean that Yellow Submarine is doing very well. A lot of times they seem to rely a lot on him to carry them, while the rest kind of get picked off trying to make space. For example, I've seen Erase many times. Constance just get caught a lot after the laning stage, even though he's very good mechanically.
It's not gonna happen now. It's not gonna happen now, but maybe it will, considering look at the guys he's up against. Nande, Wish, Mr. Luck, Bignum, and LeBron. These guys are not to be underestimated.
Although yesterday when we saw MarsBet play, they did not play with Nande, they played with Ritsu instead. So I'm interested to see if they're going to be fielding their full roster today or not. Either way, these guys are veterans of the scene. They may not be, you know, the tier 1 of the tier 1, but they are no slouches. And I think that they come in with sort of the better teamwork over Yellow Submarine. Because yesterday, Yellow Submarine, game 1 was very bad for them. They just crushed Satanic, and that's it. He was never recovered alive. So game 2, a little bit better. They had a bit better plan. We'll see which Yellow Submarine we got. That was the only draw yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a draw today either.
Okay, let's get into the draft. We have it right now. It is happening. MarsBet versus Yellow Submarine. I don't know. I feel like if this is a draw, then Rest Farmers have definitely established themselves as like the strongest team in this in this group. Which I don't want to know who's the strongest 2 days in. I want this to be a 2-0 for MarsBet, so that they are the ones that we see as on the same level as Rest Farmers.
No, I definitely put Rust Farmers as top 3 because that's really what matters. Is top 3 because then you are guaranteed.
Top 1 matters.
Top, of course it matters. I know, but I mean like top 3 you're guaranteed to spawn in the playoffs. Bottom 3 you're eliminated. So top 3 at least gives you, that chance to go further.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend now that I'm explaining it to the viewers so that you can know. So, guys, at home, 3 teams go to the playoffs. The first team goes directly into the semi-final, and the bottom 2 go into the quarterfinals, and it is a single elimination bracket. So always the playoffs are only 3 days long. In the first group, we have in Group A, we have 3 teams that are at the top at the same amount of points because they went 1-1 versus each other in every single series, and now they have to play a best of 1. 1 versus 1 mid. It might be it is a round robin, so it could go into an infinite loop. Okay, let's focus on the task at hand. Marsbet get a Mars. Yellow Submarine, they get a Undying. Yesterday with Mr. Luck with the Mars was looking pretty good.
He was. This is also most played hero in the competitive scene right now, and so in this patch, so it makes sense that he would be picking it up. On the other hand, though, Yellow Submarine, the Undying tends to be pretty good, decent against the Mars. You're relatively too tanky to burst down. You also encourage Marsbet not to take a melee for like a Tiny. And, Tombstone's just overall very solid ability. So I like it. It's just, there's never a bad Undying game. Okay, there are some bad Undying games, but it's usually a good Undying game.
What would you classify as a bad Undying game? Like, what needs to happen?
You're up against like a Snapfire in the lane, things like that. Or you're up against like 2 range heroes who, like Viper, Venno, who can just slow you down entirely. There are bad Undying games for sure.
Do you think there's a chance that Marsbet do go for the Snapfire? I mean, it's not a super popular hero, but it's a hell of a good hero to go with the Mars in the lane versus anything for that matter, but really good versus the Tombstone later on.
I would like to see it. I remember that it used to be one of those big combos before like the Mars Hoodwink, the Mars Techies, and the Mars Snap and Dark Will Star is the one I was looking for. And I played today with a Snapfire, and that buff, that 50% extra slow when you get close, it's meaningful. It does feel like, wow, it's okay, you're really slowing them.
Makes sense.
Oh, it is it's as we mentioned, it's not Nande playing, it's Ritsu for
it's
Mars.
Aretsu.
So
Aretsu is the American player. This is Aretsu.
Mr. Su is playing the game. Alright, he's there, he is. So no Nande for 2 days in a row. Hopefully he's still a part of the team.
Yeah, Nande is a really good player. I played with Nande in a team. It was actually quite a fun experience. It was quite fun to play with. He's a very interesting guy, as he does want it to be a passive game, right? And we had a position 5 at that point who was very, very aggressive. So it was a really fun experience to play with those two together.
When you say fun, do you mean like there was a lot of clashing of personalities? Like, hey man,
no, there was clashing of Dota ideas, right? And I was a captain in that one, man, and it wasn't easy. Yeah, but it does make it fun. It does make it fun for sure. Yellow Submarine, they get a gyro. This is a good deny pick as well, as Marsbet would be okay picking it up. It's great with the Mars, beat A4, beat a core. You're good at dealing with the Tombstone whilst killing everybody else as well. So I like that Yellow Submarine pick it up.
I think they're going to pick a support and a core and wonder if they're going to pick the Snapfire now. Because now you have 2 things to bring down. You have the Tombstone and you have you have to go for it. There's a Tombstone and you have the Rocket. It's too valuable. However, if I was Yellow Submarine, I'd say, hey, I got you, bitch. And I'm going to put it as a carry gyrocopter because then you don't even use the Rocket that much.
Dude, if I would ever go to the army, like to shoot and stuff, this thing that the Snapfire has, like, that's what I would go for. Like, that's the most cool thing ever.
If I went into the army, I'd be like, I don't want to fight anyone. I don't really. I'd rather. You know what I like about war? I like the old days where people had swords and shields and they just go around banging each other's heads. I like that's the kind of fighting I want to do. If I had to fight.
I mean, I didn't say I want to fight. I said I want to go to the army, somebody to teach me how to shoot, and then they give me this big artillery stuff, and then I'm like just shooting everything. That's awesome.
Yeah, but isn't that a waste of money if you're shooting and you're not killing anyone?
No, know. I mean, you could say skating is a waste of money. Going to the seaside is a waste of money. It's fun.
That's different. You're using government money to go fire so you can go.
Better than my money. Like, why would I use my money? I'd rather use the government's money if that's allowed. Clockwork is gonna be on the side of Marsbet, so that can be quite nice, especially versus a Magnus. Sometimes you make a mistake and the rocket flare does connect on you. You don't get a blink off, RP into the ground. I have to say I'm liking what Marsbet are sporting at this moment. Yellow Submarine, to me, they're looking like they just want to buff the gyro.
Okay, alright. Are we gonna see Invoker? Problem is Wish doesn't play a whole lot of Invoker. Coddle.
What?
Could be an
Wish doesn't play Invoker? Like, it's his hero.
Not this patch. I mean, I'm looking at this because I always look at heroes and see what you've been playing this patch. This patch being all of 7.35. Maybe, you know, sometimes you players be like, okay, I don't want to play, you know, Invoker right now. He's been playing a lot of Coddle, Storm, Puck, Ember, Pango, Quap, Windranger, and Zeus. All these more than Invoker. But, to be fair, in this game, Invoker looks pretty good. It's a deny pick. It synergizes well with the Mars Arena. If Magnus skewers people away, that's a good way of actually, like, throwing out a Cataclysm. I wouldn't mind it.
I wouldn't mind that Coddle that you mentioned, but they're gonna be going for Muerta. Marsbet, they want this one for Etsu. So that's gonna be a lot of damage. When you look at Yellow Submarine, the only magical damage they have through Pierce the Veil is from the gyro. Everybody else kind of just tickles her.
Yeah, and we do know it's going to be a support gyro now, which I think the Snapfire is actually happy about this. You are just so valuable against both the homing missile as well as the tombstone. But the double ultimates from Yellow Submarine is very scary. Very, very scary. Who do you want to pair up against this? We're imagining it's going to be Morta carry. So Wish's hero is still in the pool. And for Yellow Submarine, it's Erase's hero. Both Wish and Erase are very strong laners.
I think if you are Yellow Submarine, you're banning out the Windranger and you are banning out the Coddle. Those two that you mentioned kind of strike the nerve the most. Pango would be good, but he's already banned out. Ember here from Marsbet is a ban that I like, because Yellow Submarine don't have that poker, that annoying guy that's gonna force you to use some of the spells that you actually don't want to.
I kind of like. Wait, by the way, Kunkka is in the pool. Surprisingly, I think Kunkka as well as Quap would be heroes you want to keep on your eye on. If you're Marsbet, Quap is pretty good just because she can just throw her Sonic Wave in the Chrono. You still control the Face Void. You push him out. It's not bad. And of course, the Kunkka could be a counter to that. Could just be you take it for yourself for Marsbet because of the boat Coddle, the ban that we also mentioned.
I think Marsbet are gonna ban out the Kunkka themselves, to be honest. I don't know if it goes that well with their lineup.
Yeah. What if you are Marsbet though? You'd love someone who can frontline a little bit for you. I actually think the Kunkka would be better for them, but the Quap also lays solidly. And you look at the Yellow Submarine, by the way, their catch is very, very lackluster. It's like Rocket. That's it.
That's why I don't want a fat guy. I want a mobile guy on the side of Marsbet. So yeah, there it is. Storm ban much better.
Marsbet has the final ban and the next pick here. Invoker still feels like a premium for either team. More so for Yellow Submarine though.
Kunkka ban Invoker pick for Marsbet. I think that's what you do here. It just feels so good.
I wouldn't mind that at all. I wouldn't mind that at all. Just there's so many ways that you can actually play it. And I do think that the Invoker is less committal than the Kunkka, which is what you want. You want these poking heroes to force them, you know, get a pick off.
The other thing, if they just want to feel super confident, they're gonna go for the Windranger, because as you mentioned, the Wish has been playing that quite a lot. But Lesh actually makes it until the end, so now I have some tower push as well on Marsbet. I was 100% certain that that hero was gonna get taken out in the early stages of it, and Kunkka was banned. Like, you tricked me, man. Like, I'm looking at the bans right now, and the Kunkka is taken out.
Oh yeah, his first ban. Sorry, I didn't see him. My bad. That's how good he was. See, it was like as a suggestion. Alright, so there's still... Okay, that's cool. There's still Invoker. There's still Invoker, but I've seen a lot. You know, you don't always want to play them on the Cataclysm, but it's a great way to come back. And he's also a good tempo hero in general. And plus, it's like not bad against the Clockwork and the Snapfire. They both tend to be standing in one area for a long time.
I think this is a Lina pick. Lina pick, you go for the earlier Force Staff as well as the BKB to get out the cogs in the arena, and you should be able to win the mid lane quite heavily. You contribute some stun. You have burst damage for the Lesh. I like the Lina here for Yellow Submarine.
A lot of Eraser's heroes have been banned out. The Pango, the Timbersaw, the Ember, and the Puck. These are heroes that he play, like all four of these are the heroes he's been playing a lot of. It does feel like it's rather limited, unless he takes the Magnus, but Emptiness almost always plays the Magnus for them.
Yeah, that's an offlane Magnus. I'm pretty sure that's an
Feels like
offlane
offlane.
Magnus.
That's how I feel about it as well. Yellow Submarine, who's it gonna be?
I just want to see Alina just protect the mid lane tower as much as you can until the Magnus gets the blink. That's what I want to see. And Lina winning the lane versus Alesh is going to help you with that.
Or Zeus, just stand there. Arc Lightning versus Lightning
That's
Storm.
good.
We'll see that they go. Oh, that's different. That's different. Didn't really expect that one coming, but okay.
Okay,
Yellow
I don't like
Submarine,
it.
You don't? How come?
Okay, so it is good in the late game with the Chrono and the Empower and the Tiny, right? But Marsbet are gonna hit their timings before that happens, right? Because you look at Yellow Submarine, what do you want to do with the Faceless Void? Chrono every single time. You have it off cooldown, get the kill. What do you want to do with the Magnus? You want to get a Blink Dagger before your mid lane tower falls so that you can hunt around that part of the map. Is that gonna happen? No. Tiny, what do you want to do in the early stages of the game? Kill people. Do you see a squishy hero on Marsbet? Do you see an easy kill? I don't, right? So I'm just feeling that Yellow Submarine in the early stages of the game, their heroes are not gonna work.
You know, I agree with you. I do think Marsbet looks pretty solid. However, Yellow Submarine, they have big ultimates. This is tough, man. I feel like this is a very even draft. I'd love it if Lord Gaben, once we start the game, he gives us clearly which one he believes is better. And I would say that Yellow Submarine, they don't deal very well with Muerta. Not a whole lot of magic damage, later on at least. And yeah, it's like even if you Chrono RP here, it's just wasting Pierce the Veil, which is a very long duration ability. So I don't like that. Yeah, this is a tough one. This is a very tough one. If only Twitch chat was live, they'll tell us who would win instantly.
I think in general that maybe Dota Plus will be favoring Yellow Submarine. Yeah, exactly, because of those big cooldowns as you mentioned, like Tiny, Magnus, Faceless Void. If you come to later portions of the game, you get a good Chrono and 2-3 heroes are just gonna die. But I don't think you're getting to that point. You're gonna be losing way too many towers before you get your Blink Daggers, before you're able to reposition this Lesh, and the turnaround potential on Marsbet around the Lesh is insane because they have really good jump into the backlines even if you reposition him into a bad position. So I'm all in on Marsbet in this one. I think they know exactly what they're going for.
Alright, you know what? I'm going with Yellow Submarine. We'll keep it interesting. I think Yellow Submarine in general is looking like the draft is quite even, but I like their big team fight. The odds are also very heavily in Yellow Submarine's favor. I'm not quite sure why, but maybe they know something we don't. So overall, I'm going to go with Yellow Submarine.
If an admin can give us an info, because there's definitely a spreadsheet out there with the ages of players, if we can get the info on Satanic or King, as he's known nowadays, that'd be quite nice, because I want to know exactly how old he is.
But I told you he is 11. I don't get it. Alright, oh, here we go. If they see Retsu, they catch you. Shockwave
This
lands.
is a bad move. The gods
Very
review their
bad.
puts on dying in a bad spot. Mr. Luck gets the kill as they will take down the ward. But the thing is, can you get out of this one alive? Race is going to be slowed down as well, so he could be in a lot of trouble too. And that's not good for a Tiny. Even if he survives, he's not going to be starting off the lane with a lot of HP. Dead shot. Nicely used by Retsu, but he does not secure himself a bounty rune anyways, as LeBron will be taking a massive amount of damage. Has the battery assault, decides to go for it. Retsu, you better run away right now. Goes for a TP out, will be successful. Takes a lot of damage himself. So Yellow Submarine, they salvaged that start for sure.
Yeah, and in terms of boundaries, I believe it's 2 for 2, so no advantage there. Actually, no. Wish got one. So Yellow Submarine starting off with more bounty ruins and an equal trade in kills. Although the first one is in favor of Marsbet. So overall, even. It's even.
No. Yellow Submarine killed the ward, so it's in their favor.
That's actually a big deal. That's actually a big deal. I'm favoring Yellow Submarine. I just think that they're way more durable, and I do like those big circle ultimates. So we'll see. Mid lane should go in favor of Wish. That Lightning Storm spam, very annoying for a race to deal with.
I always see a Tiny as a hero that's not gonna lose, and he has better damage, better animation. I'm not sure Wish is gonna be able to win this one. I mean, for now he's losing quite heavily at that.
He is, and that was without him taking tree toss. He actually had Avalanche level 1 for earlier, so yeah, it's quite nice for him.
I think he did have the tree toss level 1. Okay, so King was born in 2007, so he's actually 17. He's gonna be 18 relatively soon.
No, he's 12. That's why they keep telling me he's 12 years old, and that's it.
Sorry, dude. People born 2007 are gonna be of age next year, and yeah, you better laugh. Like I was literally like finishing elementary school when these people were coming to our world, and
oh man, dude, 2007 was. Oh, I was halfway through my life just then. I do like what's happening top lane, which is that Big Num does take Little Shredder level 1. It's with the Blightstone, so it's -8 armor, huge with the God's Rebuke. He just goes in like bam, does a huge amount of damage.
Armor loss per stack is 0.5. You get 6, so that's 3. -2, it's -5.
That's interesting. I thought it was 1 point. Wasn't it? At 1 point it was 1 armor.
I think it was at 1 point, but not any longer.
Yeah. That is insane. That's actually been reduced by half, probably because of the talented 15. Either way, I do like that he's spamming it so that as the core knows I have it, he's like, oh, I got a Little Shredder, so don't you drop a Tombstone.
So the Mars is farming really well, but then again the Muerta is not. So Marsbet, one of their side lanes, is going amazingly well. The other one, okay-ish, I'd say.
Yeah, I expect a kill to be happening at some point in the top lane. You have these very aggressive heroes on both sides. As bottom.
That's where we're gonna be getting a kill. Going through the calling, has the stick charges to keep himself safe, and Retsu has to run away. LeBron is still going for it. He's hoping that the battery assaults are gonna be on his side, but he has gone way too far. Uses the cogs, the dead shot off the mark, and it is gonna cost LeBron his life. I don't think that dead shot gets the kill anyways on the Magnus.
Would have been nice if it landed anyway, just so that you force him back to base. Retsu! That's the team you bet on? That's the team that you believed in? I mean, to be fair though, these things do happen, and laning stage can be, very different from how the team plays when they're together. But damn, amazing start from Yellow Submarine.
These things, they can't happen. I know, like, they do happen. They happen if you make mistakes, and Marsbet have made a ton of them.
When here's like, okay, one of the reasons why I didn't want to pick Marsbet in this game is because honestly, I have very little faith in the Clockwork. I'm sure LeBron's amazing, but I feel like Clockwork as a hero is fundamentally flawed somehow.
In what way?
He seems very weak somehow. Like anytime I see him,
like now or as a concept?
No, the concept is fine, but he's a weak hero. He just seems like he's never really in the meta, and you rely so much on positioning, good hook shot to be effective. Cogs, and they can just force stuff out of it. Same thing with the barrier assault.
Oh, look at mid lane. Erase, Wish. Is he gonna be going for this? Didn't have the glyph. A couple more hits using the bottom charges. Erase is gonna be turning around, tosses him in. Wish, you made a mistake. You made a huge blunder. Marsbet are just diving way too much and getting punished for it each and every time.
So I like to write notes about players, and what I wrote about Erase is that he's an amazing laner. I know that later on, after the laning phase, he tends to get picked off a lot, but during the laning phase, he's a god. And he just showed that. I had zero worry that he was going to lose his life. I was like, he's fine, don't worry about it.
Let's let's see. King might be in trouble, losing a lot of armor as well. He doesn't have the time walk. If that connected onto a tree would have been quite bad for King, but he does manage to survive. Still, at a cost, as Ru does die on the bottom part of the map. Mr. Luck goes for the God's Rebuke, both as the core and King. Very low. Retsu going for emptiness. The cogs there pushing him away. Needs the dead shot to connect. Doesn't have it. Right click, not enough. The extra armor and the regen from the tower coming into play.
And he was hoping to get like the double shot as well. That would have been nice. It's Retsu! Dude, he just dies from the ranged attack of the creep.
Dude, this guy doesn't play a Muerta. This guy doesn't play the Muerta.
I mean, I don't know really. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But what I do know is that they are making tons of mistakes on Marsbet's side. We thought this was the more disciplined team as well.
So, King gonna be targeted. Here comes Wish with the haste. It's actually gonna be Bignum, gets the kill right next to two of his cores. Wish probably wanted that one, but no such luck. Either way, the Slash, despite that death in the mid lane, is doing quite well. As the core, with his core dead, he's all alone and ready to be burned down, surrounded by 3 enemy heroes. He wants brains, but it is gonna be his own that do get zapped by the Lash.
I was gonna say eaten, but yeah, it makes way more sense. Because I imagine Undying eats the brains. I mean, he's not collecting them, you know, as a trophy collection. He's like, ah, brains, tasty.
I mean, sure, I don't do it. You know, there's those people who like they eat brains of other animals and stuff. I mean, I have it like my father-in-law. I think he does it like a, I don't know if it's a big brain or there's some specialties like that.
I mean, I'm sure it's a delicacy and all that, but
no, it's you delicately throw up when you eat.
Yes, thank you.
anyways, let's see the net worth here. So, Mr. Luck is at the top with the Mars, looking really good for him. That top lane worked out quite well, and we were calling out from the Snapfire ever since the start, and it really did secure it quite nicely for Mr. Luck.
In the mid lane, Erase. He was able to get that solo kill on Wish, but that doesn't mean Wish is behind. Just a couple hundred gold, really not a difference, you know. But then we get big drop-offs as, speaking of drop-offs.
Oh, that's a nice spear to get the kill. God's Rebuke, you are in so much trouble, Mr. Luck. The missile does connect, and they do deny the tombstone as well. No extra gold for you. Ru gets the kill. A pretty huge one, as that is the highest network here on the map, plus a streak.
That is a big deal. That is a big deal. As we can see, Satanic, he was right there with Retsu in terms of farm, but those kills, suddenly he's ahead by a few hundred gold. It's not much, but it does add up. Satanic, I swear to God, I knew he was going to go Hand of Midas. I was like, he's probably going to go Hand of Midas because he's more enthusiastic than most players.
Otomo, when are you going to stop? When are you gonna stop with your non-predictions?
Oh, I thought you meant with me being snide about the fact that he's a bit younger. But because he is a pop star, I was like, I imagine he's like, I'm a pop star. I want to go farm and go late. I'm gonna take Hand of Midas. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and Erase, he is gonna go for the power chat. So we see a power chat Tiny once again.
Twice in one day. What is this? Christmas?
No, that was, well, 3 months ago, basically.
As LeBron, how is he? Ends up revealing himself.
Oh, the zombie spawning there. He's gonna be so happy. Not what you expected. Puts down the cogs. Most definitely will be saving his life. That feels like a wall protecting you from zombies. Reminds me of The Walking Dead.
You know, someone told me that he's like, The Walking Dead is amazing. It has an amazing first episode. What a great premiere. So I downloaded the show and I watched it and I was like, I was super confused. I was like, what's going on here? This is super weird. And turns out I watched the last episode of the first season somehow, and then I just couldn't get into it. I was like, nope, it's somehow ruined for me.
You should. I like the show. I liked it quite a lot. Even the seasons that people are like, yeah, this is not good. There's no character development, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Like, they're shooting zombies. I'm happy.
I don't know. I've been shooting zombies for a while. I messed up. I did love the Walking Dead games. The one from Telltale. I thought the first one was amazing. The first one was amazing. The rest were like, oh, okay to good.
Again, it's like, yeah, because the character development. I'm just kidding. As Retsu is in so much trouble.
Oh no, he misses.
The veil, but it's gonna be so much magical damage that he takes using the Pierce the Veil as the magical damage is get expended, and now you need to run away. The TP from the Mars. Mr. Luck running in. Ru is level 6. That is a nice support to take down, and Retsu gets himself a kill. Mr. Luck, who won his lane quite a lot, is only level 6 on this Mars.
Yeah, but of course the Wisdom Runes probably went to the supports as well. And Gyrocopter, he's been getting a little bit of solo time. The King has finished the Hand of Midas, so his farm will start accelerating. Although I don't see it as much faster than like a Maelstrom, which is going to be his next item.
Yeah, but the Midas and the Maelstrom, he understands he's playing versus Muerta. I think that Marsbet are going to try to make this a farm fest, whilst Delesh takes towers, right? And then you want to be able to keep up.
Mid lane is going to be Leshrac going for Kaya first. Tranquil Boost finished on LeBron. It's going to go for Magic Wand after. What about Big Num? Probably going to be a Grief Storm. That's one of the nice things about the Snapfire. You can go to a cap, immediately Scatter Blast, and just farm really fast with it. I love that part about the hero.
But Mortimer's Kisses are ready. Then again, Yellow Submarine are ready with a smoke. Tiny Blink Dagger at the ready, available to go hunting. Is Muerta gonna die this time around? Oh.
And Mr. Lucky is just going Yules first, so no Blink Dagger. Just wants to be able to like ensure the spears land. Okay. I think it's fine either way, honestly. I don't really have a preference for what item the Mars starts off with.
I mean, good versus time dilation, good versus homing missile, good versus the Magnus when he jumps in to stop his initiation. I like it.
Magnus is going for the first item, Blink Dagger, by the way.
LeBron?
Mid lane.
Mortimer's Kisses are gonna be there. Nicely stopped there with the Avalanche. Azakor is gonna die either way. They get rid of the Tombstone. Here comes the call down. Arena gets used. Mars tossed in. And here comes the Lesh from the other side. Chrono will be available. But it's actually only the Lesh that is doing the damage. I think you kind of messed this one up. There is a shield rune on the Tiny. He already has so much. There's the Blink RP. Finally, Emptiness is gonna be getting it. But the Lesh is just doing so much damage. Erase. Gonna be tossing him away. He doesn't want Wish to be close. Wish does want to be close. Running forward. You wanted this fight. You chose to go up against me. And they don't have the mana. Maybe even the Tiny gets the blink out. And it's actually King that finishes off Mr. Luck with persistence. They do get themselves a couple of kills in that fight. Yellow Submarine actually come out ahead.
They clawed their way to get that kill. We saw the Crossfire comes out, it barely does any damage because, as we mentioned, there is no Maelstrom on the Faceless Void. But not bad from Erase. Multi-hero avalanches and tosses, and that kind of got them the RP follow-up. They just really dragged out that fight, and by the end, Leshrac had no mana, couldn't do anything. And of course, they brought everyone, whereas Retsu was farming the entire time. So really well played by Yellow Submarine.
Yep. They looked very tanky on Marsbet in that fight, but ultimately died as the core. Has his ulti, gonna get hookshot. Oh, messed it up. Went a little bit too early with it. It's still gonna be a kill on Aztecor. That thing isn't gonna change.
No, it doesn't. They're just gonna be fine here. Ru picks up the Wisdom Ruin, which means his levels are gonna continue to climb very fast. Aztecor is falling behind in terms of in the support net worth. I know a lot of people say Undying is independent, and he is, and all that jazz, but gold does serve him very nicely.
Yep, it most definitely does. Yellow Submarine.
I mean, like if you're...
Go on.
I was gonna say, if like Gyrocopter, usually it's like you want Shard, and then you're really, as a support, you're kind of good for the rest of the game. You got your Shard. You'd love Force Staff and Greaves and all the stuff, but Shard is the main item. But as Undying, you can really benefit from more items because just surviving and throwing out decays is a big factor.
For sure. It can change the outcome of the fight. Amplified damage on the Tiny. He's gonna be using it to farm an ancient stack, so that's quite nice. As the Lesh is gonna be working towards the Bloodstone. So Kaya Bloodstone just wants to be an unkillable, untouchable force, and we already saw that Yellow Submarine are gonna have some damage issues for quite some time in this game.
You say that, but I think that their damage problems get less as the game progresses, honestly. Just because their heroes get more and more online. You know, we Echo Saber on Tiny Echo Saber on Magnus, King. Once he gets that Mjolnir finished up as well. As long as Pierce the Veil is not used, Mort is very vulnerable in these fights. Mjolnir, yes.
Mjolnir.
Mjolnir. There's a J in it, isn't there? It's like, why is there a J if we don't...
Dude, do you know it's like the hammer of the thunder god?
Yes,
like
Mjolnir.
Did you watch the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Who didn't? I know there's some people who are like, I don't like it because it's popular, which I always found it to be the dumbest reason.
Do you think he has Mjolnir there? Or he has Mjolnir?
He has Stormbreaker.
That's later on.
Ah, well, you know, that's the one that counts. It's the big one.
Okay, if you say so. Anyways, the goal lead is only 1k. And Marsbet, though, are controlling the map slightly better at the moment. Muerta is farming, trying to get herself back into this game. As are they gonna jump King here?
Risky with the Undying right behind him. But yeah, the Red Su, the entire game, I feel like he's been playing catch up. You know, he hasn't been joining fights. He's just been trying to sort of ensure he's not behind the King, who, as we learned today, is now 17 years old. That's very relevant to this game.
Most relevant thing ever. RP. This time around, they do find the Muerta, and the damage should be sufficient. Pierce the Veil doesn't even get popped. That is a very nice, clean, quick kill.
And they have the Echo Saber, so now Erase is going to be farming way faster thanks to that. Magnus, he's not looking for the Echo. He wants to go for Aghanims instead. Interesting. He believes that it's better for him to go around catching people than accelerating his own farm. Very sacrificial style, I must say.
I mean, you have a Tiny and the Face is Void, plus the support Gyro isn't a hero that doesn't want to farm either. So I'm pretty sure this is the right move with the Horn Toss.
Okay, I think I'm fine with it. In case the Tiny messes up his catch, you have the Magnus' second one anyway. In the meantime, smoke comes out from Marsbet. Can they find anyone? Looks like Yellow Submarine, they sniff something out. They're like, hey, there's something not right here. And they are able to get out in time. Oh, do you see what Clockwork is doing?
What is he doing?
He's maxing out cogs before the rocket flare. This has never been seen before.
In the history of Dota?
Okay, so in the history of Dota, many things have happened. Let's not go there. But in a competitive game, in all my years of watching and actually paying attention to the skill build, I've never seen it.
Now 50% of mana burned is added to the damage, so
yes,
it actually is quite a solid increase.
Yeah, it's not much though, to be honest. So what is it, 60 at max level, something like that?
Yeah, but that's per cog, right? So you have 8 of them.
That's true. That's true. We just need them all to walk into cogs as Azikor is caught. But can you actually kill him? Oh well, with your friends coming, you can.
Run Azikor, run. He wants to survive. The Deadshot will slow him down there. LeBron trying to close the gap. There's only going to be one battery cell that connects. He even picks up the healing lotuses there, so at least something before he dies. But look at the other side of the map. Chrono used for 1 kill. They also brought down the Lesh. That is something that we didn't see, and not the RP wasn't used for the Lesh. Neither was the Chronos. I'm very surprised that they took him out.
That is going to be... And in the meantime, like, what did you get? You got a kill on the Undying, and he was able to sort of run towards your side of the map, so you weren't even pressuring the buildings. They're very happy on Yellow Submarine with what's happening. In general, the pace of the game is bad for Mars, but you have a Leshrac. You should be taking buildings, but they can't.
No, now they can't. Now they actually can't. There is a Blink Aghanim Scepter on the Magnus, and Tiny has an Echo Saber, but it's just impossible. Yep, they get a catch onto Bignum as soon as he got back. Mr. Luck gonna be coming forward, uses the spear. They're just gonna let True die.
Actually, that's a pretty good exchange for Marsbet. You reveal your Aghanim Scepter and all you get is a kill on Bignum. Yellow Submarine odds forever in their favor. Marsbet nearly 5 times. So if you bet like 1 house, you get 5 houses in return.
Exactly, and you can also use the promo code on the bottom of the screen. There you have the banner 1XRLGEU, 120% bonus on your first deposit. Easy.
Well, just make sure you don't bet anything you are not willing to lose, people. If you bet for fun. Do not bet your actual house. As oh, another one. Dude, this is like the third time he catches people with this Aghanim Scepter. All right, I was wrong to doubt it. I apologize.
I think at this point in the game, Yellow Submarine have delayed everything they need to delay. They have protected everything they need to protect. Marsbet, they didn't get the things that they were gunning for, and now they're just relying on their Muerta, which I think is a bad plan. A really bad plan.
I 100% feel the same way. It's like you're putting yourself sort of in the losing position. We're like, it's alright guys, Muerta is gonna be farmed up and gonna win. It's like, you're up against RP, Avalanche, and Chronosphere. Good luck if you're Muerta.
Yep, they can keep her in place for a very long time. She does have periods available for 8 seconds, but pretty much that's your Chrono plus the RP, and then the Void is gonna be able to smash her face in, and when you're pretty much just only bones, it's gonna hurt.
Magnus at level 10, sorry, 15, takes the Skewer talent. One thing I like is that it tells you how long the ult stats per hero lasts. Because whenever I see Valve giving me relevant information in the game, I'm always kind of impressed. I'm like, wow, you did this one right. 4 once. And
Marsbet? Valve does everything right. Gaben is our Lord and Savior. Called me to DI, thank you. As Marsbet, they are gonna be going for a smoke towards the bottom lane.
If Rue breaks it and he loses his life, he'd be very happy about that. He's got the shard, so he's really like peaked in this game. He's going for the Force of Axer. King! Oh, alright, well that's not the really good one.
Erase! They're gonna be going for him. Spear into an arena. Mortimer's Kisses as well. And that's gonna be a dead Tiny. As there will be an RP. Instant hookshot. They push it back. But here comes the Chrono. King though. He's being killed. And looking at Muerta going in. I want to be a part of this one as well. King is gonna be dropping low. Time walk away. As the core gets taken out. And that's gonna be a tombstone. Out. You've expended your Chrono. Expended your RP as well, and you get a Mars while losing a tower in the process as well. What a fight for Marsbet. What happened there for Yellow Submarine?
The Chrono was bad. It was a very bad Chrono. Firstly, they can't trade Erase for Mr. Luck. I think that was fine, you know, because he jumped on him, but the Tiny was almost able to turn it around. But then the Magnus comes in, he RPs them while they're in the arena. So the Sports really weren't able to do too much, and then King was like, it's okay guys, I'll salvage this by chronoing all of us. And that was just terrible. That was a really bad Chrono.
Yep.
And it was also a bad decision just to RP inside the arena.
Yeah, I guess there was no follow-up whatsoever. And I guess Erase dying at the start of the fight, it's your Tinies should be the one that starts the fight, not the one that gets started on.
Exactly. So him losing his life, it was very tough. Retsu getting close and close to that Hurricane. Pike has the Molineer already, so he's actually packing a punch if you don't control him. And he's, I said earlier, he's been playing this entire game as in recovery mode, but he's fully recovered at this stage of the game.
Yep, he is now packing a punch for sure. Tiny, however, has a BKB now, so that changes things. Even if you jump him, the question is, are you going to be able to kill him?
If he gets the BKB off, no. If he doesn't get the BKB off, definitely. You have enough damage.
Pike con Muerta. Retsu is scary though. You know who's scarier? The Faceless Void. Now he has
I'd say so.
That BKB. I mean, now it's down to 8 seconds. And of course, next item gonna be a Scotty. We've seen it so many times versus these range scores.
Solar Crest is finished on LeBron, so you put it on Retsu and suddenly he's going to attack even faster. You also have Mech on Bignum. He's going for the Greaves after. And this has the Glimmer Cape. I really like the change that Glimmer Cape gives you more movement speed. I felt like the Invis and the magic resistance was kind of crappy, but the movement speed adds a lot to it.
Let's see. Marsbet in a smoke. Nobody to catch here. Yellow Submarine in a smoke as well.
They smoke too. They know where they are. You know, they kind of have an idea that they're all pushing top, and yep, they do draw on the map. They know it all comes down to getting a good chrono.
They're gonna lose their tower though before they engage this fight, so at least something already for Marsbet. LeBron in a good position to break the smoke. That's gonna be on the high ground there with the tombstone. So you want to get away from it. LeBron gets healed
Nice
up.
chrono.
Okay, it's gonna be good now. Let's see if he can bring down Retsu, dropping low, being protected. Goes for Pierce the Veil, turns around onto the Faceless Void. He's gonna be able to time walk away. Now, what a catch by the Magnus! Amazingly done with the horn toss. I don't know if you even needed it. Bignum with the Mortimer's kisses. Yep, we're gonna give you a kiss of death. King is wicked sick, and that is one hell of a fight for Yellow Submarine. They knew that they're gonna be able to win it.
Perfect angle approach. And even though, like, the King wasn't able to kill anyone inside the Chronosphere, he does bring them a bit low, and you can see that, Magnus, I forget his name sometimes because I see the Chinese characters. Either way, the Magnus was able to get a good RP on 2 after that, and they just clean house.
Well, it's easy. You don't know Chinese. It says emptiness.
It does. I know it says emptiness, but I just forget sometimes when I look at him. As the core, nice hook shot.
I'm actually surprised Wish went first with the lightning storm. That was so weird for him. I guess it's muscle memory, but if there was no clockwork, maybe you lose that kill.
Yep, Raze. He is got the shield druid, which allows him, of course, to blink away because he don't take any damage. Very nice played by him.
Here comes the cooldown, but they have the ults to remove the shield rune. Spear does connect, and Retsu will be dealing with the homing missile. Now with the Pierce the Veil, just deals with the tiny super fast. When there's no chrono, Marsbet, they are gonna be on the aggressive.
Not only no chrono, no RP as well. These are long cooldown abilities, which is when Yellow Submarine is quite vulnerable. Well, we're up to a 50-50 game. Really, anyone could take it, according to Lord Gaben.
Yeah, I feel that way as well, because Marsbet are finding ways to fight when the chrono is down. But the time is coming when you're not going to be able to win a team fight on Marsbet. But you do have the positioning advantage. Only one outer tower left for Yellow Submarine. And I think that's the thing that Marsbet are going to need to use if they want to win this one.
You know, if Wish goes for the Aghanim Scepter in Nihilism, Chronosphere becomes kind of hard to use. There will be 2 enemies who can just turn themselves ethereal. You can't do anything about it. I mean, there's Revenant Brooch, but one of the few heroes who doesn't benefit from it is the Faceless Void. Speaking of Mr. King.
Hook shot, push him back, spear fall up. No!
Oh.
Mr. Luck wasn't there in time, and because of that, the Faceless Void will live.
They didn't even get the fear off from the dead shot either. They had 2 abilities that might have been able to be used in that situation. LeBron set it up perfectly, but his team was not on the same page.
You can also, like, spear to the cogs. So
right?
you could have went with that as well. Like, just so many trees around the edge of the map as well. I don't know why you just don't instantly use it. There's no way you miss.
I don't get it either. That was kind of a blessing for King right there that he didn't lose his life. In a situation that, honestly, he should have.
Yep. Nice setup for Marsbet. Execution a little bit lacking, but they do have 2 BKBs, 2 fresh BKBs now on Marsbet. This could be fight changing. Even though there's 2 AoE ultis that are BKB piercing, it's still not gonna be that much damage dealt into them.
I don't think the BKBs make much of a difference. Like, it's what Avalanche and the Rocket, that's really nothing. Everything else from Yellow Submarine kind of doesn't care. Even the Flesh Golem debuff, I believe pierces the BKB.
50% less magical damage.
Oh, it does not. It doesn't actually. Sorry.
But 50% less magical damage?
It's fine. It's really not much. I mean, it's fine. It's good against like the Molyneux a little bit. And, oh, really? We're going.
But there's the spear. This time around it does connect. Nice BKB. You don't get skewered back. As the core puts himself inside of the tombstone, will stay hidden.
Very
there.
clever.
Vignum comes over. Little Shredder not there. Avatar's combo gets the Lesh in the base. And there's the Bloodstone and the BKB. Just runs himself out as the core actually survives because of all of this commotion there in front of the base. And the 2 9-second BKBs down the drain. You only get 1 kill.
If you're Yellow Submarine, this is a good time to go. Maybe wait for the gyrocopter, but there's no arena, no more kisses. You can really take these fights if you wanted to. We'll see how committed they are. They do seem to be kind of going out of the map. I don't know if this is just a farming fest or if they have a plan. Azukor gets a smoke delivered to him. He's ready.
They are ready on Yellow Submarine. Let's see who's gonna be the target.
It is fight time. It is fight time right now for Yellow Submarine. Gyrocopter is back up. He's not going towards them. Wants to push out the top first. Doesn't look like they're going to be taking much advantage of this timing.
I can maybe understand it because it's 40 seconds until the potential Roche spawn. If you go for a fight now, win it, and then the Roche spawns at the exact same time that the enemies are coming back to life, you can lose Roche. So maybe that's the reason they are taking it a little bit more conservatively.
Fair. And this is going to be 30 seconds. Alright, we still need way more time to know exactly when the Roche is going to be.
They're going though.
And Solar Crest finished on both sides. I believe it is up. He does have BKB, but he's probably going to be
shot
dying
there
for
to
it.
save him. Nah, that's get taken down. It's just gonna be a bonus there on LeBron. His face is void, still going forward. These two don't have buybacks. Okay, that's quite dangerous. But Retsu, no TP. We know where you are. Chrono is available. Pierce the Veil and the BKB are there.
Got him.
Securing him in. Pierce the Veil was popped. Retsu pops the BKB as well. Starts fighting. Bignum has lost his life. His king is waiting.
Chrono?
He is gonna go for the Chrono. Got feared there. Will turn back time. So not gonna be dying. And Retsu is not worthy of the Chrono of
Team
the
wipe?
king. There it is. A team wipe will happen. He's gonna use the Chrono on his guys. 3 of mine and 1 of yours, and we still win. He is the king.
Kind of showing off on that one, King, but well played, very well played for them to get the everything. I think Marsbet made a mistake. You see Mr. Luck go, get caught. You're like, all right, maybe we should sacrifice him. Instead, LeBron jumps in, loses his life. Then they go after Bignum, catch him as well. Then they have the last 2 cores who are sort of hanging around in the area, asking for trouble. Marsbet not playing with the usual discipline we see from them.
We saw their discipline when they were ahead, but it's hard sometimes. You see a hero dying and you're really not sure what you should be doing. This was just beautiful from them. But this hook shot from LeBron with nobody else being in position definitely didn't make sense.
No, it didn't, and it really kind of baited his own team into going for a fight that they didn't need to do. Well, it's too late now to cry about it. As bottom tier tower falls, they're going mid as well. Maybe not, maybe just going for Roshan. It's gonna be on the longer side, about 2 minutes. Still a minute left for it to come up.
Yeah, so they're gonna have their spells back basically.
Look at that.
That looked pretty cool.
I mean, did he need to do that? Did he need to chrono is the question.
You didn't want any of the buybacks to come out once he BKBs or something and uses the Bloodstone, so we know that there are no buybacks, but they don't. Race will be getting a nice pick off on LeBron. That's gonna be him down for 50 seconds, so pretty much secures that the Roche is gonna be much easier for Yellow Submarine.
Yellow Submarine, they're doing the trick where you leave the gem in the Roche pit. It tells you when Roshan's gonna be up. Marsbet, they know that though because they did use a rocket to scout that area.
What's like the sound of the gem telling you something?
No, I mean like they can spot it. They can look at the area and see that the gem is there and provides vision for you.
Ultimo, are my jokes funny? Okay, no, you don't have to answer. That's fine. As the core, did you spot the Roche? Go back. There it is. There it is.
There you go. I think you're very funny because you pay me.
Don't pay you. I mean, the TOs pay you, but sure, fine. If you see it that way, Optimo, that's fine. As there will be a rocket flare coming in, so they do get spotted quite nicely there.
Meanwhile, there's just nothing that Marsbet can do about it. They know it's risky for them to take team fights. The circles, the RP and the chrono, between them is what, like 4 seconds of, sorry, not 4 seconds, like 8 seconds of lockdown. Marsbet has no idea how to approach this.
And do we really see RP as a circle?
Kind of an instant circle, right? Like it is, but it's also not a permanent. I know what you mean. It's not like the Wukong and the coil and the arena.
And the arena and like the Dawnbreaker ulti, those things.
Yeah. But it is circular. I'd love it if some spells were actually box shaped. Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, this is a triangle. I mean, I suppose cleave damage is a triangle, but still.
How would you say then the range of the spell is what?
I don't know. I don't have to... Like, I just want to see something that's a square. There's too many circles in Dota. I want squares.
Okay, let's squares. That's exactly what we need and what's gonna make the game better, as Yellow Submarine are in a pretty confident lead. Retsu does have his level 20 talent, so he is gonna be doing a massive amount of damage, but until you get the crit, the big one, not only the Crystallis, your damage output is not as high.
No, it's not. Yellow Submarine 10,000 gold ahead. Mr. Luck, by the way, started the game as like the most farmed core, and he's just been steadily falling down till he's barely ahead of the supports on this Mars. A bit sad to see that, honestly.
How the mighty have fallen. How it goes. Mr. Luck has been found, and Mr. Luck will be falling once again. Turns around, gets smashed in the face a couple of times, and he's gonna be taken for a ride by Emptiness. I'm guessing. Oh no! They have the RP. He's gonna try to fight, and with the Faceless Void coming over, it is a dead Marta.
They want to go high ground. 80 seconds. They have time to get there. I like our observer was like, Retsu, is he here? Kind of moves the camera all around. Faceless Void got the Satanic. He is ready for this.
Now LeBron is trying to split push. Clockwork not the best at that, but putting the Solar Crest on the siege creep will most definitely help his case.
You know, if you had the Aghanim Scepter on the Clockwork, he does become great at sort of stopping pushes all across the map. Just because anywhere you Rocket Flare, it's 3 of them, and that's a lot of damage. Wow, he is really into the cogs. Do you see that? He takes the cog talent at 15. I've never seen that in all my years of Clockwork and that.
It has never been done in the history of Dota.
Ever.
Never, ever, ever.
Never ever believe, never never. As oh dear, they are looks like they do get a kill on Rue here, but the barracks are the towers falling in the mid lane.
Okay, nice kill by Race. King will be forced back. That's gonna be a glyph for now. As cogs from LeBron, Skewer will not allow it. They're gonna be getting him out of it. You will finally fall. His annoyance will be punished by death.
They have an Aegis on the Faceless Void. He's got Mandang behind him, so that wasn't really going to get them a kill. And in the end, they lost Jared, but they got both supports on Yellow Submarine. So another successful trade. It does kind of slow down their push in the mid lane, though. So I don't think Yellow Submarine is too happy about it.
Tiny has a Revenant's Brooch, so you might not be able to crit with it, but... Okay, let's now read this properly. Phantom's Province can no longer apply critical strikes when enabled. Does that mean that you cannot crit with Kanda, as you mentioned?
That is the understanding I have. Is that any crit that you have doesn't work. Like Mars God's Rebuke crit, Dawnbreaker's crit from items. Like crit, you shouldn't be critting, is what I understand.
But what if it just is physical damage then?
Oh, it says when it's toggled, so I imagine that it's fine when it's not toggled on.
But like then why would you get it on a Tiny when you have a Kanda that crits?
I imagine it's because magic resistance is so much lower than physical resistance. It's still a good damage item overall. Like look at Reshak, 37 magic resistance, 63 physical. Plus, you are up against Morta, so you want to be able to actually hit her when she does pierce the veil.
Speaking about not being able to hit, there is a level 20 and a butterfly on the Faceless Void. So this Muerta, I know she's all good and cool with her guns, but she is not gonna be that good in shooting this Faceless Void. Actually, she's gonna be pretty bad at it.
Yep. Yeah, overall, it's mostly to hit the Muerta, but you also just do so much more damage with the Revenant's. I feel like Revenant's Baruch, when you look at the resistances, it's probably the best DPS item you can get in many cases. Because everyone has so much more armor than they have magic resistance. And there's no... You can easily just toggle it off at any point and go back to physical if you feel like it's not good enough.
Oh, Emptiness is hunting. wants to make something happen. Mid lane tower still standing. No glyph on Marsbet as the two supports of Marsbet are again going for it in terms of split push. Nice attempt there from Emptiness. Not good enough.
With towers barely standing, Yellow Submarine, they know that Roche is probably... I mean, Roche is going to take at least 2 to 5 minutes, so they have to be pretty patient if they don't want to end it right now. But every minute you're getting 1,000 gold advantage, so that definitely encourages you to be patient.
Yeah, very interesting. They are a relatively young team on Yellow Submarine, and they are keeping themselves disciplined. This gives me confidence for this lineup in the future, or at least for some of their players.
I feel the same, right? Sometimes we've seen a lot of these pub stars who just go in, they think they can play the game like very easily. It's like, no, man, this is a competitive game. It's very tough, and you want to make sure you don't rush yourself. And that's what they're doing right now, which is not rushing themselves.
So Marsbet, they're inside of a smoke. The question is where you want to go.
I mean, they have vision, I think, on their side of the map, so it's going to be relatively blind if they go to the enemy side. Who's going to show up is going to be the Undying as well as the Faceless Void. Oh, erased. Breaks the smoke.
Faceless Void, jump in, jump out. That is a dead LeBron. They're going to be taking him for a deadly ride. Gets taken out as Muerta. Pierce the Veil was used, but the tombstone save. Oh, the double stun! Muerta's gonna try to kill him, but he cannot attack. King is just impossible. He's gonna be threatening with the Chrono. RP only onto the Mars. They did lose the Undying. King, however, gets the kill on Muerta. Chrono not available any longer, but he does have the right clicks because he is so freaking powerful. Misses on the Mars a little bit there because of the neutral item. Really, the Trickster's Cloak comes in handy, but either way, it's again gonna be a fight for Yellow Submarine.
Well, kudos to them. Yeah, 1 in 6 hits misses against the Trickster's Cloak. Takes full advantage. And again, 2 cores are down. They tried to kill the Faceless Void. There's a decent jump, but we've seen Aztecor just hold King's hand. He's like, wherever you go, buddy, I'm right here. Daddy's gonna put you in the tombstone.
Huh, there's an Aghanim Scepter on. It sounds really bad. I think you should just...
I was gonna be like, that sounds pretty dark, you know. I apologize.
We're watching a game of Dota and he's like giving some weird scenes, or putting weird scenes into my head, ones I don't want to have, as King is gonna be pushing this lane of rags that should be taken down. You don't want to glyph it this time around, and Erase and King, they get a first lane of rags, looking for more.
And there's going to be a refresher orb on the Magnus, so he's able to just, you know, jump RP, screw them back. If he needs to, he'll just refresh, jump RP another group or the same group and keep screwing them wherever he wants. Oh dear.
Also has level 25, so the RP duration is 4.3 seconds. There's no status resistance on the other side. You can just keep them in place for 8.3 seconds. Then you put the Chrono on top of that. It's another almost 5 seconds. It's insane. Goodbye, Muerta.
Retsu!
Yeah, they don't care. I think it's time to call it. This game 1 is over.
Yep. I mean, unless some miracle happens, but if you had sort of the Magnus on the Radiant side, you can say, go ahead, screw them to the base, but you don't. So Yellow Submarine.
Raindrax is gone. What Totomo? Give me an idea, please.
Maybe you can use a couple of Force Staffs and get them into the fountain.
Okay,
hey, man.
Let's find another solution.
Yeah, that one looks a little unlikely, to be fair with you.
Faceless Void, focusing on the tier 4s. He's gonna say sure. There will be an RP onto the Clockwork. They're done.
He has buyback.
Annoyed. He does have a buyback, so that first RP really not that big of a deal. Still has the refresher, but the Chrono is gonna be amazing. Nice hook shot to stop him in his tracks. And now the Cogs are gonna be keeping the Mars at bay. Now still is gonna be fine. Now they're focusing on the Faceless Void, doing absolutely 0 damage to King. Nice jump out just in time to dodge the Splitter Earthless on the other side. The RP still has not been used. He's threatening with it, and there it is.
There you go.
Onto the Lesh. They found the main damage dealer. Does have a buyback, however, so can definitely rejoin the fight. We'll be bringing down the Grandma as well. She is tired of living. So actually, just got her buyback back, so actually can rejoin the fray if she wants to.
If she wants to. I mean, You could go 4 versus 5 right now if you're Marsbet and use all the bio. Oh, wow.
Chrono onto the fountain, wants to focus on the clockwork. And Muerta. They wanted to pull her out, but the Race, he actually tossed his Magnus when he tried to go for it. So with Witch buying back, Race will be taken out. King is focusing on the throne. Not sure if he's going to be able to get it. He's very hard to kill, however. The buybacks from Yellow Submarine, they've had enough.
Nice
they want this game to end right now. Soul Rip, healing the Faceless Void, 4 staff away from the Splitter. Goes out, goes in, turns back time, gets a lot of his HP back. The time dilation keeping the enemies at bay, and poor Bignum is dropping low. King will be getting another kill. He's still beyond gone, like 14-1, untouched in this game. Now looking towards the Lesh, who's flying around, being thrown left and right, and now into the hands of the Tiny. He had the Revenant's Brooch, so the Ghost Scepter really isn't gonna help. It is actually gonna be doing you a disservice, and Marsbet finally admit defeat. Their throne falls, and in game 1 going towards Yellow Submarine.
Pure outdraft from Yellow Submarine, honestly, because I was looking at it, I entering this series, I thought, Marsbet, you know, you've looked very disciplined and experienced in the past. I'm sure you're going to have a relatively even time. Not easy by any means, but you should be able to give Yellow Submarine a good challenge. But the draft was so hard to execute. The other side, they've got circles. You don't have circles. You have Arena, which is kind of a circle, but you need more than one circle. They have 2 circles, you have 1 circle, 2 is better than 1.
Okay, so you think it's only the circles that won this one?
I mean, there was a lot of execution problems, but generally, like, King was joining these fights early, using his Chrono Series, getting that +1. Retsu wasn't doing anything in that. Magnus with the Agam Center was also getting pickoffs. Race with the jump lead. Like, they were good at taking fights, but they were also good at finding that +1 all the time. And I don't think Marsbet was able to fight them. They just didn't have the tempo for it.
They definitely couldn't do it. So the young superstar, their King, really does take his team into the victory of game 1. But that's what happened yesterday in game 1 as well. Game 2 was the problem. Are they going to remain consistent? We find out after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live 2 lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you're with us, you win.
Let's go.
Showcase your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
A long day of Dota here at the regional Dota 2 series, but we are not done just yet. You're here with Harry and Automo. Game 2 of MarsBet versus Yellow Submarine does await us. So we have 3 best of 2s like each day, Automo, and here we're gonna be ending this one. Going into the second game after what we have witnessed in the first one. Do we have a clear favorite, or do you think it comes down to how these teams set themselves up?
I think it still comes down to how this team set them up. Even though Yellow Submarine looked really strong in the first game, there was like no... I never thought at any point they were going to be losing it. There is a chance that MarsBet could come back. They had an okay idea, just the execution was a bit bad. Maybe they should have something a bit simpler that they could work with. But overall, they set themselves up in a very difficult spot against a heavy teamfight lineup. They had the push lineup, they weren't pushing. So, you know, it's just... You're playing Dota 2 on hard mode in that situation.
I think after what we have seen thus far, do we agree that Rest Farmers are the favorites of this group?
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see, what is tomorrow's match? Tomorrow Rest Farmers
versus Yellow
goes
Submarine.
up. Yeah, I think that'll tell us a lot. I think after that we'll know. But going into that match, I do believe Rest Farmers has looked the best so far. So I would say they are favorites. Top 3 almost guaranteed. Top 1 likely.
Okay. Any surprise in the bans? Is this pretty standard?
Very standard. Nothing crazy there here. Chen remains one of the most picked tiers. By the way, his win rate in pubs is very cool because in like Herald, he's winning 40%. In Immortals, 55%. Just like a clear cut like this, because as you get better with Chen, you can really do a lot with this hero. And
Where do you look at these stats? Where do you look at these stats? I always wondered.
There's Dota buff. They can show them to you. I can send you like the Chen stuff.
Okay.
And even Dota itself on the client, they show you the win rates. But sometimes it's crazy because the win rates are like 75,000%. And you're like, how is that possible?
Right. If I go to Dota buff, what should I write if I want to see? Just write Chen?
No, you go to the heroes at the top, and then you go to the meta underneath it, and then they'll show you the win rates per medal.
Okay, so okay. Pudge pick only 30% in Herald. I don't think that's possible.
That's very. By the way, that's high because he's high everywhere. I mean, 30% is insanely high. I don't know why you think that he's showing up in. That's insane. Alright, MarsBet though, they do open up with the gyrocopter. I thought that was a pretty good pick by Yellow Submarine. The previous one with Rue, he was able to farm well. He just played with the rocket. Sorry, with the homing missile spam. It was fine. For Yellow Submarine, they say let's give Azdakor a Shadow Demon, give him some saves. So that might be that King plays a hero that is a bit risky.
I'm trying to see who has the biggest win rate, and it seems to be Lesh. No, wait.
Oh, you can always press on.
Io has the most win rate in Immortal.
I know, kind of crazy. You can, you know, what's it say? It is actually Meepo. Meepo is higher than Io. He's 55. And there's that buttons you can press there. To,
yeah, I see. It's weird. I've used Dota buff for so long to scout players. I never used it for hero statistics.
It's pretty cool, you know. Although generally pub statistics don't translate one-to-one to the pro scene. The pro scene is very different.
They kind of do.
Very different. Okay, all right. I mean, I agree that they kind of do, but not completely.
Okay.
For example, Snapfire has the lowest win rate right now in Immortal, which I think is crazy.
I mean, the hero is not good. Let's not lie ourselves. Hero is not good.
And you know who's the second among the second lowest? It's Sven. So, but Sven's still a competitive hero. It's just that in pubs there's not enough stacking. Maybe they're fighting too early, but pros play it better.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think we've had good win percentages on the Sven in our tournament though so far. So, you know, it kind of matches up, Ottomo.
Let me see here, because Mars comes out, but who is it for? It's going to be with the Shadow Demon. Okay. I mean, it's a solid lane. I'm going to be looking at heroes for a second to see where the Sven comes out. Oh, yeah, he's got a very shitty win rate for sure today. You're right.
Yeah. So, Yellow Submarine, they have the Shadow Demon and the Mars, as you mentioned. So, that's kind of with the Shadow Demon, you would usually save people from the Mars arena. Now, of course, Mars Bet, they don't have that option. They have themselves a gyro. And do the pellets from Flak Cannon fly through the arena?
Pellets from Flak Cannon? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like they go out? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think so either. Mars Bet, do you want a life stealer? Typically seen as a good counter to the Mars. Tanky so you can be bursted down, and later on you can just walk in and out of the arena yourself. Oh, highest win rate hero in the Immortal bracket, by the way.
Oh boy, Io Gyro, Io Lesh, these are like great heroes to combo with it. I didn't expect to see this. How many Io games has LeBron played recently in pubs? I want to see.
Yeah, I love that. When you have the statistics, you always be like, I want to see the numbers of this stuff. This makes me think that Gyro is more likely to be a support, right? It's like you can only tether one person. Most likely you're going to be tethering the Leshrac and giving him that big power spike at the 50-minute mark. The problem is in the previous game, Mars, but they don't give me confidence in their ability to execute these heavy push strats. Or maybe also just knew how to play against it very well.
I think they were way too passive in the previous one, but they might have recognized that, right? So they're going to be like, guys, let's even lose the game faster, but see how this is going to work. And with an IO, it does give you the confidence to go a little bit more on the aggressive.
Agreed. I'm quite a fan of the IO Leshrac. I do think Leshrac is kind of making his way back into the meta, so it's good to see him. Yellow Submarine, they've been taking their time on this one. Snapfire wouldn't be so bad. Delays pushes, works well with the arena. I know you wouldn't mind Ancient Apparition. I don't mind that either. It just feels like he's unviable.
No, I think you go Disruptor, Faceless Void, actually.
Or Grimstroke. Grimstroke's always seen as a good IO counter just because he always brings +1. So it's very easy to get the Soulbind onto. So I'm liking the idea of a Grimstroke or a Disruptor. Loving. Yeah, let's be taking their time with this one. I think all their reserve time has been used in this pick. There's 2 picks in a row though, so I mean, just pick one. Whoa.
Maybe just get a Disruptor and then something. They banned out the pocket themselves. Something mobile that lanes well versus a Lesh, like a Queen of Pain would be solid.
I like the idea of a Queen of Pain. They go for this Crystal Maiden as well as a Leshrac.
Razor, that's Razor.
Sorry, Razor. I was looking at the Leshrac and I said, I don't know, is this a good? Do they think it's going to be Razor versus Gyro? Because I see this as a support Gyro, and you don't really do well against the Leshrac either. This Razor pick, it's not sitting well in my stomach. You know, it's causing indigestion a little bit here. Although it could have been the top.
What are you gonna pair with the gyro that's actually good versus the Razor? I don't think something like that exists. Maybe a Slark?
I mean, it's probably going to be a IO 5 gyro 4. So you can just put anything in the bomb lane and he's just gonna focus on farming.
I don't see a good hero, to be honest. I like the gyro with an IO.
Terrorblade?
Terrorblade IO lane?
It's not like the whole thing's lane phase. And alright, fine. You're going to be up against the Mars as well as Shadow Demon, so that's not really a Terrorblade build.
Oh, I know, Luna. Luna is actually good.
Luna's fine. Lifestealer remains a good pick as well, although he's not great against the Razor. You have Leshrac, so you're not worried. I'd still like to see that Lifestealer. In the end, I'm going to go with the Lifestealer again. Or they could pick their offlaner. It depends on what they want.
I think you pick an offlaner. Yeah, that's a solid one.
Okay. Okay, sorry. That you are able to get rid of the illusions from the Shadow Demon. You were maybe not wanting Lifestealer just because Disruption would have been really good against him. To get Lifestealer illusions.
Wait. You're talking about the Radiance all the time. There's a Razor who is like the Lifestealer counter, and then there's a Demonic Purge, which is like the Lifestealer counter. And you're talking to me about some measly illusions that like the Razor will deal with the Plasma Field. Like nobody cares. It's the Razor, it's the Shadow Demon. There's no way we're seeing a Lifestealer.
But I mean that they still probably look like they want a Radiance builder, and you have that with the Brewmaster, which further de-incentivizes the pick of the Lifestealer.
I still am kind of leaning towards this gyro being a core. IO gyro is so strong.
It might be, actually. Yellow Submarine, they get rid of the Coddle. How does Marsbet play it? Because I know some people play Marsbet. No, I don't think that they play. They play Column mostly as a mid for Wish.
Does Bignum play a Lesh? Bignum has played Lesh in the past.
He has. He's played support Leshrac. You might be right on this. It could be a support Leshrac. I've been waiting to see this because I've been playing support Leshrac as well. I'm like, yeah, he's really good as a support.
I think then if you're going for a support Lesh, this is a Queen of Pain game for Marsbet. It's a pretty solid Queen of Pain game on the side of Yellow Submarine as well if it's a Lesh mid. But if it's a Lesh support, you get a Queen of Pain here, Marsbet. It's so freaking good.
Storm and Call, they removed Wish's most played heroes along with the Puck. There's an Ember Spirit, but I don't want that. I like the idea of a Quap just because of the damage. If not Quap, maybe Wind Ranger wouldn't be so bad. They go.
Okay, so it's mid lane Lesh, carry Gyro, off lane Brewmaster, and there's gonna be a Morphling on the other side, which is a good Gyro counter. They have focused so much on countering this Gyro. I don't see how they deal with the Brewmaster and the Lesh. You don't have the burst damage necessary to kill the Brew before he splits. You don't have the burst damage necessary to kill the Lesh before he gets saved by LeBron. I'm again in favor of Marsbet. I know that I was in the previous game as well and they lost, but I think they've got this one in the bag.
I think I agree with you. I like what Marsbet is bringing to the table. You know, they have a Shadow Shaman for push, along with Leshrac. They have Aya for sustain. Their team fight with the Brewmaster is pretty damn solid. They're not easy to bring down. I'm liking Marsbet's draft this game way more than the previous one. So I do believe we're going to have a 1-1 series at the end of the day.
Yeah, and especially because LeBron can hold the hands of Retsu and bring him into fights. He wasn't able to join in the previous one. Now it's going to be like, bro, we are going in and I want to farm. No, you're going to go and fight. And then you just bring him in. And also if Retsu really only wants to farm, then you can stay with Wish and it's going to be good enough. But talk to me about the Yellow Submarine draft. Like, what are their goals?
Well, a lot of it's going to be on the fact that they want to have a good laning phase, right? It's going to be mid Leshrac versus mid Razor versus Leshrac. I don't like that. But you know, you have Crystal Maiden who's gonna secure the farm for the Morphling. Although Morphling's not a killer, I don't know. I don't really know what Yellow Submarine's main plan is because it's not heavy on team fight. It's not very lane dominant. The late game's kind of okay from them, but you're up against Gyro Io as you mentioned. I'm not quite sure what Yellow Submarine. That's why I'm not going for them. Their draft doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Okay, let's get into the game and then we'll see what they're actually gunning for. My idea is like snowballing out of the laning stage, like minute 7-8, play around the Razor. That's how I see it, and then once the Mars gets the blink, he continues playing with him as well. So we might see fights here, so we should really get ourselves into game 2.
Whatever we want, you know, take your time, ladies and gentlemen. We could also be looking here at us. As yeah, I'm looking at the game as well. They're smoked up. Who's gonna be breaking the smoke anytime soon? Oh, there we go. We're in.
We are in, and we're gonna be seeing the odds favoring Yellow Submarine quite heavily once again. What does Gaben say in terms of drafts? He favors Yellow Submarine as well, so we have no idea what we're talking about.
A decent amount, actually. I'm surprised he favors them that much. I thought Marsbet's draft seems so much easier to play with.
I think it just looks at the Razor and the Mars and the Morphling individually versus the core gyro. I think that's what it sees.
I'm fairly sure that there's a bit more to it than that, but sure. A bit of damage coming out here for Emptiness, just from the Rocket Barrage, but he is going to be overall fine. Yeah, what can he do with the Io? I don't think there's going to be kills in the bottom lane. You know, usually the heal coming out from the Io can keep anyone alive.
Mid lane, Wish. Gonna be blocking some creeps. The Razor doing the same. So, how do you feel about the mid lane matchup?
I'm favoring the Leshrac. Should be fairly easy for him to get those lightning storms going out for them. Raze is gonna do that, force him away, but you're a ranged hero who's gonna keep his distance, so it's not gonna bother you a whole lot. Like, you should be able to cut it fairly easily.
I don't know. A hero that takes away your damage and gives it to himself is usually something that's easier to win with, and in terms of denies, it's going well for him. So we'll see. We'll see. I kind of feel like the Razor should have a good time here.
Well, the odds are adjusted. They are favoring the Marsbet a tiny bit more than they were in the previous time, but not much. From 3.3 to 3.004. So it's still quite in favor of Yellow Submarine. So bottom lane, as mentioned, you might be able to kill the Io or even Retsu in the early levels, but overall, I feel like this should just be a farm fest, or at least that's what Marsbet would like it to be.
We'll see if that does happen. You don't want to be a little bit more aggressive with the gyro?
Too easily it can be turned against you. I think if you could just farm, that would be good enough, honestly. By the way, the Leshrac is sitting at 2 CS to the 7 and 5, the 8 and 5 of the Razor. Massive victory for Yellow Submarine in the mid lane.
Yep, he is crushing it for now. We'll see if it continues, of course. As top lane, we haven't talked about this one. CM plus the Morphling, any kill potential from their side?
I think that this one should go in favor of Marsbet. You know, Shadow Shaman's pretty strong laner, Brewmaster as well. They have good amount of control. We'll see who they can catch anyone. Especially this Crystal Maiden, easy kill. If Azukor, even at full health, he can be one-shotted.
He did go for the mango build, so wants to be trying to go for a kill. This is one of those lanes where I would be okay with the stick and the aura, but sure, this is an approach as well. Threaten the enemies and secure the CS for Morphling. Thus far, it's working out.
I agree. I would feel like you just rather focus on farming or like helping your allies with Arcane Aura rather than going for kills. It doesn't look like it's happening. Let's get the D-ward off. Well, while blocking the camp. Okay, so we'll see if they can play. This is just the economy game. All lanes feel like we're just going to be playing economy and hoping for the best.
Where's the most likely a kill will happen? Like where?
Top lane.
Top lane? Okay.
Top lane. If I was going to be like, oh, which one? It's like, I think top lane's the most likely. We could see a kill anywhere, but top lane would be my guess. I mean, the previous game, Erase, he baited Wish and then got him solo. Which was insane to watch. That was really good by Erase.
King is gonna be farming okay for now. Does that change? Are they gonna be able to pressure him?
Not really. I mean, we're just saying that it's the most likely place to get a kill, but in general, it's still a very hard place to get a kill. They could kill the Crystal Maiden, but Morphling can... It doesn't have waveform, but if he gets waveform, he can just waveform and wait any point. Wow, level point in Adaptive Strike over the Morph. I don't see that very often.
Well, they always go for that.
Oh, well, I just assume people still max out Morph most of the time.
No, they leave it once or twice. Like, they do max out the Adaptive Strike in lane, especially on level 3. They usually get it 2 points, and they just start spamming it quite a lot.
Ritsu is going to be able to farm up these illusions. They only give like, what, 6 gold? If you guys don't know, illusions give you twice their level in gold and EXP, so that's nice. But it doesn't really add too much here.
It's in experience as well? It doesn't give more experience?
No, same amount from what I know.
Okay. Yeah,
except PL illusions, that's the only one. Shadow Shaman has gone 1-1-1 build. Okay. I do love the change to the Hex, and there you go.
I'm going for Aztecor. The Blood Grenade will connect. Aztecor in a lot of trouble. Had the Healing Lotus. Not gonna allow him to live. King going for Mr. Luck. There's the Healing Lotus. No, what then healed the CM? Was it just the sticks?
I think so. Because the Healing Lotus was on Bignum, he gave it to Mr. Luck.
Yeah, okay.
So it was just a magic stick there. And that's what we said, right? This is the most likely place we'll see a kill. That's what happened. Crystal Maiden, you step a toe out of line, and Shadow Shaman locks you down.
This is gonna put the Brewmaster in a very uncomfortable position. Is he gonna be bringing out a salve? Yeah, it's gonna start coming out right now, but you all know that the couriers are super slow when bringing in heals.
And he's already eaten using the Iron Branch with a Tango, so he's gonna actually be healing just fine with the 2 Tangos he had left. As bottom lane, the CS difference is starting to get there.
It's quite solid. The Mars is really suffering in terms of net worth because of the CS discrepancy.
By the way, everyone in chat says it's going to be 2-0, but you guys will see. You guys don't know the information that we have. It's going to be 1-1 because we are draft analysis experts, I think.
Exactly. That's why we're here, because we're experts. Expertise from the experts.
From the experts.
Oh, you want to be that one?
Yes, I want to be the one that sounds funny.
They both sound funny. Let's not.
They do. Dude, I love Ogre. Ogre is such a well-designed hero. As Waru is like, okay, doesn't go for the bounties. I think he could have gotten it and then TP out, but doesn't matter. He valued his life, and well, that's also a good decision.
I was like, screw the bounty runes as Mars continuing to get pressured. Man, he's so far behind this Gyro. 800 gold difference between the two of them.
Man, I don't know if you want to say screw the bounty runes. It's a total of 450 gold. Oh, okay. As the core, this may not be where you want to be, buddy.
No, he's screwed.
Oh, yep, he is. Oh, that is just special delivery. +1. Here's the thing. He could have backed out. He committed to it. It's kind. I mean, I know that going for these steals is worth it always, but there are times when you can be like, I think I'm gonna die and not get it, and then it's not. The risk is just too much.
And it's not a risk any longer. It's just giving your life away, really. If
exactly.
it was a risk, then sure. But this is like, yeah, I'm gonna go and die now. I've made a decision that my life needs to end.
Exactly. And Aztecor, he's really not having a game at all. He is just half the net worth of the other supports.
So it is a 1k goal lead for Marsbet. Their lanes are going quite well at the moment. The biggest difference, I think, is actually it's just small things adding up, but the supports are the ones that are making a difference.
It's a big deal. The supports are actually a big deal. 1,000 between the Io and the Crystal Maiden, 600 between the Shadow Shaman and the Shadow Demon.
Oh, they want Aztecor again. Poor guy. The Split Earth will connect with both of the supports being there. Ooh, coming forward. That's gonna be quite dangerous, especially with the Shadow Shaman being in the vicinity. You don't want to get shackled.
No, you don't. Although, what are we looking
fifth
for?
Stack. Nice dodge. Yeah, there it is. Who gets the kill?
Is he gonna be able to get
Oh, here
it
comes the
off?
wish.
Wow.
This is not good. Bignum will be surviving for a very long time. If Erase dies, then he will. It's gonna be a disaster. Turns around, starts sucking the damage. Wish actually is gonna be doing so much to him and actually gets the kill. Erase is so strong.
He single-handedly giving them a lifeline back into the game after the terrible start they had on the side lanes there. Despite that, he's still quite behind the Leshrac, so it doesn't really amount to too much. And you look at the recap, it's fairly even, 2 for 2, so mid and the support.
Dude, it's one of those situations like, I'm richer than you, and then you punch him in the face. So, where's your money now?
Okay.
That's what the Razor said.
Well, it's not very much in the Razor's pockets, because he's still 4th net worth in the whole game. Honestly, interested to see what Bignum's going for. Probably Arcane Boots, but then there's so many schools of thoughts on the Shadow Shaman, sorry. Some are like, you have to get Blink. Others say you gotta get the Shard. And some say Aether Lens first is the best item. So...
Is the Blink nowadays? Is the Blink nowadays? No way.
Yeah, well, but I personally, I'm a Shard first, just so that you can go to a lane, shackle, and you leave the snakes and walk away, and they're going to be pushing for you. I like that factor quite a bit.
Okay, look at it. This game, if my Shadow Shaman buys a Shard, I'm reporting him. Because we have no initiation. Like, literally 0 initiation. And we are relying on you to set up for the IO relocates, and then you buy a Shard.
What the hell did we pick Brewmaster for?
How does he initiate? He literally needs to run in like a madman.
Yes, that's how he initiates. He runs at them, then he uses his ultimate, and he does some more stuff.
And
He's like, I push you, I rock you, I blow you in the air, things like that.
oh, you think that the Cyclone works like... I huff and I puff?
No! He huffs very hard. No, not just like like that. He's like, oh, it's very strong.
okay. I am gonna pretend I heard a difference between the two sounds.
The two of them?
Yeah, the top tower does fall, which gets it, as the odds are gonna be equalizing here with Marsbet getting a 2k goal lead. So for all of you viewers out there, if you want to use these odds, you have the banner down below. The promo code is 1XRLGEU, but most of you already know about it. If you haven't used it just yet, this is the right time to do it.
So far, Marsbet, good laning stage, but we've seen them in the previous game have a decent laning stage, but not really push their advantage too much. Bignum, he reveals himself, but Brewmaster's right there. Snakes coming out. No need, actually. Just kill him easily.
Very nice
and
kill.
And it does open up the tower, which is what they want. I don't know if they're going to go for tier 2 or if they're going to go for bottom or just go back to farm, but it's... You have all your ultimates, I feel like you want to keep fighting.
Oh, triangle invasion. It's coming. Erase needs to run away. He does have a regen rune, so... It's... okay, he made a mistake there. He popped it, and... Well, now it is gonna expire because he's full HP, full mana. Going for the stacks. Gonna be getting it. They still have the split.
And the snakes.
Oh, spear from the side. Bignum has been caught. There's the arena. Turns around with the shackles. Not gonna be healing himself up all that much, but Bignum is still alive. Barely. The snakes surrounding a race. He's gonna be going through them. Mr. Luck trying to do something. Maybe he can bring down Asdecor, and nope, the neutral creeps are gonna be doing it for him. The relocate gets cancelled out. Wish turns around. Nicer splitter before he dies, as the Gyro isn't sure if he can stay in this fight. Very, very dangerous. 2 for 1, but Marsbet lose a core, so it is definitely a victory for Yellow Submarine.
And Yellow Submarine, the death on the Crystal Mains was a neutral creep, so it's not like he even got anything out of that. They jumped on Bignum, best person you can catch. He was able to get the shackles off, but one, I don't think it's maxed out. Secondly, they put him immediately in the air, so he wasn't healing from that. That was pretty tough to be a situation to be in for Bignum.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. The Razor could have actually died during those shackles, but the tornado from the Brewmaster saved his life.
And that is a little bit unfortunate. It does bring down the net worth difference quite a bit. If you're Marsbet, you might be thinking, alright guys, we're not fighting until we have the Radiance, which is about 2,000 gold away, so that's quite some time.
It's gonna need like 4 or 5 minutes to finish that one off. Retsu went for a Maelstrom on the gyro. Are you a fan of that one? I myself like the Crystalist a little bit better.
I think so too. I was thinking the Crystalist as well as the Aghanims gives you a good amount of damage as well as stats to survive, whereas the Maelstrom is damage only, but it doesn't scale too well late game. I don't know. I don't like it that much myself.
I guess you don't care that much if your damage gets drained, as you're still gonna be proccing with the Maelstrom, but not sure that I like it. We'll see how it works for Retsu.
Mech finished on the IO, by the way. We'll see if he's going to go for the Shard or the Holy Locket. That's what we usually see. But again, it's just Mr. Luck farming away in the mid lane, and you can see Mars, but no one goes mid. They're like, just have your lane, do whatever you want.
Overall, the current state of the game, how do you who do you favor?
I still think Marsbet is in a decent spot. Although I would like to see a little more aggression. I can understand why they're not pushing it, but they're in a decent spot. The next fight will make or break their aggression.
They're waiting for the Blink Dagger on the Shadow Shaman, which is still quite a ways away. They're waiting for the Radiance on the Brewmaster, which is pretty close now. 1400 gold, or actually 13 to be exact. You'll have it.
That will give them a big power spike. That will give them a lot in these team fights if they can get it in time, as they are smoked up. LeBron's Crew does die. Nice bit of gold here for Marsbet. Can they catch? They catch Morphlake. They know where he is.
Yes, they can. They're in a good position to do so. Bignum coming over.
Hex, he got him. Well done.
Look at them in the prison. Look at LeBron and Wish in the prison. They're like, we're gonna travel to a cage.
I've had this so many times, by the way, when you play Shadow Shaman, you can always, snake trap your allies. You can never snake trap the enemy.
Oh, they didn't catch him with the arena, but the help is coming. There's the mech coming out. Wish full HP. There will be a demonic purge slowing him down, but the split is there. Ruin a lot of trouble. The ward will be placed. So Yellow Submarine, they see what they're up against and they don't like it. Nobody would. Lift up into the air. Razor has been caught this time around. The tornado is great. They have the Hex. They will have the follow-up Shackles as well. Erase is not getting out of this one alive. Shackles only now come off cooldown, but they do take him out. Marsbet everywhere on the map. They're getting kills.
Yep, they are. Yep, they are. They first kill the king in the bottom lane, then they are able to rotate nicely to the top. Bloodstone going to be very close for the Leshrac, along with the Radiance. Again, that is their big timing. Radiance, Bloodstone, feels like you're not going to be killing these two. Oh, and Io, again, continues to hide his intentions from us. LeBron! Is it Locket or is it Shard? I must know.
What would you rather see?
Yeah, the Shard, actually. I think the extra damage really adds up at this stage of the game.
And the slow resistance is actually quite nice. It helps you versus the Demonic Purge, right?
Sure, I don't really care much about a slow resistance. I've never really thought about it, to be honest with you. It's
okay,
like slow resistance
Lash and Gyro, they want to move.
Here's the thing, slow resistance as a concept, I don't really care about. It's one of those things where I just don't notice it. Like when they say Rocket Barrage gives you slow resistance, I'm like, wow, does it?
Okay. Bignum,
50%.
well, his team didn't really care about him all that much.
It's fine. Again, they're still waiting for... They just finished the Radiance, but they still love to fight when Leshrac has the Bloodstone. He doesn't have it quite yet. He's about 600 gold. So Bignum dying to make space is perfectly fine.
Okay, I'm just hoping tomorrow you play a CM in your pubs and you're versus a Gyro and you use your Crystal Nova and he uses the Rocket Barrage and just runs you down, and then you're gonna come over and say, okay Harry, now I care about slow resistance.
Firstly, I never picked Crystal Maiden, alright, because I play position 4, and secondly, that'll be a very small sample size. I've played thousands of games since this was introduced. Okay, hundreds of games, tens of games since slow resistance was reduced, and I just don't see it as a big factor.
Okay. Marsbet now, they have the Radiance on the Brewmaster. No Blink just yet on the Shadow Shaman, but if they kill King, and they will on the top lane, the TPs are coming through. He is surrounded. The Spear there to cancel the Shackles. He does not have the waveform anytime soon, and you're going to be running into a split if you continue on this route. And Yellow Submarine, the Mars TP'd in. He's going to be staying next to his tower, but this is a dangerous situation for Emptiness.
And Aya just goes back with his friend, Baconum. He finds him. Oh, does get a shackle off.
You want to be there with the Mars. There will be a follow-up split Earth. Okay, a little bit too late. Tried to go for the shot, but there's the LeBron. Comes in and saves Bignum with the mech. Beautifully done. Emptiness gets baited in. Arch is going to be getting more. They do bring down Rue. Now the Razor next on the menu. He's going to be landing into those snakes. You do lose the Lesh, but it is a small price to pay as you wipe the enemy team.
Damn, a kill on King, and they just roll in from Yellow Submarine. They don't have the team fight to go for this. You would think that with a CM and Mars you do, but you lost your Morphling, the Radiance is available, the Bloodstone, the heals. You commit a bit on Shadow Shaman. It doesn't matter. Io saves him anyway. This is, by the way, I've seen this happen with Yellow Submarine. When they pick a semi-fighting hero for King, but they ask him to farm, they always lose.
It seems to be the case. He is farming, and it's not looking too well. Maybe in the later parts of the game we might be able to do something, but it doesn't look promising at the moment. Bignum, his Blink Dagger is being delivered on the Shadow Shaman. Once he gets the BKB, I don't know what you do. I guess you have the Disruption to save people from the Shackles, but it is a low cooldown spell to be using such a huge save.
Yes, it is. As we are, what do we have? What did you say? Blink Dagger. Yeah, look at the couriers. They're all traveling to the Radiant side. Boots of Travel. They have Blink Daggers. There is, I think, a BKB being finished up. Or not a BKB, sorry. At least the Mithril Hammer on the Gyrocopter. Lots of goodies coming in.
For sure.
Oh, there's a great Healing Lotus on the Io. Usually, this is not the biggest deal, the Lotus, if you have a Lotus, but on Io in particular, it feels like a huge thing.
What's the increase in heal through the Tether?
Isn't it something like... Well, we have to wait for him to untether. If he's ever going to be doing that, that would be nice. But it's pretty sizable. I'm trying to remember exactly, but
it's 120%.
Yep.
Oh, it's 20% increase.
And that's, of course, if he's ever going to put it for us. So this Healing Lotus goes from 400 to 480. That's pretty nice.
For sure. As of course mech gets doubly used. That's quite huge as well. That's why the Shadow Shaman just went back up to full.
By the way, do you see this? If you hover over Io's spirits, the tooltip tells you movement slow 0%, slow duration 0 seconds. And I'm like, wow. Okay.
That's because I think with the Aghanim Scepter you start slowing people down, so that's the idea.
I mean, I know, but you look at it, you're like, that's kind of funny. To look at.
Okay, so this spell does not slow people, and this spell doesn't have a duration in which it slows people. Okay, thank you for that info.
Bigna messed up. He took the Wisdom Rune before it hit 21 minutes. So he did get the set 40-minute Wisdom Rune rather than the upgraded 21-minute form of it. That's a bit of a problem. Yeah, it's like with the line of, it's like Finger of Death, 0 second stun. You're like, thank you, I guess. I mean, why would you tell me this?
0 second slow. Okay, they're preparing. Okay, because they're preparing for the Aghanim Scepter, it's understandable, but it's still pretty funny. Not gonna lie.
Funny. Alright, so what are we looking for Mars Bet? Don't really see any big item that they would want. Maybe, I guess, the BKB on the Gyro and the Lesh Track, which are on the way, could be the queue for them to go.
I mean, they have the Aegis on the Lesh, so I think that Wish is still going to be pushing quite aggressively here.
Fair point.
That is a Razor caught, relocate as well. Mars is coming from the side, thinking of stopping the Shackles. Not going to be happening. It is going to be Mr. Luck getting a mega kill streak and Emptiness. You better run, blink away, TP out. and he will be fine. The relocate is ending. LeBron, very smart move. This time around, he knows that the rest of the team is not going to be joining up, so he doesn't take the Lesh with him.
Yep, he's like, sorry, it's alright guys, just sacrifice me. That's actually kind of an important kill. Sure, he doesn't have the ultimate, but he is a big part of your sustain, and secondly, well, you are quite ahead on Marsbet, so any death you give away feels quite impactful.
I still think it's fine. I mean, the strongest support on the map is the Shadow Demon in terms of net worth. That's because he got the Tormentor Shard, so they do have that to play around. This actually does help for sure.
It does. It does. The Mnemonic Lens is a big deal. But overall, I don't know if I would consider him the most impactful support. I think Io and Shadow Shaman have been doing so much more work. So he said strongest. I don't think that he feels like the strongest at all.
He has the most money. Money is power.
That is true. That is Batman's contribution to the Justice League.
His genius mind and detectiveness and whatnot.
Nah, he just buys everyone lunch every time. You know? They're like, oh, who's gonna foot the bill? And people are like, I'm alien. Well, how am I supposed to do anything? They're like, no, it's alright, guys. I'll bring the shawarma this time.
I disagree. The way that they defeated the Justice League once is that they hacked Batman's computer, found his plans to deal with them, and they just took those plans and then they defeated them. So the guy is literally 1 versus whatever number is in the Justice League. Batman the best.
It's not even like, oh come on, he doesn't even face them all together. You know, he's like, oh, it's okay, I'll wait until nighttime. Then I'll put on my pajamas and go fight. Good Batman. I don't like, you know what? I don't like Batman because I don't like that he doesn't kill people. It's like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Neither does Superman.
Yeah, but Superman's an alien. He has his own logic. I'm fine with that. This guy's a human being.
Yeah, but he's like, if I kill somebody, the amount of killers in the world remains the same. But then, of course, the argument is just go and kill all of the bad guys, and then it's gonna be fine.
What? Yeah. It's like, kill 2 people then. There you go. As, by the way, in terms of killing, Roshan, he's been killed. Poor guy, in his summer house. Leshrak's got the Aegis. He's got about, well, it expires.
Yep, so his mana is gonna be given back, which is gonna be quite nice. Retsu is being babysat by Io right now. So Io has the Holy Locket. He has the Great Healing Lotus. He can make a Greater Healing Lotus as well.
To do so.
Why wouldn't he?
Well, he's not in the area. He doesn't feel like it. He hasn't gone for the shard yet, by the way. Would have been a big boost for the Leshrac, but it doesn't feel like he needs it right now, I suppose. As BKB is almost finished on the Leshrac. I know the Marsbet, they're not rushing. They're taking it like their time, but they are also giving us some main chests to get some items.
And go for a smoke as well. That's the BKB on the Morphling, a fresh one that he wants to make use of.
Okay, alright. Can they... Bignum! Bignum!
Going for Mr. Luck. Bignum turns around, tries to get himself out. Not gonna be happening. Mr. Luck will be splitting up. No BKBs were used on the other side. Gonna be dealing with the Serpent Wards. Mr. Luck, you better run. Those Brewlings are gonna be in a lot of trouble if you're not careful. And yeah, they all die apart from the Earth Panda, who will be running away.
Yep, Marsbet. They just lose Bignum. It's fine, but again, they need to start thinking about going for these big pushes. Oh. Wow. Emptiness. He's very manly. He just jumps in, spears him away. He doesn't care at all.
I mean, check the pecs. As the Johnny Brown would say, as he's gonna try to pop the balloon. Let's find out the gender. Not gonna be happening thus far, though.
Oh my god, it's purple. What the hell color is that?
Imagine that. Imagine you invite all of your friends and you're like, let's see gender reveal party, and then you just put in some random color. Like, ha, you got duped.
You know, the grandparents are there like, son, what does brown mean? We're like, well, blue is boy and pink is girl. We're like, alright, this. Okay, brown then.
Okay. So, did you have a gender reveal party for your son?
No, but we did attend one, and they were like, they had this, you know, the balloons and the cake and all that, and so all the stuffing is a color, and then it was like, it's gonna be a girl because it was all pink. Then the baby came out a boy, and I'm like, wow, you guys messed up. Almost as bad as this
is gonna be taken down. Yeah, that seems like a pretty bad screw up on Mr. Luck.
And I was like, how do you get it wrong? You know, it's boy or girl.
Let's see.
Well, I mean, this Marsman, they're bleeding kills, man. You know, we saw Bingham die earlier. Now we're seeing this happen as well to the Panda. Sorry, Brewmaster. The next Roche is gonna be pivotal. He is a Panda, but we're not allowed to call him a Panda because then Blizzard sues us.
What is that? Dude, how can Blizzard sue me if I call him a panda?
Because
do they have a claim on pandas?
They say they invented the Pandarian race, and therefore we can't really say they're pandas. Roshan is up on the dire side. They are going for it. They need to hustle on Marsbet. Okay, maybe they don't need to hustle just yet, as King is on the way. But they need to hustle eventually.
They are gonna be coming forward right now. Let's see how they engage. Bignum trying to find an opening with a blink forward. Still nobody is gonna be caught. Razor got the BKB off and the Morphin going in. They want LeBron dead. He's gonna be healing himself up with the Great Healing Lotus. Not enough. Has a buyback. Can go in. Wish losing so much damage, and King is just destroying everybody with a flat cannon. Is this how you do it, Retsu? LeBron is back. He's like, Retsu, I got you. I'll hold your hand so that we can die once again together in a couple of seconds. He's gonna be taking him out, but it seems that it is gonna be a dieback on LeBron, and there's the arena, putting King in a position to get another rampage. This guy is just insane, and here comes the race to say, no, you're gonna get... It's gonna go to your head, King. I'm gonna take this one from you. Marsbed, they lose 6 heroes, claiming only 1 yellow submarine. They get a Roche on top of that as well. This is insane. Marsbed, they have lost all of their lead.
After they've worked so hard to get, they had a good laning stage and everything. They just went straight up for LeBron, which is the strategy you always want to play again when you're playing against an IO. It's like, you're not killing the passenger, just kill IO himself. King turns on the flag cannon and shreds them easily. I mean, I was feeling it. I'm telling you, Marsbed, they were playing way too passive. They bled a few kills, and that was it. I'm just surprised they didn't try to go for high ground or more objectives earlier.
They had catch, they could do it, they had ways of split pushing and then joining the fight with an IO, and they just didn't utilize that part of their lineup whatsoever in the last 10 minutes.
Well, now the odds heavily in favor of Yellow Submarine. Marsbet, you could still come back for this. It's not like it's game over. It's just that you really need to get the jump on people. Those BKBs are very annoying because now all of Shadow Shaman's value is completely lost.
Once he has a BKB of his own and they cannot cancel it out, there it is. That's what you need to do. We're overdoing it a little bit with the relocates every single time, but sure. Now gonna be running in on King. He turns into the gyro flat cannon. Just gonna start murdering everybody. King is too strong. He still has an Aegis to work with, even if he loses this fight. And he's not losing it with a Scotty. He's way too powerful. Mr. Luck next on the menu. You're gonna be needing more than luck. You're gonna be needing your boozing buddies, as he does lift the Morphling up in the air. Gonna try to finish off Rue, but he's the only survivor left. Nobody else is there. The flag cannon gonna start murdering all of them. He can't turn back, and there he is, all alone in this world. It's not like King has too many friends either. He lost 3 of his heroes.
I like how Satanic goes for Agimorph, then he realizes he's up against the Radiance Holder, so the Agimorph slightly, so he doesn't kill himself. Still 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Marsbet, they're getting some stuff, but my god, did they miss their timing? When they were 6,000 gold ahead, I was thinking, alright, this is a good time to start making your move. But then they bled 2 kills, and they lost the fight in the Aegis. Sorry, at the Roshan pit.
Dude, Mixa lost, now LeBron is losing. My country's doing bad today.
You are from Slovakia?
No, I am from the country that has a TI winner. A double TI winner.
A what? Sorry?
Double TI winner from this country. So, as a Dota analyst, you should know.
Where's OG from? Oh, France. You're French. Yes, Seb.
It is Serbia. That's where Team Spirit is from. Like their organization.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, yes, of course I knew that. I know that. But anyway, in the meantime, Yellow Submarine, they're just like, yep, let's just go up and hit. They have plenty of time on this Aegis, so you are forced to sort of drive King away by killing him. You can't just be like, oh, he's gonna time out. Like, nah, it's not timing out.
Okay, Raze, he has that shield rune, so not really a hero you want to go for. Satanic and a cheese as well. These are two very unkillable heroes.
So it feels like. Meanwhile, smoke comes out from Yellow Submarine. It's a fake back. They're waiting for anyone to sort of push out the lane, and that's gonna be this is gonna be who they killed. Marsbet, insanely tough fight ahead of them. They do have a couple of buybacks they could use if they must.
King is trying to bait them out to go to the left there, and if they do, then Yellow Submarine are gonna be jumping in on the Morphling. But look at the other side, the arena is gonna get popped. Gyro going for a TP out with the BKB, will be successful. King, he has a BKB as well, gonna try to kill the Shadow Shaman and will be successful at it. Mr. Luck, all of his Brewlings just dropping low. He did manage to escape with the Storm one, so that's gonna allow him to live.
Man, 2 times Yellow Submarine, Marsbet went for the same draft idea, and 2 times they failed against Yellow Submarine, just because they were not really pushing their advantage when they had it. Now 2 sets of racks falling. Marsbet, you know, the fingers are hovering on the top of a certain letter, I imagine.
Yeah, they might be. They definitely might be. Usually it's the letter F that has that indicator, or where you should keep your hands, but it is one next to it.
Yep, just one to the right there, as they are going for this mega creeps here. Marsbet, they have a chance for one more fight, but will be without that brew split or the snakes. And alright, well, nope. They also decides they don't want to stick around.
Well, the disruption is there, saving the Mars. Nice blink out. Big Num a little bit too late. Satanic is now there on the Morphling King. Is gonna be going in. Pops the Satanic, gets hexed up, but doesn't matter. He's back up to full. The Aegis will be expiring in 20 seconds. Big Num so freaking low. He's gonna try to keep himself alive. Even if you kill the Morphling now, not gonna be a big deal. God's Rebuke does finish him off, and there will be a dead Lesh as well. LeBron saves his body on the Gyro, but he's really not doing that much damage. They will be waiting for LeBron to pop the balloon, and when you pop it, there's not gonna be any pink or blue colors. There is just gonna be one big letter G written twice, and there it is.
Makes sense. The poor guys, they did really well until they didn't. You know, just they played. It's small mistakes, honestly. You can't look at Marsman and be like, oh, they played bad. No, they did really well until they gave away a couple of those kills, which could have happened to anyone. But they need to tighten up the playstyle. They need to be like, guys, when we go for these push drafts, let's freaking push. Let's stick together. Let's not separate. Everyone goes, every man for himself, and we lose all our momentum. Because they get the momentum. That's the thing. You do step 1 and 2 are done very well. It's step 3, you know, the pushing part of the pushing draft that doesn't happen.
Unfortunately, they are going to be losing this game. That does put Yellow Submarine in a position where they have 3 wins, only 1 loss in terms of maps. So in a really, really good position. Marsbet, after yesterday's victory, now they are going to have 2 losses as well. They did win versus NextUp though, which is not the strongest team overall. But we have 2 more teams that remain undefeated, Ottomo, and that is Rest Farmers and Yellow Submarine, and tomorrow they're going to be playing versus each other. So how do you feel they're going to be matching?
Did Yellow Submarine go 1-1 against the Amiga or something like that?
Oh yeah, they did. My bad. So it's 2-0 nobody. It's only Farmers that have every single win, right?
Yep, exactly. Nemiga, who did they play against today? That they played.
They lost to Farmers.
Yeah, so by that law, the Yellow Submarine ties against them. But it was a very good series. Remember, it like Farmers. Game 1 was 72, Game 2 was 53. So I don't think that Yellow Submarine losing against Nemiga means that they're worse than Rest Farmers. That is like they're fairly even, but Rest Farmers still looks a little bit crispier in my opinion.
Okay, so after 2 days, we kind of have the idea of the current standings there. We see that the farmers are at the top. Everybody else not really on their level at the moment. But tomorrow, we're going to have 3 best of 2s yet again. Ultimo, we're going to start off with farmers versus Yellow Submarine, follow it up with NextUp versus Namiga, and end the day with MarsBet versus Grin Esports. This is going to be it for today, guys. Tomorrow, unfortunately, I'm not going to be here, but you're going to be enjoying the lovely company of Rob, Bowie, and of course, Rob, Ultimo, and Kips and T-Panda. So hopefully they are going to be keeping you entertained, and that's going to be starting tomorrow at 14 CET like each and every day. So if you want to watch more great Dota here at the Regional Dota 2 series, be sure to be here because this is where it's at. See you all tomorrow.
See ya. Good night.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.